Yeah. Hey, I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me and fight the good fight. You should all join me until we see the light. Hey, I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, yeah, we see the light. Down the street, yeah, I'm feeling kinda sad. A city mine, yeah, it's taken from my hand. I never rest till I got my power back. I never rest till I get my power back. Hey. How you feel when the man got you down? How you feel when you lost a couple pounds? How you feel when he's taken from your plate? Mess with me, yeah, it's a massive mistake. Hey. I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, yeah, we see the light. I believe in the power of the mass. Join up, unite, take out the upper class. We all feeling strong, yeah, we been feeling hard. You better watch out, take it back, what is ours? How you feel when the man got you down? How you feel when you lost a couple pounds? How you feel when he's taken from your plate? Mess with me, yeah, it's a massive mistake. Hey. I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, yeah, we see the light. I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, yeah, we see the light.
Minutes to start. Free surfers, please start catching your last ones. Just over 5 minutes to start. We want to make sure that we're at the 3-minute warning. There will be absolutely no free surfers out there. So free surfers, make sure that you leave the lineup on the next couple of minutes, please. Thank you. Under 5 minutes to start. Under 5 minutes to start. Muy buenos días a nuestro Weather Patrol. Four minutes to start. 4 minutes to start. Reminding all free surfers, we want to make sure that the whole competition area is cleared at the 3-minute warning. Now, under 4 minutes to start. Thank you. Tommy, I kind of found a solution. Not the best one. And I'm going to leave the technical both on the loudspeakers and the horns. I'm going to leave the color only on the loudspeakers here. So at least the surfers, can differentiate what's important, what's just bullshit. They didn't ask, but I know that's a situation for them, and I was talking with Rob yesterday, and Exactly. And when we have talking all the time, you don't know what's relevant, what's bullshit. That's my main goal. At least they will know. Iago, cuando puedes, ven aquí arriba, por favor. And the 3 minutes to start. And the 3 minutes to start. Thank you so much for the free surfers for complying. Remaining free surfers under 2 minutes to start. Under 1 minute to start. Under 1 minute to start. Remaining free surfers in lineup. I don't have to tell you. Please clear the area immediately now. Thank you. And to all of you guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it. You know I love you. Thanks for giving some love back. Now let's focus in the heat. We're under 1 minute to start. Under 1 minute to start. Surfers in the heat, under 1 minute. We might start you any moment now. Get ready for the start. Stand by for the start. Any moment now. Here we go. Counting to start. Heat 13 will be on in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the heat is on. The heat is on. In this first heat of the morning, we're going to have Maxime Snow wearing the red singlet. Thomas Lede is in blue. Tristan Guilbeault in white and Tom Boelsma in green. That's heat 13, round 3. So we are resuming the round of 64. Yesterday, last heat of the day was heat 12. Obviously, we're resuming with heat 13 and staying with the 30-minute hits. So it's confirmed for today regarding beach commentary. Every time you're going to hear the horns, it's going to be technical information, relevant information. The caller will be only on the loudspeakers up here. Free surfer paddling back out. Please do not. That free surfer paddling back out at the middle of the beach. You're inside the competition area. And if you look straight ahead, you'll see surfer in green. So that free surfer at the middle of the beach. Please move closer to Marnella or back to the beach now. Thank you. And that's the first wave of the heat. Goes for blue. Tomalidi. Up and riding. Now there's green taking a look at this one as well. On the outside to Tom Welsma. So standing by for scores. First of blue and first of green. Standing by for scores. First of green is 0.5. First of green 0.5. Primera de verde ha puntuado 0.5. Standing by for scores on the first of blue. For Tomalide. 25 minutes remaining. That's the time call. 25 minutes remaining. White up and riding. Tristan Guilbeault on his first wave. First top carve there for Tristan. I am staying just a little bit more color. Because we are broadcasting at this stage. We are broadcasting and the beach commentary is going into the webcast as well. Up and riding red. No turns there for red for Maxime. On standby for scores, still on blue. Now waiting for scores on white as well. First of red, Maxime is 0.33. Now waiting for scores, still on blue and white. Priority green. Priority green. Still on standby for scores on the first of blue, also the first of white. Red priority, second priority blue. And scores. First of blue, Thomas, 4.83. First of blue, 4.83. First of white, Tristan, 3 points. First of white, 3 points. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority green. Last of green is 0, 2, 3. Just over 21 minutes remaining. So hit 13 underway. Obviously up next we're going to go with hit 14 with 21 minutes remaining. Do get ready, surfers, for the next one. Nicolas Paulet, Eli Bohan, Joaquin Chaves, Tim Elter. You'll be surfing up next. Just over 20 minutes remaining on hit 13. Reminding you, we're giving you a 12-minute pedal out this morning. And we have blue up and riding. Thomas Lede on his second one. Standing by for scores on the last of blue. That's second of blue. 1 point. Last of blue, 1 point. So surfers, the first 10 minutes are gone. It's a red priority, second priority green. And so far, there's 2 keepers in the heat. A 4-8-3 on blue. 3 points on white. And all remaining scores are throwaways, equal or under 1 point. Red priority, second priority green, third priority white. And again, we have a 4-8-3 on the first of blue, 3 points on the first of white, and all remaining scores are throwaways. Red on a 0-3-3, second of blue 1 point, and green on a 0-5 and a 0-2-3. Now last priority goes to blue. So red priority, second priority green, third priority white, last priority blue. Taking a look, it's white. Quick in and out for Tristan. That will be a throwaway. 0.23 on the last of white. Red priority, second priority green, third priority blue. Now last priority white. Tom, at this stage, sitting on a 0.5 and a 0.23. There's only 2 relevant scores in the heat. A 4.83, the first of blue, 3 points on white. Now white is going to get another one. At this stage, Tom, you were third, chasing a 2.74. But that requirement is about to change. Once I have scores for this last of white, meanwhile, up and riding on the outside, blue. Actually, yeah. That was Thomas Lede. So standing by for scores. Red, blue, and white. Priority green. Last of red will be a throwaway. Last of white will be a keeper. Standing by for scores on white and also blue. Then I'll give you a new update on the hit situation. It's green priority. .5 minutes remaining. Standing by for scores. Blue and white. Priority green. Second priority red. Third priority blue. Green up and riding, Tom Buelsma. Still missing scores, white and blue. Now scores starting to come in for white. It is looking like the best wave of the heat so far, so that's definitely a keeper. Still on standby for scores on last of white, also last of blue. Last of green, 0-4-3. 15.5 minutes remaining. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority green. Priority changes, priority red, second priority green, third priority blue. And we have green up and riding. Still on standby. Scores now white, Trista. Last of white, 7 points. Last of white, 7 points. Best way of the heat. Now still missing scores on blue. Then an update. At this stage, white leads, blue second, green third, red fourth. Waiting for scores on blue. Blue was aiming to improve on a 1. And then I'll give you an update requirement, Tom and Maxime. Once I have scores for last of blue. Well, I can let you know already, Tom, at this stage, green third was chasing a 5-0-3. Red fourth, Maxime, was chasing a 5-3-3. That requirement probably will go higher. I'm still waiting for scores on last of blue. Blue in second was aiming to improve on a 1. Red priority, second priority blue, third priority green. So Tristan at this stage, white leads on a 7 and a 3. Last of white, 7 points. So Tristan, you want to improve on a 3. Now scores starting to come in for blue, Thomas. Last of blue, Thomas, 5 points. Last of blue, 5 points. Second best wave of the heat. That leaves Tom, green third, needs 9.03. Green third needs 9.03. Maxime, red fourth, needing 9.33. Red fourth, needing 9.33. Up and riding green. 12.5 minutes remaining. So waiting for scores on this last of green. Reminding you, blue second, Thomas. Thomas, you're second, sitting on a 5 and a 4.83. So Thomas, you want to improve a 4.83. For the lead, blue needs a 5.01. Last of green, Tom, 1.4. Green still third, needing 8.43. So green third now needs 8.43. 12 minutes remaining. Red priority, second priority blue. And we have blue up and riding. Also red up and riding. It is a red priority. Blue takes now the left. Maxime stays with the right-hander. Snap into an attempt of kind of a floater re-entry there by Maxime that comes out incomplete. So waiting for scores on blue and red. Green priority. So that will be a keeper for Maxime. He was chasing a 9.33, but anything better than a 0.5 will bring his requirement down with 11 minutes remaining. We are on standby for scores on last of red. Green priority, second priority white. Also standing by for scores on last of blue. Thomas in blue in seconds was aiming to improve on a 4.83. Last of blue will not go on blue stop 2. Last of blue 2.5, that's a throwaway. Last of red Maxime 2.83. Last of red 2.83. Maxime, you're now third, red third, needing 7 points to advance. Red third, needing 7 points to advance. Thomas, last of blue, 2.5, not going on your top 2. Thomas, you're sitting on a 5 and a 4.83. So the goal to improve a 4.83. 9.5 minutes remaining. Green priority, second priority white, third priority blue. So with that 2.83 requirement for Maxime came down to a 7. Tom, green fourth, still chasing. Oh, last of green 1.4. So requirement goes down for Tom as well. Tom, you're now chasing 8.43. Green in fourth place is now chasing 8.43 to advance. And it is a green priority. Second priority white, third priority blue. Red is padding, just flirt there by Maxime. No changes regarding priority. Still green with first prio, second priority white, third priority blue. On the outside, we had a paddle there. I believe it was by blue. We don't have a last priority yet. No, it was by green. So priority changes. Priority white, second priority blue, third priority green. It was actually green, Tom. So priority white, second priority blue, third priority green. And the time call. Surfers now 8 minutes remaining. Blue up and riding there. As Thomas Ledy was aiming to improve on a 4.83, currently in seconds. He gets a 1, so that's a throwaway on the last of blue. Situation remains. Red is up and riding. That's Maxime. First turn on his backhand. With kind of a doubling up there for Maxime. See if it connects with the next section or he kicks out. So standing by for scores on red. So Maxime was chasing a 7 to advance to second. Anything better than a 2-8-3 will bring his requirement down. Let's stand by for scores on last of red. It's white priority, second priority green. Maxime, last of red, 2.1. Last of red, 2.1. Situation remains the same, Maxime. Still third, still chasing 7 points to advance. Last of red, 2.1. White priority, second priority green, third priority blue. No, priority changes, priority white, second priority blue, third priority green. So priority changes, priority white, second priority blue, third priority green. That was a quick in and out for Thomas in blue. White priority, second priority green. Last of blue a throwaway, 0-5. Five minutes remaining. Surfers last 5 minutes. Still white in the lead, and we have a paddle out there. That's for green. Tom Boelsma up and riding. First top carve there by Tom. He's chasing a better section to work with, but the wave just not delivering. At this stage, green fourth, chasing an 8.43. 4.5 minutes remaining. Last of green, 1.37. Situation remains the same, Tom. Still chasing that 8.43. Tristan white leads. Tristan, you have a backup of 3 points to improve on. Thomas blue second. Thomas, you have a 4.83 as a backup to improve on. And blue, Thomas, for the lead, you're chasing a 5.01. It's a white priority, second priority blue. Still no third prio. Third place in red is Maxime, chasing 7 points to advance. Fourth place green, Tom Boelsma, chasing 8.43 to advance. White priority, second priority blue, third priority red, last priority green. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And we have white up and riding. Current hit leader, Tristan will aiming to improve on a 3. His last score is 7. Has a solid lead at this stage. Floater re-entry to finish this one. With just under 2 minutes remaining. On the outside, that's red, Maxime. We're going around this first whitewater section, hoping there's something on the other side. Going for the snap on his backhand. And then the wave just kind of fading away. White is still taking this one all the way to the inside and finishing now with a snap was Tristan Guilbeault. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Tristan in the lead. White on a 7 and a 3. So we were aiming to improve on a 3. Priority blue, second priority green. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining now. Standing by for scores on last of red, Maxime. Also waiting for scores on last of white for Tristan Guilbeault. Blue priority, second priority green. And surfers the time call. 1 minute, last minute. Last of red, 1.97. That's a throwaway. Now missing scores on white. .45 seconds. So red still chasing a 7 in third place. Green in fourth place. Still chasing an 8 for 3. 30 seconds. Still missing scores on that last of white for Tristan. He's already at the beach. Solid hit by Tristan. Well, he got a good one. That's 7. Still the best wave of the heat. 10 seconds remaining. And I'll be counting you down for the end of hit 13. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is over, kind of done, because we're still missing one score, but that's for white. That will change absolutely nothing. But anyways, next hit will be on standby for the start. Still missing scores on last of white, Tristan. Anyways, congratulations, winner of the heat. I extend that to Thomas Lédé, also advancing to the next round. And last of white at 2.77, not going on white, stop 2. Now hit 14, get ready for the start. Results from this previous one. Tristan Guilbeault in white, the winner. Second place finishes blue, Thomas Lédé. Third, red, Maxime Snow. Fourth, green, Tom Boelsma. Next hit, get ready for the start. Countering to start hit 14. Here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. On this hit 14, we have in red Nicolas Paulet, in blue Eli Bohan, white Joaquim Chaves, and green Tim Elter. We are broadcasting, webcasting live from today until finals day, obviously. Joining me here up on the booth, I have Carlos Ferrari, just letting all coaches and surfers know that color commentary is going to come out only on the loudspeakers up here. The technical will be staying with the loudspeakers and the horns as well. So every single time you hear the horns, that means technical information arriving in the lineup. Muy buenos dias, Carlos.
Hello, good morning, David. How you doing?
Another day, kind of Groundhog Day, another long day ahead of us.
Yeah, it looks like another solid day here in Pantin. Just a quick update about the forecast here today. So low tide was at 8:30 this morning, so that was half an hour ago. We'll see the tide coming up till 2:30 this afternoon. Slightly moderate to strong southwest winds and a swell direction of northwest.
Yeah, that's it. A couple of throwaways at the start of this one. Nicola with a 0.37 in red. Eli with a 1.17. So we've hit 14 on the way. 26 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Remaining surfers on hit 15. You're up next. Lucas Skinner will be wearing the red singlet. And by the way, congratulations, Lucas, on the victory at Newquay. And the Crier will be wearing the blue one. Uri Uziel will be wearing white, and Luis Cudeiro in green. Up and riding already, that's red.
That's Nicolas Poulet with a great 10 on the top. Unfortunately, incomplete for him. That was a solid right-hander. We can see the surfers have two different strategies. Some of them, they're staying at the middle of the beach, where yesterday we saw some left-handers passing, and today got those solid right-handers. And the other ones look more for different strategies, sticking at the right-hand side of the beach, where we could see yesterday and also today that right-hander bow developing solid turns and heavy closeouts. But let's see today what the surfers will bring out with 25 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, guys. Nicolas Poulet leading the heat with a 1.50. Second, Ilan Boshan. Third, Joaquin Chavez. And fourth, the German, Team Elta. Performing a great first day of surfing for Team Elta, David.
Yeah, he did. He was one going out there with, I believe, a 6.2 or a 6.4 for his heat.
Yeah.
And he delivered. He delivered. I second that.
Absolutely.
A green priority, second priority blue. On these first 5.5 minutes, boys, so far, all throwaways. A 0.37 and 1.13 on red, blue on a 1.17, white on a 0.6. 24 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Green priority, second priority blue. That is for sure.
Yeah. Solid conditions,
Yeah,
absolutely.
there's a few guys staying squash tails out there, but let's say 8 out of 10 boards for this event are pretty much round pins.
Absolutely. You need that.
We have blue. It was green. It was green. Yeah.
Kind of hard to see from here. They're pretty far away with this low tide. With 23 minutes on.
So last first of green team 0.83 first of green. Sorry, 0.87 first of green 0.87. So we're still with only throwaways, boys. Only throwaways. 23 minutes remaining. The highest score of the hit so far, 1.17. Priority blue, second priority white. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority red. This is as close as you can get to island weather. And I come from an island, so I know what I'm talking about. We are standing by for scores on this third one already of Nicola. I mean, this will be the first keeper of the heat. Yeah, Carlos, the message, pretty much the criteria for the first 3 days of competition, and today won't be that different. But especially the first 3 days with those big conditions is pretty much go big or go home. Absolutely. They're looking, what the judges are looking for commitment, and if you get what we call the combos, a combination of major turns, you could go into the excellent. You can even go into the excellent on these conditions for sure on a single turn. We saw a few of those already happening on the first 3 days of competition. Now we are standing by for scores on the last of red. Nicola, that will be the first keeper of the heat. Meanwhile, we have blue priority, second priority white. Time call, 20 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And they're still missing scores. Now they're starting to come in for red. Still on standby. Blue priority, second priority white.
The Portuguese coming from behind the section. Hits the lead with a great first snap. Holds his rail. Look for another. Unfortunately, incomplete for him. It's pretty hard because there's a bunch of closeouts out there, David. So not hard from the surface. Not easy, for the surface today here in Pantin.
That's why I was saying that how important are those single turns during the whole week. You just saw a good example with this last one of white.
Absolutely. That was a great turn for the Portuguese, Joaquin Chavez. Here we can see in the replay how he drives that bottom turn, and a great first snap there with a lot of spray. Driving down the line, but unfortunately the wave closes out, so he could not deliver that second turn. He was looking for a great finish for him. And as David was saying, guys, we are looking for less is more here today in Pantin. For what the conditions we have, judges will definitely keep an eye on commitment, because some of those turns and closeout are pretty solid. Here we come again. There's a set of waves coming. Let's see who will be delivering. This time, priority Ilan Boshan with 19 minutes on the clock, guys. No one goes out for that set. This is a long paddle out today, guys. We have a 12-minute paddle out for each heat. So let's see what the boys here now will deliver. And this still looks smaller than the other days, but trust me, conditions are still solid as. With 80 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, guys. Situation, it's the following. Joaquin Chavez, the Portuguese man, leading the heat with a 6.10, followed by Nicolas Paulet, the French 5.63, and the German team Elta 1.24, and Ilan Boshan 1.17 with priority in blue.
Surfer scores. Last of red, Nicola, 4.5. Last of red, 4.5. Last of white, Joaquin, 5.5. Last of white, 5.5. Blue priority, second priority green, third priority red. So those are the first and only keepers of the heat, the 4-5 on red, the 5-5 on white. Meanwhile, we have now green up and riding.
Team Elta with a great first carve, wrapping it up all the way to the whitewash. And again, looks like those right-handers that the boys are looking there. They have one good turn, but then it kind of closes out, David. So, yeah.
It's been a hard read for the surfers.
And here we go, Ilan Boshan. We could see again in that right-hander. Looks like all the surfers in the heat, they're sticking to their strategy and staying at the middle of the beach, looking for those right-handers that are opening and delivering at least 2 turns and a closeout turn. So let's see.
Priority red, second priority white. Priority red, second priority white. On standby for scores for green and blue. At this stage, red leads. White is Joaquin, last of white, 5.5. Last of white, 5.5. So far, that's the best wave of the heat. Last of red for Nicola, a 4.5. So far, that's the second best wave, and those are the only 2 keepers. Now we're waiting for scores on green and blue. Scores about to come in for blue. It's red priority, second priority white.
There we go, guys, with 40 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. As David said, Joaquin Chavez leading the heat, followed by Nicolas Paulet, Ilan Boshan, and Team Elta. Very important today, David. Wave selection, absolutely crucial.
Very crucial, although today they're paying less of a price if they catch the wrong one. Yesterday, if you make a wrong decision, you may pay for a good 10 minutes just to make your way back out. Today, it's way more manageable than yesterday. We had, like, I believe, kind of half a dozen boards broken throughout the first 3 days of competition. So that tells you how important were those decisions and the high price that you pay for the wrong decisions. And not only the boards, we had, I believe, like at least half a dozen boards and at least a dozen leashes broken throughout these days. Today is way more manageable for the surfers out there. So, but I totally agree with you. Still a crucial wave choice, but they are a little bit like, you know, when you pick up a melon, you can only know if it's sweet or not after you taste it.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely, David. Yeah, that's a really good point.
It's kind of the same.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. As I said before, it looks smaller today, but actually it's not that small. It's pretty solid.
It looks smaller when we compare with huge. That was the thing on the last 3 days.
Absolutely.
It is more manageable, but still a lot of power in the ocean.
Absolutely, absolutely, David. And as we were saying before, less is more here today in Pantin. You know, judges, we were looking for those solid 1 turn or 2 turns. And here I think we can see there's a set of waves coming. Let's see the position of the surfers there. Picking up those good waves, definitely. We could see them now choosing that right-hander, but let's see what this next set of waves will deliver for the surfers in the water with 12 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock, guys. Let's see. They try to. There we go. Up and riding. Nicolas Paulet in red, flying down the line. Waits for the section to build in front of it, but kicks out. As we said before, it's a tricky condition there. As we said, that right-hander that they can deliver 1-2 turns, and there's that close-out turn where they can score some points. But definitely not obvious here today, David.
Yep. White priority, second priority green, third priority blue. White priority, second priority green, third priority blue. Yeah, one of the things that we can tell early this morning already that differentiates from the rest or from the previous days that you see the four surfers. It's kind of the first time that priority really comes into, it's an important part of the heat, because the first 3 days of competition there were many hits that you saw surfers like spread all over the lineup of Pantin, like maybe 15 meters between them, kind of tasting a little bit, and here we go. We have a rider.
That was a solid turn from Milan Boshan. Unfortunately, incomplete for him.
Yeah, Eli so far on a 293 as his high score. So all the surfers kind of on the same takeoff area.
Absolutely.
And that makes a difference from the other days. It's not a classic Pantin. Classic Pantin is the right-hander here at the corner.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's been like, well, as usual in this sport, adaptation's been the name of the game. 10.5 minutes remaining, white priority, second priority green, third priority red. At this stage, white leads. Joaquin still to improve at 0.6. Nicolas, red second. Nicolas, you want to improve a 1.13. Last of blue, Eli, 1.17. Eli, you're still third. Blue third needs 2.71. And team green fourth needing 2.91. So surfers, the top two, they have kind of high scores. A 5.5 on white, a 4.5 on red. Second and third still on the high twos. And here we go.
There we go. Team Elta, the German, on his front hand. He get a little bit sticky there and kicks out from the wave. And now we see on red, Nicolas Paulet, a bomb on his front hand with a deep bottom turn, looking for the section. Hits the lip with a great frontside turn. Waits again for another section to hit. Still on the white wash. Finishes the wave. He's squeezing it all the way and kicks out, David. Yes. Very busy, Nicolas Paulet today out there. Same as Team Elta.
Yeah, Nicolas has been aiming to improve on that 1.13. Finally, he found a good one. So Nicolas is about to improve on his total. And I have a feeling situation is about to change as well. Red was chasing 1.61 for the lead. He was aiming to improve on a backup of a 1.13. 9 minutes remaining. Situation is about to change. Priority white. 9 minutes remaining.
Here we see the replay from Nicolas Paulet. Strong, solid surfing from this Frenchman. That first aim was vertical pretty good, David. I think that's going to be around the good notable scores. Why you reckon?
That's definitely a keeper. And most probably Nicolas is going to take the lead. And requirements are about to go higher for blue and green.
Absolutely. And I want to mention a good point that you said before. I think this is the first time of the contest that we'll see priorities playing actually a game on the heats, David? Because as you said, like conditions, seas, like swell is way smaller than yesterday. That's for sure. Still solid. That's not a doubt. But we can see definitely that chess game from the surfers using those priorities, blocking one to each other. Things are going to get spicy. That's for sure, David.
Yeah, and as we talk, they just kind of split the heat in half. You can see white and I believe green sitting a little bit further, closer to Marnella, but just like, and then blue and white a little bit closer to the cliffs here. And here we go.
Absolutely. Here we go again. The German Team Elta with a long first carve to set thing up. Look for the section. Hits it. Unfortunately for the German Team Elta. Staying pretty busy, mate. Yeah. I like the approach he's doing. Keeping calm but staying busy from the German Team Elta.
Priority white, second priority blue, on standby for score, still on red. Blue, no, blue is in. And the last of green team, Last of green, 2.27. Last of green, is deck diving now. Last of green team, 2.27. And scores coming in for red, Nicolas. Then a new update on the hit situation. And here we go. Last of red, Nicolas, 4.1. Last of red, 4.1. That puts the red in the lead, Nicolas. And 4.1, it's your new backup. Joaquim, you're down to second. White second with first prio. First priority white. Joaquim, you want to improve a 0.6. Now, last of green team, 2.27. That leaves green third, needing 3.38. Green third needs 3.38. Eli, blue fourth, needing 3.18. Blue fourth, needing 3.18. Keep in mind, green and blue, white in second on a high score of a 5.5. That's still the best of the heat. Reminding Joaquim in second, he's still aiming to improve on a 0.6. Now he's chasing a 3.1 for the lead. White needs 3.1 for the lead, and he has priority. So white priority, second priority blue, third priority green. Time call, 6 minutes remaining.
Let's see if we can see. I don't know if you can see from here that little current that we can see in the middle of the beach. David, I don't know if it will affect actually the positions of the surfers in the lineup. Why you reckon?
I reckon that since the first hit we're going with hits with 30 minutes. Those are big tides at this time of the year here at Pantin. You know, they've been adapting the whole time, you know. So, yeah, for the next 5.5 minutes, I don't think there's going to be big changes out there. But I'm pretty sure that the surfer for next hit are paying very close attention to what's happening out there regarding conditions.
Absolutely. As also, like, the tide is actually coming in, so we'll see the difference, you know, of that ripple there on the right-hand side. And there we saw that was Ilan Boshan, if I'm not wrong. I'm talking about the last wave of Nicolas Paulet. That was actually a keeper, eh? 4.1 for the Frenchman, taking the lead.
Exactly. 5 minutes remaining, sir. First 5 minutes. Priority white, second priority green, third priority blue. Last stop blue, Eli, throwaway, 0.83.
And again, the German Team Elta staying super busy with a great first turn, hitting the lip, driving down the line with another snap with a lot of spray, strong surfer. Wow, that was a great turn with a lot of spray, knifing that lip. And we see squeezing it all the way to the end. And let's see what the judges will have to say for that one, David.
Yeah, team, we have red up and riding now as
now
well.
we go again, Nicolas Paulet with that strong surfing. Got a little bit sticky there in the first turn, but let's see all that commitment from the Frenchman.
So Tim Elter, green in third, was chasing a 3.38. But at the same time he was surfing, behind him we saw second place Joaquim Chaves on a single turn there. He was aiming to improve on a 0.6. It will be a done deal for Joaquim, that improvement. So team's requirement was is about to go higher. So standing by for scores with 4 minutes remaining, waiting for scores, white and green. So white in second was aiming to improve on a 0.6. He will improve. Now waiting for scores on green team. Green third was chasing a 3.38, but he will be actually chasing a bit more once we have scores for white.
There we see the replay of Team Elta, the German, squeezing that wave all the way to the end.
And right behind him, you could see on the screen as well the end of the turn of Joaquim Chaves.
Of Joaquim Chaves, absolutely staying busy. He actually doesn't have even a backup because he got that 3.6 for his second best score, and that 5.5 that keeps in the situation has changed, David.
Yeah, the last of green team of 4.57. That puts for the moment green in second, but we are waiting for scores on white. White dropped to third, needing 1.8. So last of green team a 4.57. 3 minutes remaining, but reminding you, white dropped to third. We are waiting for a score on white. White was requiring a 1.8, and there was a turn there by white. So, and here we go. Last of white, 2.7. Last of white, 2.7. That puts white back in second. So white back in second, Joaquim. And last of white, 2.7. It's your backup. Team, you're down to third. Green third, now needing a 3.64. Green third, needing 3.64. And Eli, it's a blue priority. Blue fourth, blue needs 5.28. Blue needs a 5-8. Last of red, Nicolas, 2.3. A throwaway. Red still in the lead, Nicolas. You want to improve on a 4.1. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority blue, no second priority yet.
Things are getting spicy out there, David. We see all of them making it possible to pass to the next heat of this round of 64.
Yeah, now everyone is on a keeper. High score of the heat, still the 5-5 of Joaquim Chaves.
Yep.
Not everybody. The top three are on a keeper. Kazilai Bohan, with priority now, his high score so far only a 2.93. So he's chasing a 5.28. The remaining hits on mid fours, and that 5-5 still the best way of the hit for white. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority red.
Still doable for Ilan Boshan. Let's see this set of waves coming at the back, David.
Yeah, no one's
solid
safe.
ones. And he should be using this priority, absolutely. Being patient on the spot, and let's see if he can catch that right-hander. There's a solid set of waves coming at the back, mate.
Priority blue, second priority red. Yeah, there's still some solid juice on this swell.
Without a doubt. Let's see with those, even with those strong southwest winds, here we see that's a close.
1 minute, last minute. Blue is up and riding. And was Eli, still is. So he's chasing a 5.28. And we'll be standing by for scores on last of blue. That was the make on the last turn. And it goes the claim. 20 seconds remaining. Red priority. And a 5-8 was the requirement for blue. Let's stand by for scores. 15 seconds now. Red priority. 10 seconds remaining. I'll be counting you down. Next seat, you'll be on standby. There's one important score at the end of this one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So timer is off. Next seat is on standby. Judges will be checking replays and comparing. Blue with the last effort on the dying seconds of the heat was Eli Bohan, chasing a 5-8. All remaining scores are in, but the last one of blue. So, Nicolas, you're safe. At this stage, red leads. Worst come to worst, he will finish in second place. Now let's stand by for scores on this last one of blue. Requirement was a 5-8. Still on standby for scores on that last of blue, meaning still on standby for the next seat as well. Thanks for your patience, Lucas, Andy, Uri, and Luis. One very important score. Judges still reviewing and comparing. Still on standby. No indication whatsoever from our judging panel so far regarding the last of blue. Next seat still on standby. Still on standby. And score's about to come in. And it's going to be close. I can tell you that. Can't really tell if enough or not. And last of blue. Blue was chasing a 5-8. Blue gets a 5.5. And enough for Eli Bohan to advance to second place. All scores are in. With that, white finishes in third place and green fourth. So results. Red, the winner, Nicolas Paulet. Second place finishes blue, Eli Bohan. Third place for white, Joaquin Chaves. And fourth place for green, Tim Elter. Next seat, get ready for the start. Counting into start, hit 15. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So again, results from the previous one. Hit 14, the winner in red, Nicolas Paulet, with his dying effort, Eli Bohan getting the score and putting him in second place. So blue finishing second, white finishing third, Joaquin Chaves and the Team Elter, green finishing in fourth place. A very close hit, 8.6 total for the winner, 8.43 for second place, 8.2 for third. So there's 23 hundredths of a point when it comes to totals between second and third. Already underway, hit 15 on this round 3. I'm going to leave my spot and leave it to my good friend Mikel Urigoitia, who will be announcing. And keep in mind, surfers, that right now on the color commentary, it's only going out on the loudspeakers up here by the main structure. And all the technical commentary is going through the loudspeakers, but also through the horns, the big horns, white ones, who are down there. So at least you guys can differentiate what's the technical, the important info for you guys in the water from the caller, from the entertainment and the webcast, because we are webcasting today as well. And those caller commentaries you've been hearing from Carlos Ferrari, they go into the webcast. So thank you so much. And Mikel will be joining you for the next hour.
Thank you very much, David. And here we go now with the one and only Mikel Urigoitia. Good morning, Mikel. How you doing?
Egunon, lagunon. Buenos días a todo el mundo.
Muy buenos días, Mikel.
Doing good, hermano.
Bring it on. With 28 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, we got Lucas Esquina, the winner of Newquay of the Boat Masters this year, coming back from a serious injury, but we can see that the British surfer is back on track and on point. Andy Crier, Spaniard, Olympian, back here in Pantin once again. Uri Uciel, Argentinian, and Luis Escudero. And here we see Andy Crier in his first wave, kicking out from that right-hander on his backhand. Here we see up and riding Uri in that bomb, looking for that section to hit, but unfortunately incomplete for him. Got a little bit sticky out there at the top of that wave. And now he got on the head that heavy set of waves coming. Still here in Pantin with 26 minutes and 36 seconds on the clock, guys. That was a great performance from Lucas Skinner. Let's see, we can see his crew cheering out here at the beach. And little by little, there's more people coming. Mikel, ¿cómo lo ves?
Bueno, pues aquí estamos en la manga número 3 de la tercera ronda masculina. Me estoy ubicando todavía porque me acabo de despertar, la verdad.
Buenos días, Mikel.
Vamos poco a poco.
Tranquilito, ¿eh?
Carlos Ferrari que empieza como una moto, al igual que Prescott, y yo, pues bueno, voy de menos a más.
Bueno, tú eres más de tardes que de mañanas.
Efectivamente.
Bueno, todo llega, Mikel.
Holy smokes. Okay, so who do we have at the back?
So who we got at the back there? We go in blue. I think that was Uriel. In this time, surfing that left-hander on his front hand.
Okay, boys, 25 minutes remaining on the timer. On a standby still for the score of red, Lucas Skinner. Priority for green, second prior for white. All the scores are in for Andy in blue, a 0.5 on your opening ride and a 0.93 on your second ride. Uriel, white, your first ride, a 1-point ride. And here comes the score for Lucas, a 3.5. First of red, Lucas Skinner, a 3.5 situation. Red in first, Lucas with a 3.5. Andy second, 0.93 and 0.5, your top two scores. Third is white, Uriel with a single score of a point. And no scores yet for green, Luis Escudero, who sits in fourth. Still plenty of time on the timer. 24, just a bit over 24 minutes. So take it easy, boys.
No rush for you today, but let's see what the sea will have to deliver to this heat. Number 15 of round 64, with Lucas Skinner in the water leading the heat with a 3.5, Andy Crier with a 1.43, Uriel and in white, and Lucas Escudero in green with priority. It looks smaller, but trust me, guys, there seems some bumps out there coming, as we could see in the heat before, that they turn around the situation. Let's see what we have to in this heat, Mikel.
Well, let's see what happens. The thing is still bombing out there. We still have plenty of swell coming all the way to this, all the northern stretch of coastline of Spain. It's pretty much maxing out everywhere. And not for a day, but the whole week.
Yeah, it looked like the forecast was going to mellow down a little bit on Sunday, but definitely not. It's picking up again. And here we see on his front end, Andy Crier with the first good turn on the whitewash, coming from the handle section with a great carve, pumping down the line, looking for another section to hit with good snap, using all his power in his back foot. And that Rio with a lot of spray, squeezing it all the way to the end with a roundy there, maximizing the timing on that wave. And with a great finish from Andy Crier, well done. Let's see what the judges will have to deliver.
Bonita ola la que hemos visto ahí de Andy Crier para todos los que estáis aquí siguiendo el campeonato desde la playa, el surfista español afincado en Portugal que ha cogido una bonita izquierda sacándole pues todo el juego a esa ola. Le quedan por delante todavía, Andy, 22 minutos, tienes tiempo de sobra para entrar por el canal. So on standby now for the last score of blue, Andy Crier. Let's give the judges some time to type the right and fair scores for blue. Andy Lucas.
Andy Lucas. A ver por dónde entra el pico ahora. Eso va a estar interesante, Mikel, ¿eh? Porque hay una remadita, la verdad.
All right, situation for red, Lucas Skinner. Lucas just still in the lead with a single score of a 3.5. Blue sits in second as we wait to know the score of blue right now. We're on standby for the last score of blue. Blue second, chasing a 2.58 to take the lead. Third is white, Uriel with a single score of a point. And no scores yet for green, who sits in fourth, Luis Escudero. Priority green, second prior white, third prior red.
We can see that replay of Andy making it count in that last wave. Solid finish from Andy Crier. I like it. I think he likes it. Let's see if the judges likes it.
Right on, it was a mid-sized wave, but he melted down all the way from start to finish.
Absolutely.
And here comes the score. It's cooking right now, the score for blue. Aquí viene la nota para Andy Krier. Están muy exigentes los jueces y atención que aquí viene un 5, la última de azul, 5 puntos. Last of blue, Andy, 5 points. Last of blue, Andy Krier, 5 points. The situation has changed for now. Blue takes the lead. Andy with a 5 and a 0.93. Red comes down to second. Lucas Skinner, you're chasing a 2.44 to take the lead again. Third is white. Uriuziel now requires a 2.51 for second. And fourth is green. Luis Escudero. Still no waves ridden from Luis. And requiring a 3.51 to take the lead. I mean, for second. A 3.51 is what Luis is looking for in order to advance.
Luis keeping that priority. Playing a smart game. Let's see what he's going to do in the next minutes or set of waves that may be coming. Or looks like may deliver some action in the following minutes. But there's a lot of action here today in Pantin, absolutely. More rippable conditions, Mikel. Still solid, but we can see pretty much a solid right-hander in front of us. Surface have moved a little bit, slightly more to the right-hand side of the ditch, where we could see those solid scores in the past days. And let's see, because there might be someone going to that bomb. Here he comes, Uriuziel, up and riding on his front hand with a deep bottom turn, holding his rail. Looks for that section, hits the lip, and kicks out.
Right on, beautiful attack of the surfer in white, Uriuziel. A really graceful and powerful surfer, Uri. Making things look easy out there.
And there's definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks easier than what it actually is.
Absolutely, and we got 80.
Looks smaller as well.
It looks way smaller because we've seen pretty big the past days, so now you adapt your eye pretty much to the conditions, but it's pretty solid.
Yeah,
you can
still
see in
big.
the paddle out of the surface. That takes them a little while, actually, Mikel. Eh? So yeah, with 80 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, guys, we got Andy Krier leading the heat with a 5.93. Lucas Skinner in second with a 3.5. Uriuziel with 1. And here he comes again, up and riding. Lucas Skinner with a great carve, driving that rail. And another one with a lot of spray. Hits the lip once again. Got a little bit stuck there because the wave pretty much finishes there, but he's still squeezing it, making it count all the way to the shore. Let's see Lucas Skinner, what he's got in the pocket, and he throws.
Wow,
Oh, that
milking
was-
the cow all the way.
Absolutely, we can hear his crew cheering at the beach. Great performance from Lucas Skinner. With 70 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, let's see what the judges will have to deliver in that last wave, Mikel.
Yeah, it's going to be, in my humble opinion, the best ridden wave of this heat so far.
Absolutely, look at
We
the
can
carve.
see now the replay with that gouching carve to start things off with.
That's solid. And he's
Yeah.
looking for a third. He gets a little bit sticky, but not because of his maneuver. I think it's pretty much because of the way fades away. And here comes again, setting things up. Waits for the section to try. And he launches that bloated. That was pretty sick. Let's see what the judge will have to deliver with 16 minutes and 56 seconds on the clock. And there's another good, solid set of waves coming at the back.
La factoría de olas que no para de bombear. Ahí vemos la roca del Percebe marcando bien las series que son incesantes. Y es que está siendo espectacular esta edición del Pantin Classic. Edición 38ª, 38 ediciones ininterrumpidas de este legendario evento de surf. Ahí viene Lucas Skinner corriendo por la orilla. Vamos a aprovechar para darle un poco la situación de manga. Hey Lucas, 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. There's still plenty of time ahead of you. And we're still on standby for your last score, okay? On standby for the scores.
There we can see the last wave of Lucas. Really like it. Look at that amount of spray he launches in that calf.
Dad and son running through the shoreline. Good morning, Benny. Good morning, Lucas. Padre e hijo, ahí les vemos corriendo por la orilla. El padre Ben Skinner, un veterano del World Tour de Longboard, también es el shaper de las tablas de Lucas.
Ah, ¿en serio, eh?
Así es.
Mira qué buena. Eso no lo sabía. Buen data.
Y atención, que ahí tenemos acción. Es
Luis
Escudeiro en su primera ola. Bonito finish. Que va a conseguir finalizar. Efectivamente, ahí está. Finaliza esa ola. Luis Escudeiro.
With 15 minutes on the clock, you're going to wait for the scores of that last wave. And here, up and riding, Andy Crier. Let's see, he kicks out. Not easy to choose the correct waves here today. And as we mentioned before, wave selection will be crucial. Not only to go all the way back to the lineup, but also to deliver those maneuvers. Yeah, let's see. I think we got some scores there coming.
All right, so last of Lucas Skinner, a 4.43, 4.43. Last of Lucas. Lucas takes the lead. Red in first. 4.43 and 3.5, your two best, as we see now live action with Andy Crier. Carlos.
Up and riding, and now we see he kicks out from that wave. And let's see at the back, because I think it was Uri trying to catch that one. We couldn't see it pretty much on the broadcast. But yeah, as you can see, guys, here at the broadcast is still solid conditions, long periods, 12 seconds, with 6 to 9 feet here today. Strong to moderate southwest winds. And here we see the replay from Andy Crier. First good snap to set things up. Looks for another section. Gets a little bit sticky there in the whitewash. And tries to figure out the next turn, but he kicks out from that wave. Sun started to shine here again in Pantin, Mikel.
Yeah, well, the weather changes like maybe 4 times a day here in Galicia. So you can have a stormy morning and then a sunny evening, all within the same day. So you can have 4 seasons in a day, 24 hours.
Absolutely, you need all the gears. You need the puffy jacket, the jumper, T-shirt, shorts.
Raincoat.
Raincoat, that's for sure. That's a keeper. And let's see, there's another solid set of waves coming with 12 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock. Lucas Skinner leading the heat with Andy Crier on second, Uri Utzel third, Luis Escudeiro on fourth.
12 minutes. 12 minutes left, boys. 12 minutes remaining. All the scores are in. Red in the lead, Lucas Skinner with a 4.43 and a 3.5. Blue second, Andy Crier, a 5 and a 2.43, your two best. Blue requires a 2.93 to take the lead. Third is white, Uri Uziel, with a 4 and a 1. White looking for a 3.44 to advance. And fourth is green, Luis Escudeiro, with a 3 and a 0.23 as his two best scores, looking for a 4.44 for second.
And here he comes, who we got there, up and riding, Uri, using his priority. Good first snap, setting things up, coming back again to the whitewash. Drives down the line on the white stuff, looking for that finish, and gets it. Solid finish from Uri Utzel, making it count, absolutely.
Great finish by the surfer in white, Uri Uziel. Currently chasing a 3.44.
Let's see, situation will change here with 10 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, guys. Lucas Skin is still leading the heat with a 7.93, followed by Andy Crier, 7.43. Uri Uziel waiting for the scores, and here we can see the replay of Uri. Deep bottom turn. First good snap or turn to set things up, and using his body to place back again to the whitewash, stays on the white stuff, and looking for that closeout turn, and actually he performs and develops, and will count for sure for the judges. Let's see, we're still waiting for those scores.
Ten minutes left on the clock, boys, on a standby for the last of white. All right, so last of white, Uri Uziel, a 5.13. Last of white, 5.13. White jumps from third to first. White in the lead with a 5.13 and a 4. Red comes down to second. Lucas Skinner. You require a 4.71 for first. Third is blue. Andy Crier. You're chasing a 2.93 for second. And fourth green, Luis Escudero. You require a 4.93 to move on into the next round. Time called, 9 minutes remaining.
We can see now the guys is taking a little bit time to get back to the lineup. As you can see, those big walls and this massive whitewashes there, Mikel. So it takes them a little bit of time to get back to the lineup, as we don't have the jet ski assistant here for the surface today. And we'll see who will get on that position. Actually got priority Lucas Skinner on second with a 7.93. I'll be interested to see the board is riding, Mikel, because I think, as I said before with David, I think they're all keeping those round pins, definitely. But never know. Maybe some squashes over there today. What do you reckon?
I don't know, but I've been hearing all the competitors that they've been struggling with the sizes of their boards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's been, as we said, like maxing out the 2 previous days, and they were like really out there with pretty short boards. So who knows? I don't know. I guess they're riding like, pulling like tails, like narrower tails, I guess. But not sure.
Yep. Let's see. We'll see that with Goni with the interviews. That will be interesting to hear from them. And sun started to shine here in Pantin with 7 minutes and 49 seconds on the clock, guys. We got Uri Uziel actually leading the heat with a 9.13. That last wave, he delivered a 5.13. He definitely squeezed it all the way to the end. Second, Lucas Skinner, the winner of the last boat masters in Nuki, with a 7.93, followed by Andy Crier with the second parity in blue, Seb with a 7.43. And on fourth, we got Lucas Escudero with a 3.23, needing at 4.93 to advance.
Egunon, lasatarrak hemen. Gora gutarrak.
Now we can see people starting to get more people and more people here at the beach in Pantin as the sun starts to shine here in Galicia at the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro on its 38th edition of this classic European contest with 6 minutes on the clock, 6 minutes and a half on the clock. Situation has changed with Uri Uziel leading the heat with a 9.13, Lucas Skinner with a 7.93, Andy Crier with a 7.43, and Luis Escudero on a 3.23 with still time off for you guys. And it will be interesting to see here how the priorities will make a point on this heat. As we can see, Lucas Skinner at the middle of the beach, waiting and sticking to his strategy. staying at the middle of the beach.
Well, prior for red, second prior white, third prior red, second prior blue, third prior white. Just under 6 minutes left, boys. Prior red, blue, white. Vamos a aprovechar para dar los buenos días a toda la gente que os estáis acercando aquí a la playa de Pantin. Hoy estamos celebrando el tercer día de competición de este ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro, 38 ediciones ininterrumpidas. Estamos a punto de finalizar la ronda de los cabezas de serie de la categoría masculina. Y en el agua tenemos a Uri Usiel, color blanco. Por el momento liderando la manga, seguido de Lucas Skinner, este joven surfista británico que viene de ganar el último QS en Newquay. Tercero es Andy Crier, el español, color azul. Y cuarto, el portugués Luis Escudero, de color verde. Cuando quedan 5 minutos. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes to go. Y ahí viene la clásica serie acordeón, que la ves venir pero no sabes por dónde va a romper, y ahí está.
Exacto.
Cerrando de lado a lado.
Exacto, barriendo el line-up. No queda nadie y vemos cómo la espuma les arrastra a todos para atrás.
Perfect closeout, huh?
Yeah, perfect closeout, absolutely. You can see those 12 seconds right there. And let's see who's going to be in the correct position to catch the next wave of the set. But it looks like all of the surfers are trying to get back to the lineup with these solid conditions that we've seen since the first day of contest here in Pantin at the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. With 4 minutes on the clock, guys. Who's there, up and riding? I think it's Andy Crier with the first good snap on his backhand, looking for a section to build up in front of him, attacking that lip, trying to finish that wave with a closeout. No, keeps on riding. One more, making it count. Needing a 2.93. Andy Crier, let's see, he likes it, looking at the judge tower. There we go, Mikael. Let's see what the judges will have to say for that one.
Well, he has claimed that wave from the far away.
That's going to be a long
Because I tell you
back.
what, like, it's super far from the judges' tower.
Absolutely.
Where Andy has been surfing. You can see it pretty close with the camera angle, but it's actually pretty far away.
Absolutely. You cannot like actually see in the forecast, here in the broadcast, excuse me. But there's a long way to come back here to the judges' tower. So let's see. I think he's not going to be able to go back to the lineup with only 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. But let's see the replay here. That's a good first turn to set things up. Looks for that section. Hits the lip. And keep on working on that wave. Strong leg effort from Andy Crier, the Olympian. Looking for that finish. And makes it happen. He likes it. Let's see.
All right, let's check it out. Live action happening at the back. That's Lucas Skinner. Smashing the lip. Wow. And free falling. That was huge.
That was a solid free fall there. Let's see if his equipment is still okay.
2 minutes left. He seems to be all right.
Seems to be fine.
Yeah.
A solid surfer from the UK with 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Let's see, he's checking it up, getting it up, back to the lineup.
It was all or nothing for Lucas Skinner. 1 minute and 45 seconds left. 1 minute and 45 seconds left. Priority for white. Last of Andy Crier, a 3.9. Last of blue, 3.9. Blue moves up to second. So white in the lead. Uriel right now. All the scores are in for white, who is sitting in first. All the scores are in as well for white, who moves up for blue, who moves up to second, Andy. Coming down to third is red, Lucas Skinner. Last of Lucas, a throwaway score for him, a 0.17. And fourth is green, Luis Escudero. Luis requiring a 5.9 to move up to second. 45 seconds remaining on the timer, boys.
Let's see that replay of Udi. That was a solid finish turn for that wave on his backhand.
25 seconds on the clock.
Things are getting spicy here. Also, Andy Criero, oh, getting smashed from that closeout. A lot of commitment from
15
Andy.
seconds.
Things are getting spicy. A lot of scores.
10 seconds. And counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so the time is over. On a standby, 4 scores. Last of Andy created a 2.73, a throwaway score for blue. And now on a standby for the very last score of white, Uriuziel, who will end up in first anyways. Uriuziel will take the lead of this hit number 15 of the round 3 of the men. Blue will end up in second, Andy Creer, so both white and blue moving on into the next round. Third, Lucas Skinner. And fourth, Luis Escudero with a green jersey. Last of Uriuziel, a 5.2. So white will be extending the lead with his last ride. Congrats, Uri and Andy, for moving on into the next round. And a big round of applause as well for red, Lucas Skinner, and green, Luis Escudero. Now getting ready for the start of the last hit of this round 3 of the men. Estamos a punto de dar comienzo a la última manga de la ronda. Estamos ready para comenzar. Y atención que ahí vamos. Counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hit is on in red, Adura Matriane with the blue jersey, Paco Alonso. Michelle Escupa will be in white, and with the green, Ido Arkin. May the best win this thing.
Tú te puedes quedar lo que quieras. O sea, que todo el mundo es libre de quedarse lo que se quiera, pero por llevar un orden.
Yo lo que tú me digas.
No. Yo lo que tú me digas, no, lo que tú quieras. Pero que esto al final, como es todo el puto día, está bien tener un orden para saber luego a cada uno dónde no tiene que fallar. A partir de ahí, si uno quiere quedarse y contribuir, vale, bienvenido. Vale, guay. De todos modos, luego, después de esta manga, va a haber un parón de 25 minutos. Porque empieza el roncentitud de tías y han decidido hacer un parón de 25. O sea que ahora hay esta manga, parón de 25 y luego volvemos a retomar las...
O sea, pues voy a mear y se contigo me echan las risas.
Vale, perfecto.
Pues ya está aquí.
Venga, pues dale, de puta madre. Si total luego eso... Sí, vale.
Bueno, pues acaba de arrancar la última manga de esta ronda masculina. Os recordamos a todos los que estáis por aquí que tras finalizar la manga que tenemos en el agua vamos a hacer un parón de 25 minutos antes de dar paso a la ronda 32 femenina. Cuando vemos ahora acción en el agua, creo que era Ido Arkin de color verde. Ha empezado la ola con un take-off impresionante. Mientras esperamos a conocer las primeras notas on a standby for scores of red and green. The scores are cooking for Adura Matriane in red, as we see now the replay on the big screen from Ador. A first successful written wave by red as well as by green on his backhand. Ido arcing, connecting all the dots. Y atrás la respuesta del color azul lo intentaba Paco Alonso. $26 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the timer. Tienen todavía mucho tiempo por delante estos 4 participantes. Seguimos esperando a conocer esas primeras notas, en concreto la nota de rojo y la nota de verde. Siguen los jueces debatiendo las notas, como decimos, de rojo y verde. Adur e Ido. 26 minutes left, boys. Priority for white. Second prio blue. Prio white, blue. On a standby still for the opening scores of this hit. Number 16 of the round 3 of the men. The round of 64. Para los que estáis viendo aquí a Adura Matriane y os hayáis conectado para ver su manga, y le vemos la repetición de esa su primera ola. El surfista Sara Ustarra, que hizo una grandísima actuación en el Challenger Series de Huntington Beach. Adur Vladimitriain. Vladimitri. Moneurre, Anaicho. Se lo están tomando con calma los jueces. Siguen debatiendo, ajustando el criterio. And here comes the score, finally, for red. A 5-point ride. First of red, 5 points. Adura Matriane. And first of green, Ido Arkin, a 4.93. So two pretty, comparable rides with similar scores. A 5 for red and a 4.93 for green. Situation, time call first. Let's see. 23 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Red in the lead, Ador, with a single score of 5 points. Green second, Ido Arkin, with an opening ride of a 4.93. Third is blue, Paco Alonso, with a 0.77. And no scores yet for white, Michelle Escupa, who sits in fourth. Prio, white, blue, red, green. Bueno, atención, ahí tenemos acción en directo. Vuelve a la carga Dura Matriain, que se mete ahí al tubo y no consigue salir. Quedan todavía por delante 21 minutos 40 segundos. Y la situación de manga sigue siendo la misma. Lidera rojo, el surfista de Zarauza, Dura Matriain, seguido de verde, Ido Arkin, representando a Portugal. Tercero, azul, el francés Alele Bleu, Paco Alonso. Y cuarto, el italiano de blanco, Michele Scupa. Y como podéis observar, la factoría de olas de Pantin que no para de bombear, es incesante el bombeo que estamos teniendo en esta edición. La verdad que es una de las playas de mayor magnetismo, de las que mayores, bueno, las que más olas recibe, digamos, de toda la cornisa cantábrica. Está orientada de tal forma que recibe todos los swells. Y atención que necesitamos caddy para rojo. Caddy for red, I think it is. Caddy for red, right? Caddy for red, please. Caddy for red. Ha partido la tabla el participante de color rojo, Adura Matriain. Vamos a necesitar al caddy del color rojo, por favor. El jet ski ya va allí a asistirle y ahí vemos al gran Iboncho corriendo por la pradera. ¡Ánimo! All right, so here we have the first snapped board of the day. We've had plenty of them on the previous days. Snapped leashes, plaques, boards. Well, this is the first one of the day by the current hit leader in red, Adura Matriain. He was trying to get back out there and got hammered in the inside. Snapping the board, breaking it in half. 19 minutes left. Acabamos de ver el rescate del gran Juan, uno de los mejores pilotos de motos que tenemos en la zona. Ha sido también surfista aquí del Pantin Classic, ha participado en ediciones anteriores y le tenemos ahora de Water Patrol encargándose de la seguridad de los surfistas. Adur, 18 minutes remaining. Quedan 18 minutos por delante, Adurcho. Emese 8 minutu aurretik, aurreneko postuan zaude, zure olatu honena 5 puntutakoa izan da, zure bakapa puntu bakarrekoa. Aurreneko postuan zaude. Just under 18 minutes remaining on the timer, boys. Red in the lead still with a 5 and a 1 point ride. Green second, Ido Arkin, with a single score of a 4.93.
Attention
Prio
surfers,
white,
first Prio
second
white,
Prio
second
green,
green,
third Prio blue.
third blue.
Prio white, green, blue. "17 minutes left. Red first, green second, blue third. Paco Alonso. You require a 4.17 for second. And fourth is Michele Scupa in white with no scores yet. Michelle, you require a 4.94 to advance. $16 and 10 seconds remaining. Coming up next, Iago Dominguez, Thomas De Bier, Sean Gannin, and Leonardo Apreda. Surfers of the next heat, please get ready. Y aquí tenemos la ilustre visita, hoy sí, madrugando, del gran Jupa Soler. ¿Cómo va eso, Jupa? Hoy recuerda, Jupa, que estamos en directo en YouTube, ¿eh? O sea que todo lo que dices se queda grabado.
Muy bien, pues los que ya me conocen saben que yo madrugo siempre. Lo que es que ayer no vine porque me fui a surfear a la Vilarrube, que es donde los ancianos vamos ahora.
Muy bien, Jupa. ¿Y qué? ¿Pillaste alguna? ¿Te dejaron pillar?
Sí, a la izquierdita está fácil pillar. Había una legión de alemanes allí, que el nivel de los alemanes en Vilarrube por lo menos pues no es... Vamos, está a mi altura o un poquito menos.
Hablando de alemanes, hay un dato curioso, ¿no? Que el mayor número de licencias federativas del mundo, ¿quién las tiene?
Sí, los alemanes. A mí me quedé pasmado cuando me enteré de eso. El mayor número de licencias federativas de Europa son los alemanes. Vienen los alemanes, amigos, vayan aprendiendo. Como por ejemplo la palabra ferretería, que tiene 34 letras. La palabra ferretería, búsquenlo en Google.
Habrá que buscarlo. Ferretería en alemán. Bueno, vamos a ver, quedan 14 minutos y medio. Prioridad para blanco, segunda prioridad verde, tercera prioridad azul. 14 minutes and 30 seconds left. Prior white, green, blue. And the situation remains the same, boys. Red in the lead, Adura Matriane. Second is green, Ido Arkin. Ido chasing a 1:08 to take the lead. Third is blue, Paco Alonso, looking for a 4.17 for second. And fourth white, Michelle Scupa, chasing a 4.94. Bueno, vamos a buscar en Google aquí ferretería en alemán. Efectivamente, Der Eisenwaren Handlung. Cuando tenemos ahí acción en directo del gran Adura Matriane. Se ha quedado pegado cerca de la roca del Percebe. Ha querido jugar de forma inteligente, queriendo, bueno, aumentar su distancia con respecto a los competidores. Tiene un 1 como backup y vamos a ver ahora si consigue superar esa puntuación. No por mucho, pero lo va a conseguir.
Además, este chaval tiene ventaja sobre los demás porque su entrenador es su padre, su aita, y ahí, claro, los vínculos son desde el útero materno, ya le van alengando para este precioso deporte.
El monje Shaolin, el gran Ivonne Amatriain, ¿no?
Sí.
Habréis compartido buenas sesiones, Ivoncho y tú.
Yo a Ivoncho le empecé a alengar cuando era joven. Yo le ayudé mucho en Mundaka. Con 13, 14 añitos ya se veía que era un chaval muy bravo. Estamos hablando del año 80 o por ahí. Ha llovido ya de aquello.
Los dos goofy footers, además,
Sí, hemos compartido muy buenas sesiones.
bailando en la barra a gusto. Con un tercio de la gente que hay hoy en día. En fin, bueno, ahí está, Dura Matriain otra vez. De backside, fíjate. Qué habilidad para coger de la misma una nueva ola. Ahí está, buen macanazo de espaldas. Y eso va a ser todo para el joven surfista Sara Ustarra. On standby still for the previous of red, Adura Matriain. Priority for white, second prio green, third prio blue.
Pero mira qué bien lo ha hecho, que ha terminado la ola justo en la esquina, se va a arrimar hacia la corriente y pasando 2 o 3 olas va a estar en el canal para volver a remontar. La verdad que mejor planteada la estrategia no podía ser.
Ahí está. Vamos a ver ahora lo que opinan los jueces con respecto a estas dos últimas olas de rojo. Y atención, porque atrás tenemos en pantalla el color verde, creo que es Ido Arkin.
Qué buen take-off. Vaya take-off que ha tenido. Qué habilidad. Ay, qué take-off ha bajado por el aire el tío.
Creo que ha sido, de hecho, en su primera ola se ha hecho un elevator drop, ha bajado un late takeoff así en el aire, ¡pam! Lo ha planchado perfecto y ha surfeado la ola hasta el final, ¿eh?
Pues esta ha sido super late take-off. Si lo otro era late, este era...
Super late. Bueno, fuerte aplauso para Ido Arkin, que le ha sacado el máximo jugo a la ola hasta el final. Previews of Adura Matriain, a 1.17. Previews of red, a 1.17 on standby for the very last score of red.
Quedan 10 minutos y el verde de la siguiente aún no vino. Leonardo Abreda.
10 minutes left. Coming up next, hit number 1 of the round of 32 of the men. Hey, Ido, 10 minutes remaining, buddy. 10 minutes left. Last of red, a 4.6. Last of red, a 4.6. La última de rojo, la izquierda esa que hemos visto, Jupa, 4.6. Extending the lead, Adura Matriain with a 5 and a 4.6. Green second, Ido Arkin still chasing a 4.68 to take the lead. Third is blue and fourth is white on a standby for the last score of green, who sits in second. Priority white, second prio blue.
Vemos las condiciones hoy un poquito más difíciles de ayer y el pronóstico fue que iban a estar las olas más grandes, pero los periodos también iban a ser mayores. Entonces esto va a ser, es más fácil jugarse la manga a 2 olas con este sistema que esperar a la que te venga, ¿no? Y bueno, mira, de hecho ya está, Matriain ya está en el pico, puede coger ese bombazo que viene allá mismo, está perfectamente situado. Ese chaval tiene un talento que vamos.
Bueno, es verdad que hoy las condiciones, no sé, se han acomodado un poco porque estamos viendo más y mejor surf, o sea, en cantidad también. Ayer era la verdad una lotería, incluso había mangas que apenas se cogían olas. Y hoy fíjate, lo que dices del periodo debe tener su influencia porque se hace más fácil remontar. Hay más parones, eso sí, cuando viene la serie, hay alguna de tus series acordeónicas que cierran de lado a lado, ¿eh?
Robloques y mazorcos, son 2 tipos de series cerrotonas. Hoy viene el mar un poquito menos del norte que ayer y yo creo que las olas van a dar hoy más juego que las de ayer.
Bueno, lo que tenemos que dar es la nota del color verde. Ido Arkin, last of green, Ido, a 3.83. Last of green, 3.83. The situation will remain the same. Red in the lead. Red in the lead, green second, Ido Arkin. Ido chasing a 4.68 to take the lead. Third is blue, Paco Alonso, with a 0.77. Paco requires a 7.99 to advance, almost an 8-point ride. And fourth, Michelle Escupa, white, with no scores yet and holding the prio, requires an 8.76 to advance. Quedan 7 minutos y 20 segundos. Se está consumiendo ya el tiempo de esta manga y fíjate, si bien he dicho antes que estaba viendo más surfing que estos días atrás, fíjate el caso de los surfistas de color azul y blanco de esta manga. Azul ha conseguido tan solo coger una ola con un 0.77 y blanco todavía no se ha estrenado. O sea que Sigue estando peleón el tema ahí fuera.
El blanco está en blanco, como su color indica. O sea, no
Efectivamente.
tiene ni una sola puntuación.
Bueno, pero todavía queda tiempo, ¿eh? Menos de 7 minutos.
Y nos han dicho que en la manga siguiente el verde no está. Tiene un poco 7 minutos tiene para entrar al agua.
Yeah, Leonardo Apreda, please make sure to go through the beach marshal and pick up your jersey. You're paddling out in the upcoming heat, and you are the only one missing from your heat to pick up the jersey. So make sure to do the check-in and hit the water as soon as possible if you don't want to miss your heat.
I don't know. I'm wondering well he's taking a coffee liquor, Brambaldovinos, and he chucked his brain yesterday probably.
Yeah, fiestas de Ferrol. You know, fiestas de Ferrol y café con carajillo.
Yeah, Carajillo is very dangerous in this brain, man.
It is. Strong carajillo.
¿Qué corriente tenemos, queridos espectadores? El segundo rojo que está entrando a la manga ya se ha puesto casi en mitad de la playa. Según salen del canal, salen como hay una corriente como de 8 o 10 nudos ahí. Fortísima.
Habrá buen pescado por ahí.
Sí, pero está en una zona un poco acordeónica, sin dudar, en la Kepa Junquera Zone.
Kepa Junquera. Bueno, pues nos adentramos en los últimos 5 minutos. 5 minutes remaining, boys. Priority for white, second prio green, third prio red, fourth prio blue. Attention surfers in the water, 4 minutes remaining. Red in the lead is still Adura Matriine with a 5 and a 4.6. Green second, Ido Arkin, 4.93 and 3.83, your two best scores. Ido, you require a 4.68 to advance, as we see now live action with Adura Matriine once again on his backhand. What a solid finish by the surfer in red and the current heat leader. Third is blue, Paco Alonso. Paco chasing a 7.99 to advance. And fourth, Michelle Escupa with a white jersey and no waves ridden yet, looking for an 8.76. Acabamos de ver una nueva ola, Jupa, de Adura Matriine.
Buenísima izquierda, buenísima. Muy
Sí.
corta, pero ha hecho lo que ha podido. Va a intentar entrar por la mitad y le va a ser ahí muy difícil entrar. Ahí va el azul.
Y atención, porque vemos a Paco Alonso, color azul, en lo que va a ser su mejor ola hasta el momento. Necesita casi un 8 para pasar. Bonito finish, un fuerte aplauso también para el surfista francés. Como dicen los franceses, applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Allez les bleus.
Très bien.
Très bien, mon ami.
Bonjour, monsieur Tamassier.
Un, deux, trois, tarari, comme ci, comme ça. Well, on standby now for last of blue, Paco Alonso. A 7.99 is what you need, buddy. There's still 2.5 minutes remaining on the timer. Bueno, quería resaltar la actuación de Adur, que es líder habiendo partido la tabla y ha conseguido entrar unas 3 o 4 veces, ha remontado, en una sola manga.
Hombre, yo creo que Adur con un cacho de tabla también hubiera pasado la manga. Con el de atrás, claro, el de que tiene las quillas.
Con el cacho de atrás, ¿no? Ay.
Cachopo el que viene ahí atrás. Eso es un cachopo, amigos. Y otro cachopo de atrás.
Bueno, quedan menos de 2 minutos. Priority white, second prior green. On standby still for the last score of blue. Last of red, a 4.9. Last score for red, a 4.9. So red extending the lead once again. Última nota de rojo, 4.9. Consigue mejorar ligeramente su sumatorio total y aumentar la distancia con respecto a sus competidores. Y aquí viene la última de Paco Alonso, last of blue, a 2.83. Blue, you're still in third, looking for a 5.93. Están caras las puntuaciones en el día de hoy, la verdad. Por el momento lidera el color rojo con una mejor ola de 5 puntos y su segunda mejor de 4.90. 1 minute remaining, boys. 1 minute to go. Red is coming in already. Aquí vemos saliéndose del agua al color rojo a Dura Matriain, el líder de la manga. Red in the lead, Ido Arkin. Green in second. Third is blue, Paco Alonso. Paco requires a 5.93 to advance. And fourth is white, Michelle Escupa. Looking for an 8.76 to advance. 30 seconds remaining on the timer. El mar vestido de pana gorda además, aquí en la playa de Pantin. Y es que vaya barras las que están entrando sin cesar en este arenal. 10 segundos, esto se acaba. Counting down in English, Cupa. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2.
1.
The time is over on a standby for the score of Michelle Escupa. Let's see what the judges had to say on the last score of this heat, which is actually the very first wave of white. Michelle Escupa, a 3.27. The situation will remain the same. Both red and green moving on into the round of 32. Blue ending up in third, Paco Alonso, and fourth white, Michelle Escupa. Bueno, Jupa, finalizamos la ronda 64. Ahora vamos a dar paso a la ronda 32. Los 32 mejores surfistas restantes en el evento. En la primera manga del día vamos a tener a Yago Domínguez. Perdón, la primera manga de la ronda. A Yago Domínguez, Tomás de Bier, Sean Gunning y Leonardo Apreda.
Good morning, everyone. This is Goni Zubizarreta. It's been great to see all the action, everyone reaping these last days, crazy conditions. Just finishing round of 64, and we're going to move on to round of 32, men and women. Plenty of action the whole day, so good luck, everyone. Enjoy and destroy.
We're waiting for the dear judges to start the countdown of the upcoming hit number 1 of the round of 32 of the men. And watch out, boys, here we go. Counting down to starting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is on. Vamos a tener color rojo, Yago Domínguez, color azul, Tomás de Bier, color blanco, Sean Gunning y el verde, Leonardo Preda, que sigue con el café y el carajillo porque no se ha presentado a su manga. Round of 32 of the men is finally on with the first hit of this round. Yago Domínguez will go in red, Tomás de Bier in blue, Sean Gunning in white, and green for Leonardo Apreda, who hasn't shown up yet.
So underway, we have already hit one of this round 4, round of 32. Important round. All rounds are important. This, I call it like probably the most important round of the competition. There's a big gap in points between this and the previous and the next one. Iago Domingues is wearing the red singlet, Thomas de Bière wearing the blue one. Sean Gunning is in white, and for this heat there's a no-show by green, Leonardo Apreda, so only 3 surfers out there for this heat 1, round 4, ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. Manga 1 da ronda de 32, ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro, día número 4. De rojo en esta manga, Iago Domingues. De azul, Thomas de Bière. De blanco, Sean Gunning. Y no hay comparecido a su manga, licra verde, Leonardo Apreda. And I'll be alone up here on the beach commentary, so it'll be pretty much technical, although they are using the sound of the beach commentary for the webcast as well, so from time to time I might narrate a little bit some waves, but mostly technical, and time to breathe as well. As the pedal there, I was by red, Iago Domingues, no ride. Reminding we are with hit 1, round 4, coming up next. Obviously, hit number 2, do get ready. Julien Fonville, Luan Nogues, Ido Agag, and João Mendonça, you're coming up next. 26 minutes remaining on hit 1, round 4. In this seat, we have one of the finalists from the previous event, Tenuki. That's Sean Gunning, who's wearing the white singlet. Well, already one wave ridden by Iago Domingues. Standing by for scores on the first of red. I'll be honest, I'll miss that one of Iago. And now that's white up and riding on the outside. That's the first one for Sean Gunning. Starting with a top carve there, bottom turning into a snap. One more turn there by Sean. Looks like a good start. by Sean Gunning as well. Score is about to come in for the first of red of Iago. Now I'll be standing by for scores on this first one of white as well. Priority with blue, blue priority. First of red, Iago, 4 points. First of red, 4 points. And now the replay of this first one of white of Sean Gunning. Solid double overheader on the outside. Nice bottom turns. Nothing really vertical, but really good work on the rail by Sean on this one. Connecting with quality. These 4 turns. It's blue priority. 23 minutes remaining. Standing by for scores on white. First of red, Iago, 4 points. First of red, Iago, 4 points. Primera de rojo, Iago, 4 puntos. And again, the replay on the big screen of that first one of Sean Gunning. On the outside, it was a solid double overheader. And like I announced before, nothing really vertical by Sean, but good work on the rail. Third turn going probably the most radical turn of the wave. Nice snap, and then finishing it with quality as well. Now, blue's taking a look on the outside. And score's about to come in for white for Sean Gunning. Looks like an excellent start. Or at least close to it. Last of white, Sean, 7-8-3. Last of white, 7-8-3. Iago, 21 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. First of red, 4 points. First of white, 7-8-3. And there's no more scores. There's no more scores in the heat. Iago, primera de rojo, 4 puntos. Primera de blanco, 7,83. 21 minutos 30 para terminar. E não há mais olas para pontuar. Priority blue. Sean, again, first of white, 7-8-3. First of white, 7-8-3. 7,83, primera de blanco. And out the back, we have a pedal there. And up and riding. That's a surfer in blue. Thomas de Bière. That's a single turn, but a solid one by Thomas. So all surfers are ready with keepers. Good start of the heat. Exciting start. 20 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Let's stand by now for scores on this first of blue. Reminding you there's no green. There was a no-show by Leonardo Apreda now on the big screen and the webcast as well. The replay. Critical section, critical turn there by Thomas de Bière. At an exciting start of the heat. Let's stand by for scores now for Thomas. And here we go. It was kind of a no-brainer. First of blue, Thomas de Bière, 9 points. First of blue, 9 points. There's a replay again if you want to check it. For those of you watching at home as well. Beautiful bottom turn. And look what part of the wave is about to hit. That's straight in the lip. Can't get more critical. And out the back. White up and riding now. I believe that was the first turn of white. So Sean Gunning is about to add something to the 7-8-3. And again, I'm going to relay that score for Thomas once again. First of blue, Thomas, 9 points. First of blue, 9 points. Primeiro de azul, 9 puntos. Now the replay of this second of white of Sean Gunning. On the big screen, a single turn there by Sean. That's going to work for sure as a backup. It's a keeper as well. Porque primeiro de azul, 9 puntos. And now last of white, Sean, 4.6. Last of white, 4.6. Sean still on his way back out. I'm going to relay that score once he's at the lineup. Now he's pretty much on the deck dive land. So I say again, this is way better than a morning coffee. Everybody on keepers. There's no throwaways on the first 11 and a half minutes remaining. There's not many times I have the opportunity to announce this. Thanks, boys. Appreciate it. Better than morning coffee. Again, Sean, last of white, 4.6. Last of white, 4.6. So surfers, 18 minutes remaining.
Una manga está completa.
18 minutes remaining. At this stage, no priority. White in the lead on a 7.83 and a 4.6. Blue second on a 9. And red third on a 4. There's no throwaways. All keepers. White priority. 17 and a half minutes remaining. So plenty of potential available out there. Looks more manageable right now than it was a few hours ago once we started the first hit of the morning. Reminding you, we started where we left yesterday with the hit 13 of the round of 64. This is the first hit already on the round of 32. ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. Priority white, second priority blue. Priority white, second priority blue. First to blue, Thomas. 9 points. First of blue, 9 points. On a single turn. Now white priority, second priority blue. The North Atlantic still pretty active, and it's going to stay like that for the next at least 5 days. There's some more swell on the way after the event as well. And the last forecast is showing for finals day a new pick up on the swell, a new increase on the swell. Looks like wind will be cooperating as well, but I don't want to jinx it. Let's take it one day at a time. Priority white, second priority blue, third priority red. Now everybody can hear me at the lineup. Surfers, 15 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. First of white, 7.83. Second of white, 4.6. That gives white the lead. White leads. First of blue, Thomas, 9 points. First of blue, 9 points. Blue second. And first of red, Iago, 4 points. All keepers in the heat. No throwaways. White leads. Sean wants to improve on a 4-6. Thomas with a 9. Blue second. And red third, Iago on a 4. Iago at this stage chasing a 5-0-1 to advance to second. I don't have to tell you, as soon as blue gets his second one, that requirement will go higher. 15 minutes remaining. 15 minutos para terminar. Pois que todas as olas para guardar. Olas de relevância na manga. Lidera Blanco. Sean Gunning, 7,83.
Attention surfers, first prior white, second red, third blue.
You heard it. Priority changes. Priority white, second priority red, third priority blue. Pois que Blanco lidera 7,83 em sua primeira ola, 4,6 em la segunda. 9 puntos para azul para uma maniobra impressionante de Thomas de Bier. Se queda em segundo posto. Iago Domingues em sua primeira ola, rojo, 4 puntos. Ubicado em terceiro posto, buscando 5,01 para se ubicar em segundo posto. Priority white, second priority red, third priority blue. The time call, there's 14 minutes remaining. That 9-point score for Thomas de Bière pretty much sends a big message to all the surfers out there. We've been talking about that since last Tuesday. Go big or go home. Connection of major turns will be a big part of the event. Single big turns, as you can tell. The judges will love those, especially under these big conditions. And we love it too. Well, Thomas, he's having a blast for sure. White priority, second priority red, third priority blue. Surfers already on the second half of the heat. 13 minutes remaining. Although if you look back at the 7-8-3 of Sean Gunning, there were at least like 4 turns into that one. So there's plenty of ways on a day like today to achieve those excellent scores. Good surfing as well by Sean. Nice work on the rail on those top carves. And then at the last sections, a third turn, a really good snap. And finishing strong as well for that 7-8-3. White priority, second priority red, third priority blue. "12 minutes on our timer. And taking a look, there's Thomas de Bière. He's going to go for the backup. Or maybe even better. Let's see. Smaller wave. That's a closeout now. So that's a backup for Thomas. Standing by white, second priority red, third priority blue. Still missing scores on last of blue. Still on standby for scores on last of blue, Thomas. Iago, I'm still waiting for scores on blue. It's a 3.5, the last of blue. Iago, you now need 8.43. Red third needs 8.43. Last of blue, Thomas, 3.5. That puts blue in the lead. Blue leads, 10 minutes remaining. Sean, you're down to second. Sean, you want to improve on a 4.6. Iago, red third, needing 8.43. Iago, te quedas tercero, buscas 8.43. 9 minutos 40. 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Sean, it's a white priority. Second priority red, third priority blue. And Sean, for the lead, you're chasing a 4.68. And red is up and riding. Iago Domingues. En la ola. Segunda ola de Iago en la manga. That's the second wave of red. That was a smaller one. Iago understood that fast too. Kicks out, managing his energy and time as well. He was aware that will be most probably a throwaway. And kicks out early. 1.43 on the last of red. No changes. Red still chasing 8.43. Última de rojo 1.43. Cambia nada. Todavía busca 8.43 Iago. 8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. White priority, second priority blue. And we have a paddle with a white prio into Sean Gunning using his priority. And kicking out. Wave kind of closing out and losing power as well. Blue priority. No second yet. Last of white 0.5. And no. 8 minutes remaining. Blue priority, second priority red. Second priority red. Third priority white. Third priority white. Priority changes. Blue priority, second priority white, third priority red. Priority change. Blue priority, second priority white, third priority red. Carlos, para que te enteres, ha bajado un montón el volumen de tu micro porque no es necesario estar tan alto por la playa, que casi nada está aquí y para la web no va a molestar absolutamente nada. ¿De acuerdo?
Sí, lo he oído antes que cuando estaba entrevistando a Jaspa se oía solo en esta zonita. Tiene sentido, porque es que si no hay a fondo no hay nada.
Ya. Otra cosa, con los entrenadores, principalmente por Vicente, me dijeron que Vicente estaba siempre hablando y no les da tiempo de rato a rato de las indicaciones de los surfers y tal. Pues que de rato a rato ahí vemos como respirar un pause para respirar, como 10, 15, 20 segundos por ahí para respirar. Perfecto. Sean, you're in seconds, white seconds. You want to improve a 4.6. There are 6 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Red third, still needing 8.43. Sean, todavía te queda ese segundo. Blanco segundo, Sean, para mejorar un 4.6, para liderar un 4.68. Rojo se queda tercero, busca 8.43. 5 minutos 50 nos quedan. Prioridad azul, segunda prioridad blanco, tercera prioridad rojo. Sean, quieres mejorar un 4.6, para liderato 4.68. Rojo tercero, Iago, busca 8.43. And the time call, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. 5 minutos. Reminding you it's a blue priority, second priority white, third priority red. Blue leads. Thomas wants to improve on a 3.5. White second. Sean to improve a 4.6. And red third, chasing 8.43. Let's watch red on our screens as well. Taking off there was Iago, not for long. That will be a throwaway. Pois já. Una ola para descartar por Iago. 0.3, the last of red. 4 minutes remaining. White are, I guess blue is taking a look. Yeah, it does look like Thomas de Bière, current hit leader. Will try to improve now on a 3.5. First the top carve there. Now going back to the bottom. And the bottom turning into a nice snap there. And maybe time for one more. No. That was smart by Thomas. Let's stand by for scores. Blue in the lead was aiming to improve on a 3.5. White priority. Second priority red. The time call, just over 3 minutes. And standing by for scores on blue. Time call, 3 minutes remaining. Waiting for scores on blue. Blue was aiming to improve on a 3-5. Reminding you that red third sitting on a 4 and a 1.43. And the score's about to come in for Lasto Blue, Thomas. And it will go on our top two. You will improve. And significantly. 2 minutes remaining. And Lasto Blue, Thomas, 6 points. Lasto Blue, 6 points. That's a total of 15 points. Solid hit, Thomas. Now with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. Priority white, second priority red. Keep in mind that Sean with priority in second will be aiming to improve on a 4-6. Iago red third, still chasing 8.43. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Thomas feels this will be enough. It's a done deal, and he's coming out of the water and having a break now. So that's the highest score, I believe, of the whole event. Definitely the best turn of the event. Merci Thomas. C'est meilleur qu'un expresso pour le matin. Under 1 minute, 50 seconds. 45 seconds. Thirty seconds. $15 seconds. And with 10 seconds remaining now, I'm about to count it down for the end of this hit one of the round 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It is over and all scores are in. Results, Thomas Dibier in blue, the winner. 15 points, solid total by Thomas. Second place finishes white, Sean Gunning. And the third place for red, Iago Dominguez. Next seat, get ready for the start. Next seat, here we go. Hit number 2, counting you in to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And for the rest of the world watching us, I welcome back to the booth Carlos Ferrari, who will present this hit.
Hello, everyone. Hello again, Pantin. We're back here with more action at the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro with this hit number 2 of round of 32. We go in the water in red, Julian Fonteviel. In blue, Luan Nogues. White, Ido Agag. And in green, Joao Mendoza. That's for sure that these conditions will suit the Portuguese surfer, Joao Mendoza. He likes it when it's solid like this, like the day we have here in Pantin with these 6 to 9 foot conditions with 12-second period and strong to moderate southwest winds with a swell direction of northwest. David, what a day of action here in Pantin.
What a day of action. I have to second what you just said about Joao. Joao, although it's a very interesting hit, very even hit, but Joao spends a lot of time surfing in Ericeira the last few years, coming from further down south in Portugal. But like most of pro surfers, once you graduate, you kind of move to Ericeira, our 5 magical miles. and he's been a standout at waves like Koshush. So yeah, like I second what you said. He's still a junior. Like he has a few years still as a junior, and he's been ripping out there. But it's going to be a very interesting hit. Do not disregard Julian for under this. Well, one thing is for sure, Carlos. If they make it to this round of 32, after the conditions we had on the first 3 days of competition, all of these boys like solid surf, like big waves.
Without a doubt, David. You know, and now here we see up and riding on green exactly. Joao Maria with a deep bottom turn and a great layback with a lot of spray, finishing that wave and sticking to the strategy of what we were saying before, David. Less is more now in this year in the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro in its 30th edition. Absolutely hammering conditions for all the surfers taking part in this contest, and especially for Joao and Luan. No, also Luan, no guess. Like we haven't talked about him, but he also like coming from France. Also that solid conditions. He's used to that type of waves back at home, but absolutely a natural talented Joao. And looking forward to see him perform here. Here we see the replay. Great.
Nice under the lip snap layback there by Joao on a solid double overheader. Let's stand by for scores on this first one of green. Also in this heat, surfer in white with Ido Agag. It's pretty solid on these conditions too. It's going to be like the previous one. We saw, well, there was no green. We saw Iago Dominguez having a little bit, struggling a little bit to get into the rhythm. Iago loves big surf as well. But between Thomas and Sean, we saw like excellent surfing already.
Beautiful style from both of them there. Absolutely. You know, Thomas de Bier like smashing that wave with that first excellent score of the day with that 9 points.
Best turn of the whole event.
Absolutely.
I'm calling it.
Without a doubt. And then Sean Gunning, effortless style, beautiful waves also cuts. And here, let's see what we got here, David.
We have already scores for the first on green. Let me just check where João is right now, so he will not be in the water. Oh, he's paddling by the channel there. First on green, João, 6.67. First on green, 6.67. Primeiro de verde, 6.67. I'll relay that score to João once he's back at the lineup. Going back to the previous heat, Carlos, it's not common that going into, let's say, almost half of the heat, I had no throwaways on my screen. All of the scores were keepers. All of the scores were like important, relevant ones. And that tells you a lot about how surfers are adapting.
And also going back to the point of wave selection, David.
You have to make sure that once you commit, you know you'll pay the price. You better make it worth it. A good example was what happened right now with João Mendonça. He committed on a big one. He knew it. He will have to straight once he got the turn, and he will have to come all the way in for sure. He got a 6.67 out of it. So it's worth it. And now he's on his way back out. Let me see if he's already out there so I can relay him the score. Once he can hear me properly, almost there.
I think we can see him back in the lineup, at least from here, from the booth.
Yeah, he's
really kind of appreciate it here in the...
over there, closer to the cliffs.
There you go. He's taking his time, going back to the lineup. João Maria Mendoza.
He did the go around, use the rip there to put you out there, and when you're on that rip, you can almost be sitting on your board because the current will push you all the way out there. It's kind of the... I'm not big on snow, but the thing that he used, I never snowboard or skied in my life. Yeah. Guess I will not now. But the thing that they sit on and put you on top of the mountain, you know?
The chairlift, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like that. That's
kind of like
we're
that.
having over there, absolutely. That's
kind
of
of
like the chairlift of Pantin. Yeah, totally agree. And
now,
let's see with maybe some action here at the back, David.
Yeah, the surfer's taking a look, but this wave kind of feather on the outside, but didn't really materialize for the surfers. 24 minutes remaining. And I'm still looking at João so I can give him the score. Last of first of green, João, 6.67. First of green, 667. The thing is that he's almost half a mile away from us.
Yeah, absolutely. They're
But
really far the surface out there, so it's hard to tricky to see from here. Absolutely, and especially now the tide is coming out. You know, we'll be low at 2:30 this afternoon, so it's gonna be even trickier to see from here for the booth. Thanks, we got this great production behind the lenses to have this broadcast here today, David.
Yeah, thank you so much to all our camera crew.
Absolutely, organization, crew people. Thank you very much for putting this incredible event of the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro on its 38th edition.
You know, there's one thing that a lot of people, when they arrive here for the first time, they make the remark is that this event structure could be a World Tour event structure.
Absolutely.
Or at least a Challenger event structure. And you know what? They keep the same structure no matter if it's a 4,000 or if it's a 1,000.
Absolutely.
Every single year, and I've been coming here for like more than 15 years, I guess. And every single year, the structure doesn't matter how many points, how many the importance of the event. It's also the same structure. Here we go, outside.
Who we got there in blue, Luan Nogues, with a first good snap there to set things up. Gets back to the whitewash, waits for that section to build up in front of him. Let's see, the Frenchman hits again once, the lip, and with a good finish. Let's see for Luan, unfortunately incomplete for him. That was one middle range wave. David, what do you reckon?
I reckon we have red taking off on the outside.
There you go, this is non-stopping. Now we're on. There's Julien Fontiel. A good first turn there, coming from behind the section, but unfortunately falls down. Got caught with that whitewash.
First of green, João, 6.67. First of green, 6.67. Now João is at the lineup. Now, first of red, Julia, 2.17. First of red, 2.17. And Lua, I'm still waiting for scores on your first one. As soon as they're available, I'll let you know. Luan is getting closer to us. I'm going to take the opportunity now, and I'm sure he can hear me, but I'm still waiting for scores on that of blue. White priority, second priority green. So again, first of green was a 6.67. First of red, a 2.17. And when he scores for the first of blue, Luan takes kind of a small wave there just to make it faster to go there to the channel towards the rocks, and scores about to come in, Luan. Looks like on the mid-range. Stand by for scores. Uh, 20 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
We can see at the back how that rib starts to pull the surface more to the left-hand side of the beach. As you can see, Dave.
Yeah.
Tide is coming out, and conditions will definitely shift for them.
The thing, oh, I have scores for blue. Luan, first of blue, 4.33. First of blue, 4.33. 4.33 para azul. And now out the back, red is taking a look. It's a white priority, second priority green. 20 minutes remaining. And Carlos, the thing is with that huge swell during the first 3 days of competition, the bathymetry of the beach changed a lot. Absolutely. So those riptides, the currents, I had examples. I remember Noah Dupuy, who went out like a couple of days ago, closer to Marnella, thinking, well, I can go there because if I think it's a bad decision, the current will push me all the way back here to the main peak in front of the judges' tower. Guess what the current did to him? All the way, the opposite. It put him almost in Marnella. Really? He was trying to make his way, but before he pedaled out, he was checking the current. It was like that, with the tides changing, with these big swells moving the sand all over the place. You can tell now there's a lot more sand here closer to the rocks. It was on the first day.
Absolutely, and we got there again. Try to hold this rail. Julien Fondiel is pretty hard because there's a lot of bumps in those open faces. David, and not easy to hold that rail in those deep bottom turns, because you need those deep bottom turns to attack the section. Not all the time you get at the vertical section what you want in front of you, but definitely good for carving and for a good sharp and rail game. that we want to see out there from this surface in round 32, hit number 2 with 80 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, guys. Leading Joao Mendoza with a 6.67, Luan Nogués with a 4.76, Julian Fondiel 2.60, and Ido Agag waiting for his first wave of this hit.
Yeah, it is a white priority white, second priority green. Again, the first stop blue was 4.33. First stop blue, 4.33. One still on his way out. As soon as he reaches the lineup, I'm going to relay that score again. This is mostly for the coaches. So at this stage, 6.67 on the single only wave of green, 4.33 on the first of blue, 2.17 on the first of red. All remaining scores are throwaways. Red on a 0.43 on the second, blue also with a 0.43 on his second. White priority, second priority green, third priority red. 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. I'm still looking here at blue on a corner, waiting for Luan to get back out there, and then I'll relay scores again and situation.
Sounds good, David. Thank you very much for that information. And we see now how the tide's coming out. And as you said before, you know, it's hitting that sandbank that we have in front of us.
Yeah.
And absolutely the strategy of the surfers will have to change, because that option they're surfing this morning in front of us.
One thing is not an option for today, reminding all surfers, you can't go up the hills and jump from the cliff like we saw
on the previous days.
I was a surfer yesterday on white. I was trying to remember who was it. I thought he was going to go for an acid drop,
I
actually.
think it was Leopold. I'm not really sure.
It was Leopold. You're right. It was Leopold.
Absolutely, yeah. So, yeah, just remind the surfers, guys, you cannot jump from the cliff because it can get pretty tricky. And we want everyone safe here in this contest. So let's see what we have to see here now with another set of waves coming. And again, the surface staying more to the right-hand side of the beach, David.
White priority, second priority green, third priority red. Yeah, it's been like that since heat one this morning. The heat is way more compressed. Everybody's sinking way closer together. That's a good indication that conditions are getting a little bit more manageable, or at least a little bit more predictable. Here we go. White is up and riding. That's the first one of Ido Agag. He's strong on those single turns as well.
Committed to his surfing, but not very vertical. What do you reckon, David? I think it was a good set of waves. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. It felt to me like he didn't went from 9 to 12. It felt to me that he went like kind of from 5 o'clock to 10 to 12, you know. It was like on a 40-degree angle. The judges are going to take that into consideration. Once he got up there, and you're going to get the replay here. So this is what I mean. You know, it was not like a deep bottom turn straight into there, but the turn was a good one. Let's see how the judges look at it.
Exactly. We'll see this blue deal. That will be an interesting score to hear from the judges.
Well, I mean from when I said I mean from 6 to 12, not from 9 to 12. Sorry, from 6 to 12.
Yeah. I think we understand what you want to mean. And let's see now with 15 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Good fact here. What board you think the guys are surfing? What size of boards you think they're surfing today, Dave?
I think after the last few days, what they're surfing, what we should be surfing with.
I think, well, that's another question. That's two questions, David.
And what boards do they have available?
Exactly. That's a third question on the table. So, what do you reckon surfers will be surfing in these conditions?
I would go like still getting probably my step up, because you'll be seeing like a solid surf still out there. So. A little bit less inches than on the previous days, but still something over 6 foot. That will be my call. Now, would that be the call of the surfers or not? It's a whole different question. Now, out the back, we have a.
I see again the Portuguese Joao Mendoza feeling like at home, looking for another layback. Stuck on that whitewash.
Luan, first stop blue, scored the 4.33. First stop blue, Luan, 4.33. Ido. First of white, 5.93. First of white, 5.93. Now standing by for scores on green. It's in. It's a 1.13. All scores are in. We have green in the leads with 14 minutes remaining. Green leads, white seconds. Blue thirds needing 1.61. And red fourth, needing 3.77. So green in the lead with the best wave of the heat at 6.67 and no backup. I'm still checking where Ido might be. If needed, I will go again with the situation. Oh, he's still on his way back out. White in second on a single wave of a 5.93. Blue thirds sitting on a 4.33 and a 0.43, needing 1.61. And red fourth, Julien, with priorities red. It's a red priority. Julien sitting on a 2.17 and a 0.43. Red needs 3.77. All scores are in. 13 minutes remaining. Priority red, second priority blue. I'm paying close attention to Ido. He's still padding there on the channel, I believe. Once they reach the lineup, I'm going to relay that situation once again. For João, the same. Last of green for João Mendonça, 1.13. But João has now third prio. He was actually just a little bit further inside. That's why he didn't have priority. Yep. So only a red priority, second priority blue, no third priority yet.
Thanks for that information, David. And yeah, we're talking about like getting back to the subject about the boards. I was talking with Goni, he was interviewing Adura Madrian, and exactly, you nailed it. That was the size of the boards he's surfing. There's a 6-0 with a round pin. Unfortunately for him, he broke that board. First broken board of the day. And it was his magic board from Tahiti and Hawaii, but what a way to finish that board.
I saw Adur about to go out yesterday for a warm-up, and I called him because I was in love with the board he was bringing out there. It looked like a solid step up, like a 6-6, something like that. More than even a round pin, looked like almost a full pin on that tail, but a beautiful one. Here we go, red up and riding.
Julien Fontvielle, there we go, on his backhand. Looking for that section that unfortunately cannot manage to deliver that turn on the top. As again, there's a very tricky conditions out there today here in Pantin.
Priority blue, second priority green, third priority white. Ido now he's almost on the lineup. So there's no changes in the current hit situation. Green leads, green in the lead. João, you want to improve a 1.13. White second, Ido. White second, Ido. On a single wave, a 5.93. Blue third, Lua, needing 1.61. And red fourth, Julien, needing 3.77. Reminding you, surfers, that the top two don't have a backup. João, in the lead green, has a 1.13 as a backup. White second, Ido, on a single wave. And both the top two also counting with the top two waves of the heat. So far, high score of the heat, a 6.67 on green. Second best wave of the heat, a 5.93 on white. And now I believe Ido can hear me properly. So first of white, Ido, 5.93. Gives white seconds. Blue thirds, needing 1.61. Red fourth, needs a 3.77. Time call, just over 10 minutes remaining. Now exactly 10 minutes. Blue priority, second priority green, third priority white, last priority red.
And we see that again in that replay, that layback from João. David, that was a solid first wave of him. Definitely the highlight of this heat. And here again, we see the replay of Luan Nogues pushing hard with his back foot there. Back to the whitewash. A great technique from the Frenchman. Driving that bottom turn, hitting the lip with a lot of spray. And a great finish, unfortunately incomplete for the Frenchman.
Yeah, he had like really good timing on the previous to last turn, hitting there at the same time as the backwash and making it. And now the replay of Ido's Agag 5.93. Unfortunately for Luan, when he went for the last turn, got hit by the backwash once again, but that one was too hard on Ido. And meanwhile, there's a full cleanup set.
Exactly, there we go. There's, like Mikel says, series accordeon. It will clean up the lineup, that's for sure, David.
Yeah.
Look at that set of waves. Big whitewash there. Sometimes you think the sea is mellowing down, but not at all.
It's been the story of the last few days.
And it's incredible. It doesn't mellow down.
No,
It
no, no.
keeps on pumping.
I haven't checked the charts, but I bet you that the low depression, there's a lot of lows right now on the North Atlantic. And there's a big high, as usual, this time of the year. We call it the Açores anticyclone, where I come from. So the whole kind of mid-Atlantic is with a huge high pressure, and there's a lot of low pressures sitting further up north. That's what... All priorities are suspended now. All priorities are suspended. 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. All priorities suspended. So the connection between those lows up north and the big high pressure system further down, they kind of touch each other. Yep. And where they touch each other, the wind from the lows and the highs are kind of converging the same direction, yep, from west into east. That's pointing straight towards Galicia into the weekend. So that's exactly. That's why the next swell will be coming in with way less interval. It will be around 10, 11 seconds period arriving on Saturday, maybe picking up on the interval on Sunday. Yep. But it's a whole different situation. It's not kind of a storm delivering this next swell. It's just like the wind produced between the gaps of the highs and the lows just channels straight into Galicia. Here we go, back to the heat.
Here we go, back again. We got up and riding. Ido Agag on his second wave, driving with that bottom turn, hits again, pretty much same.
He's very consistent, Ido.
Yeah, committed to his surfing and committed to that wave, that's for sure. That's what the judges like to see, that commitment, as we said before. If we have to put a slogan to this contest, what will be that one, David?
7 minutes remaining, 7 minutes remaining. All priorities still suspended. So with that, for the people watching online, with that big set, all the surfers were pushed further inside. And once you get out of the main, what we call the main takeoff area, your priority is suspended. Once they're back at the lineup, and a few of them are already. So priorities are back now. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority red. No longer suspended. Waiting for scores on last of white, Ido. That's the second of white. So once we have scores for the last of white, Luan and Julien, your requirement is about to go higher. That was the second of white. 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Waiting for scores on the last of white.
Still plenty of time to go for those surfers out there with 6 minutes on the clock.
The good thing with that forecast is that all of that wind that I've been talking about is going to stay way offshore.
Good.
We're going to stay here with probably locally with some offshore winds, kind of like that. But I don't want to jinx it. Let's take it one day at a time. But it was the last time I checked the forecast. I'll be honest, it was like last Monday. Yep. It was pointing like that. Still on standby for scores on white, Ido. It's an important score in the heat. Ido will be counting. It will be the only surfer with the two keepers. Meanwhile, let's go with blue up and right.
Again, the Frenchman. Looking for that section to hit, pumping down the line, coming from the under section, points it, hits the lip with that good snap, keep on riding down that wave, hits again that finish of that wave. Not bad of that wave of Luan, David.
Yeah,
keeping it up there.
And out the back, we have a pedal there too, no ride there. Yeah, Luan most probably was aware of the situation. We're waiting for scores on white. White is about to improve. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining, and that too, the time. Luan is aware of that. So that was a good option, definitely by Luan Nogues.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, those are the right-handers. The guys are looking for these good scores where they can connect the dots and at least connect two maneuvers and a good closeout turn. And now we can see another monster.
And after that last one of white, Luan was making sure he stays in contention for second place. Now waiting for scores both on white and blue. With 4.5 minutes remaining. Reminding it's a green priority. Green leads, still with no backup. Still no backup for green. He's still sitting with the high score of the heat, a 6.67. But the scores we're waiting for are the last of white and last of blue. Important scores.
Crucial for this heat.
You know, white is going to take the lead. That's for sure. White was chasing a 1.88 for the lead.
Let's see also Luan Nogues, the Frenchman,
Yeah.
looking for a 1.61.
So last of white, Ido 5-8-3 puts white in the lead. Last of white 5-8-3, white in the lead. Green drops to second. Waiting for scores on blue, Luan. Blue third was chasing a 3-4-8, and Julien, red fourth, is now chasing a 5-6-4. But we're waiting for scores on blue. Blue third was chasing a 3-4-8. Green priority, second priority red. So green drops to second. And right now, white leads. He's the only surfer with 2 keepers on the 5-point range. Last of blue, Luan, 3-8-7. Last of blue, 3-8-7. That puts blue in second. Green is down to third. 3 minutes remaining. Green third, needing 1.53. Red fourth, Julien, needing 6.03. And we have green up and riding. João Mendonça.
Right, and João Maria Mendoza looking for that backup score with that layback.
Well, he's
Let's
back in second place. He was only chasing a 1.53. Now it's Julien Fonville.
Full on action here, Julien Fondiel on his backhand. Good first snap to set things up and looks for another section. Unfortunately, incomplete for him and gets all that whitewash on his back.
Yeah, and with that last one of Julien was already chasing a 6.03. So far, his high score in the heat at 2.17. João is about to go back to second. Last of red, 1.83, waiting for scores on green. He was chasing 1.53 to advance to second. So we're missing scores on green, but that second place of blue, now it's a virtual second place. Once we have scores for green, situation will change. 2 minutes remaining. Requirements will change as well. And scores about to come in for green. It's not going to be a high score, but enough. 2.8, last of green, 2.8. Green is back in second. Blue third, Luan. Blue third, needing 5.15. Blue third, needing 5.15. Red fourth, needing 7.3. Red fourth, needing 7.3. No priority. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. White leads, Ido. White in the lead to improve a 5.83. Green second, João, to improve a 2.8 for the lead. 5.09. Blue third needs 5.15. Red fourth. Red needs 7.3. Surfers time call. 1 minute. Last minute. Still no priority.
Things are getting spicy at the last moment. David, how João Mendoza turned around the heat with that backup wave.
Yeah, he had to. You know, he was sitting on a single score pretty much throughout the whole heat. You remember that the 6.67 was pretty much on the first 3 minutes of the heat.
Yep.
So you don't want to lose with a high score, needing 1 point something. It wouldn't be like the first time we saw a surfer with like a 10 and then not making it, you know?
Absolutely not the first time. So yeah, definitely.
He had the highest score of the heat. He made sure he got something else to stay in second. Now it's not done yet. Requirement for blue. For second, it's a 5.15, and red in third, needing a 7.3. There's 15 seconds remaining. Let's see if anyone has one more chance. Yeah, and that's João Mendonça up and riding with 10 seconds.
Looking for another increase that backup score with a great first carve.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, it will make no difference. But that was smart surfing by João. Still trying to improve on a 2.8. Next hit on standby. Last of green equals. It's again a 2.8. Results. First place white, second place green, third place blue, fourth place red. So Ido Agag, the winner of the hit in white. Second place goes for green, João Mendonça. Third blue, Luan Nogues. Fourth red, Julien Fonville. A very smart hit by Ido Agag. He stayed like on the mid-range, but he got 2 of those, 2 mid-5s. Next hit, get ready for the start. Counting to start hit number 3 in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now, I'm going to leave you with Mikel Urigoitia to present this heat. Meanwhile, let's go for the web. Stanley Norman on white, on red, Anso Driozola in blue, Ruben Vittoria in white, and Paul Boniface in green. Those are the performers for the next half an hour, but that will be with Mikel Urigoitia. I'm going to leave you with Mikel for the next, I believe, hour. Have a good one.
Unreal. Thank you very much, David. That was a real pleasure.
Thank you, Carlos. I second that. A pleasure as well.
Absolutely. Bring it on. And we got now the one and only Mikel Urigoitia on the mic. ¿Qué tal, Mikel? ¿Cómo estamos?
¿Qué pasa, Carlos Ferrari?
Aquí, once again, and Ruben Vitoria, all the way from Zarauz, looking for that section to hit. He kicks out. Stylish surfer from Zarauz. Always lovely to see him surfing.
Right on, right on.
Bring it on, Ruben. Let's see the scores.
Well, let's see. Just under 29 minutes remaining on the timer in red. Stanley Norman, who's coming from putting a great show on the very first day of competition. Stanley, he's on a roll with a red jersey. Blue, Hans Odriozola, coming from Donosti, San Sebastian, from the Basque Country. As well as Ruben with a white, coming from Zarauz, Sit-Town. And in green, Paul Boniface avec le vert in green.
Beautiful hit in front of us here to watch, Mikel. So with 28 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, Ruben Vitoria with that first wave and 1.5. Tricky conditions for everyone out there. And let's see what happens with the next set of waves coming.
Bueno, y atención, allí tenemos al fondo a la izquierda, en una bonita derecha, el color verde, si no me equivoco, Paul, el francés. Cuesta distinguir desde la lejanía los colores azul y verde. No obstante, tenemos al jefe de prioridad y al cámara con prismáticos. Y bueno, y nosotros tenemos a día de hoy la pantalla también que nos hace ver la acción de cerca.
There we saw the last replay of Paul Boniface, the Frenchman, trying to look for a section to hit, but unfortunately for him, that wave closed out. So let's see, now it's going to take a little while for him to get back to the lineup. And here we go, Hans Oriozola in blue, deep bottom turn. Great first snap. Looks for a section to hit the lip. Not much spare on that one. And he's looking for a change of board, Mikel.
Yeah, caddy for blue, please. Caddy for blue. Hans Odriozola. He's looking to change his equipment. So please, caddy for blue. Hans Odriozola. Dale, Josema. Calienta que sales.
Here we see the replay, what happened there with that deep bottom turn from the surfer from San Sebastian.
Great.
Turn there,
Yeah.
absolutely, and looking for that change of board. Something happened there, Mikel. We don't know. Broke his board, broke his leash. Something happened.
He might want to change the equipment. I don't know.
Yeah, looks like everyone's surfing around those 6-0s with the round pin, but let's see.
Might be broken, might be not.
That's the question.
We'll see.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we got 25 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Hans Oriozola with that last wave with a 5.67. Paul Boniface with a 2.33. Ruben Vitoria 1.5. And Stanley Norman keeping that priority.
Hans, quedan 25 minutos. Tu nota 5.67. ¿De acuerdo? 5.67, primera de azul. A 5.67. 5.67, first of blue, Hans Odriozola. First of green, Paul. A 2.33. 2.33. Premier score de Paul avec le vert. Ruben Vitoria, white, first of white, 1.5, and no scores yet for red, Stanley Norman.
Stanley Norman waiting for that first wave to put on a score. He's definitely having a clear strategy out there, and we can see that there's just a little space for the takeoff for everyone today. That's all of them. They're looking for that big right-hander, one maneuver, one big score. That's pretty much the strategy for today for everyone, Mikel.
Sorry, man, I was a bit lost. I was just checking for blue and his caddy. I was wondering what the hell happened to Hans, because it's been...
Interesting. I don't know. I can see the ball from here. It doesn't look broken.
Maybe the pad,
Maybe the pad. Maybe this
traction pad, who knows?
You never know. We'll find out after with the interview from Goni. Let's see.
Well, 23.5 minutes remaining. Blue in the lead, Hans with a 5.67 on his opening ride. Green second, Paul with a 2.33. Third is white, Ruben Vitoria with a 1.5, and no scores yet for red, Stanley Norman with the first prio, by the way. Prio for red. Ruben, te quedan 23 minutos. Zure aurreneko latua bat puntu bostekoa izan da, Ruben Ru. Eutsi goiari anai. Eurre.
There we see Ruben running all the way down the beach to that current that we have at the right-hand side of the beach, where can you actually get back to the lineup pretty fast. And here we see someone at the back on red. That's Stanley looking for that first wave to catch, but unfortunately couldn't get it. There's still some monster sets back out there, Mikel.
Yeah, this is non-stop.
It's non-stop, mate. You can see how they break against the wall at the ride.
Well, check it out. There's a little reform at the back. Let's see. A beautiful wave over there.
Wow, that's good. There will be good, two good turns in the pocket there, but let's see, it's hard to get in position to get that one, especially with that long time to paddle back out. And we see that Ruben at the right-hand side of the beach trying to get back to that current. And as David said, to that chairlift that will take them back to the lineup with 21 minutes and 57 seconds on the clock.
$20 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the timer, boys. Priority red, second prio green.
Even with the tide coming out, Mikel, we can see that the surfers, that all of them sticking to the strategy of that clear point in front of the judges' booth to that section. And here we can see in red, that was Paul Boniface at the left-hand side of the beach. I don't know how the judges are going to judge that, Mikel, because pretty much what they're looking to is less is more. So one big turn in those one big set waves. So we haven't seen very big scores in that side of the beach. But on the other hand, it takes so long to get back to the spot. So here we go again with that replay.
Beautiful down carve.
Yeah, that was a
I love
beautiful
the
dunk
extension on the
Yeah.
lower part of the wave.
Absolutely. Great arm position too from the Frenchman. And we're going to see now, waiting for the scores for the judges for that last wave of green.
Well, let's see. On the standby now for last of green, Paul.
All right, guys, 80 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock with Paul Bonifaz leading the heat with a 6.17. Second, Hans Odriozola from San Sebastián with a 5.67. Third, Ruben Vitoria with 1.5. And Stanley Norman still waiting for his first wave, keeping that priority like gold for him. Let's see, there's a set of waves coming at the back. Stanley on his first wave, up and riding. Driving down the line, looking for the section, hits it. A lot of commitment from Stanley. Definitely not easy conditions. And performing, committed to the serve and that wave. Stanley Norman, we'll see what the judges will have to say for that wave, but that was a great performance from Stanley. Let's see. There we can see that replay. That finish, 17 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, guys.
All right, 16 minutes and a half remaining, boys. Stanley Norman, a 6.23 on your opening ride as we see now live action once again with blue. Hans Odriozola, a quick in and out for the Basque surfer in blue. Well, so Stanley jumping from fourth to first with his opening ride. Good surfing starts at 6, that's what they say, and a 6.23 is what he got on his very first ride. Stanley taking the lead. Blue second, Hans with a 5.67 and a 0.5. Third is green, Paul. Paul needs a 2.35 as we see now Paul up and riding on that left.
That was a great first turn from Paul.
And fourth is white, Ruben Vitoria chasing a 4.68.
All right, let's see Ruben Vitoria now with priority in white. Keeping that strategy of surfing one bomb of those ones that we're looking at the back right now with those massive white washes. Let's see if we can figure out where the surfer from Zarauz is right now.
Hey, Stanley, your opening ride, a 6.23. First of red, 6.23.
First prior blue, second white.
Just under 15 minutes, Stanley. You still have plenty of time ahead of you. Red in the lead. Stanley in the lead with a 6.23. Hans blue in second with a 5.67 and a 0.5. Green third. Paul 3.83 and 2.33. Your two best scores. Green, you're chasing a 2.35 to advance. And fourth is white, Ruben Vitoria with a single score of a 1.5, requiring a 4.68 to move up to second. Prior blue, second prior white.
There we could see Stanley Norman flying down the beach to get back to that current that would lift him back to the peak, where we can see now Ruben Vitoria. He's got second priority. He lost it. And here we see Hans with a great first carve, using all that rail, kicking out. But definitely we count something for the judges, as that's what they want to see. One strong maneuver, committed surfing, strong waves. I think we can see here in the replay. There we go, Hans Orzola with a slightly bigger board of him, with a great, that first carve, back to the whitewash, compressing down the bottom, and then he kicks out of that wave. Didn't deliver much, but he'll definitely put a score back and maybe taking the lead, Mikel.
Definitely taking the lead. A 0.6 is what he needs, and a 2.4 is what he gets. So blue takes the lead. Hans Odriozola with a 5.67 and a 2.4 sits in first. Stanley Norman comes down to second. Red, you are in second now, looking for a 1.84 to move up to first again. Third, green, Paul with a 3.83 and a 2.33. Paul requires a 2.41 for second. And fourth, white, Ruben Vitoria, a 1.5 for you. You require a 4.74 to advance. Priority white, second prior green.
We'll see now what Ruben will have to deliver. I think he's sticking to his strategy to taking just one bomb to take that 4.74 to advance on first, the surfer from Zarauz. And on the meanwhile, thank everyone on these corners, Mikel. You know, the guys, everyone behind the cameras, organization, staff, everyone, thank you very much for putting this 38th edition of the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. What a pleasure for all of us to be here.
Right on, 38 editions back to back, year after year here.
Solid. This is a classic European surfing contest, without a doubt.
Well, just under 12 minutes, boys. Coming up next, hit number 4 of the round of 32 of the men with Sam Peter, Guilherme Ribeiro, Enzo Cavallini, and Keone Lassa.
Wow, that's a strong one. There we see this next heat gonna be spicy, but there's still a lot of action here, still waiting to finish this heat with 11 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock. Hans Orzola winning, keeping that lead with 8.07. Stanley Norman with a smart surfing in this heat. Just surf one wave, but make it count absolutely. And then Paul Boniface with a 6.17.
Priority white, green, blue. Prior white, green, blue.
And at last but not least, Ruben Vitoria, incredible surfer and better person, waiting for that set of waves to smash another wave and score for him. Let's see. With still plenty of time on the clock. 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, guys. Situation keeps the same with Hans Odriozola first with an 8.07. Starley Norman with that 6.23, still waiting for a backup score. Paul Boniface on third with a 6.16, sorry. And Rubén Vitoria, 1.5. 9 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, guys.
Hey boys, 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Blue in the lead, Hans with a 5.67 and a 2.4. Red in second with the highest single score of this heat, Stanley. You are in second with a 6.23. You require a 1.84 to be first. Third is green, Paul, the Frenchman, with a 3.83 and a 2.33 as your two best scores. And you require a 2.41 to advance. Fourth is white, Rubén Vitoria, with a single score of a 1.5, chasing a 4.74. Bueno, pues se va consumiendo el tiempo lentamente y poco a poco el público fiel de Pantin que se va acercando aquí al lomo verde cuando vemos ahí en acción a rojo finalmente poniéndose en pie Stanley Norman. Vamos a ver, ataca el labio y bonito snap que consigue sacarse de la chistera el británico que está enchufadísimo. Stanley Norman va a recuperar el liderato de la manga, un 1.84 es lo que necesita. Por lo tanto, vamos a esperar a conocer ahora la opinión de los jueces.
Absolutely, Mikel. That was a really smart surfing from Stanley Norman. Only 2 waves, but making them count and probably getting the lead after that second one. And he was leading a 1.84. Here we see the replay of Stanley claiming that last wave. Deep bottom turn from him and with a great, let's say, carve or layback there with a lot of speed and commitment.
Right on, dropping the wallet in the most critical part of the wave.
Absolutely, that's where the money turns out, Mikel. That's what the judges, they want to see, and absolutely he likes it. We liked it. Let's see if the judges liked it. Scores will deliver very soon.
He's put in such a great performance through all the event. On the very first day, he was able to post a couple of 7s on his opening run. And there he is, a 6.17. Last of Red Stanley, a 6.17. So Red extending the lead with a couple of 6s, a 6.23 and a 6.17. Stanley in the lead. Hans Odriozola, blue, requires a 6.73 to take the lead. Third is green, Paul, the Frenchman, looking for a 4.24 for second. And fourth is white. Who's up and riding now?
The Paul answering to Stanley in that middle set wave. I don't think it will count for the judges to put him on first position, but definitely staying really busy out there, Paul Boniface. And now we can see there's another monster set of waves coming. This is non-stopping, Mikel.
Well, 5 minutes left. Another throwaway score for the Frenchman in green, a 2.07, which won't count into his two best scores. As we said, in the last 5 minutes of this hit number 3 of the round of 32 of the men.
Ruben Vitoria just got another wave there. He's got his backup score. Not counting much there, unfortunately, for the surfer from Zarauz, with a 1.5 and a 2.50 in total, still fourth. In white, Ruben Vitoria looking for the set waves to clinch that score and putting him back on lead position.
He's looking for the clutch, right?
Absolutely, mate.
The last
Yeah.
stages of the hit.
Salvado por la campana. Eso es lo que está buscando.
¿Qué es eso del término de clutch que utilizan
Clutch.
los anglosajones, no? Es cuando
Sí, es
en
como-
el último instante
Eso es. Como ese momento como que
consigues darle la vuelta,
darle la
¿no?
vuelta a la tortilla. Eso es. Como eso no lo conocen, ¿sabes? Bueno, algunos sí lo conocen, ¿eh? Pero sí, darle la vuelta a la tortilla en el último minuto.
Aquí vamos aprendiendo en cada campeonato, adaptándonos al slang surfero.
Sin duda alguna. Es infinita, además.
Nos tenemos que poner el calcetín en la boca para hablar un poquito así, ¿me entiendes?
Está claro, Mikel.
3 minutes 30 seconds remaining on the timer.
Qué buena, Mikel.
Priority blue, second priority green, third priority white. Ahora nos quitamos el calcetín y volvemos a hablar normal.
¿Podemos hablar normal ahora, Mikel?
Podemos hablar como si fuésemos aquí dos, pues, yo americano y tú australiano.
Me parece bien. Okay, we got someone. Okay, we still got 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, guys.
Quedan 3 minutos.
3 minutos y 5 segundos. Con Stanley Norman in first position, followed by Hans Odriozola. And here we go, another answer from Paul Boniface, staying super busy. The Frenchman really committed to this heat. We couldn't see properly that finish, but definitely it's going to take him a score to put him back.
Y luego con el freno de mano un poco metido ahí el francés en ese giro.
Sí.
Quería
No
hacer
hemos
el clásico drifting, fin drift, que no lo ha
Fin
conseguido.
Ahora las condiciones cambian un poquito con la marea bajando. Hay más cerrotes.
Y atención, atrás del todo Stanley Norman, que despega y cae como fruta madura de arriba abajo. Ha conseguido despegarse de la tabla, por lo que le van a tener que puntuar. Pero no va a llegar al punto, porque vamos, ha hecho el salto el tigre.
Salta la fama, comentan por aquí.
0.27.
0.27, but actually nothing's going to change for the surfer from Great Britain, Stanley Norman, still third with 12 points and 40.
God save the Queen. Stanley Norman in the lead.
Smart surfing from in this heat. And let's see what will happen here in this 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock, guys. We'll have a very special guest for our next heat. Who is coming, Mikel?
He's the great Hoopa Soler, Hoopa Shapes.
Hoopa Shapes.
Will be back in the booth.
Exactly, the one and only. Is coming with some surprises for ya. Esta vez en castellano. Las risas están aseguradas. And here we go. Once again, Hans Odriozola. Deep bottom turn. Holding that rail. Beautiful top turn. He goes back again. Stays in the whitewash. Staying still. Solid on his feet. And with that last layback. A quick snappy snap there. Looking at the clock. And that was a solid first turn from the surfer from San Sebastián.
1 minute remaining on the timer, boys. Stanley Norman is still in the lead. Now let's see what the judges think on the last wave of blue. Was a great looking wave with a beautiful display of surfing by Hans Odriozola. Let's check it out. There we have the replay on the biggest screen.
How he holds that bottom turn. Great arm position. Shifting all the way to his back foot. Solid on his feet from the surfer of San Sebastián. And looking, squeezing that wave with that layback and that snappy snap at the end.
We're going to get into the last 15 seconds of this heat. 10 seconds. And counting down, boys. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. White is up and riding. Ruben Vitoria on his backhand.
Squeezing that wave all the way to the end. Ruben Vitoria on his backhand. He put those really good 2 turns there. And finishing that wave.
Ahí está el surfista vasco sacándose esa última ola de entre las mangas. Vamos a ver, porque es su fuerte
Vamos,
el surfing
Rubén.
de backside.
Vamos, Rubén. Let's see, waiting for scores, guys.
Last of blue hands, a 3.4. Last of blue 3.4. Red first, blue second. Green third, white fourth on a standby though for the very last score of white. White chasing a 7.57. Let's see what the judges have to say on the last ride of this hit.
It's getting super interesting till last minute.
Hay que esperar a conocer la última nota de Rubén. Aquí viene la nota. Rubén Vitoria necesita un 7.57 y consigue un 4 en su última ola. Por lo tanto, la situación va a seguir siendo la misma. Pasan a la siguiente ronda. Disculpa, el color rojo Stanley Norman, color azul Hans Odriozola. Enhorabuena a los dos. Tercer clasificado el francés de color verde Paul Boniface y cuarto blanco Rubén Vitoria.
All right, thank you, Mikel. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. And now I leave you with this special guest that we have here behind me, the one and only, Japel. ¿Cómo estás?
Bueno, Carlitos, disfruta del break.
Un placer, Mikel. Fuerte abrazo. Nos vemos pronto.
We're ready for the countdown of the hit number 4 of the round 4, round of 32 of the men. There we go, boys. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the hit is on in red. The Frenchman, Saint-Peter, with the blue jersey from Portugal, Guilherme Ribeiro. Another Frenchman in white, Enzo Cavallini. And the Basque surfer with the green jersey, Keoni Lassa. Good luck, boys.
Oye, ¿queréis un agua o algo? ¿Queréis una agüita? ¿Tú quieres qué?
No, pero eso igual es de Prescott.
Ya os traigo.
'Bueno, pues quedan 28 largos minutos por delante. Tenemos a los 4 participantes esperando pacientemente a coger sus primeras olas. El francés Saint-Peter de color rojo, el también francés Enzo Cavallini de color blanco, un portugués color azul para Guilherme Ribeiro, y el surfista vasco venido desde Zarauz, el gran Keoni Lassa, que irá de verde. ...27 minutes remaining on the timer. Hemos consumido 3 minutos. Y vamos a ver lo que acontece en esta grandísima manga de la banca Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. Buenos días a todo el mundo que os estáis acercando al tercer día de competición. Empezamos el martes Martes, miércoles, jueves. Hoy es viernes, cuarto día de competición. El periodo de espera es hasta el domingo. Y la verdad que el oleaje no va a cesar a lo largo de este campeonato. Ha empezado fortísimo y va a acabar más fuerte todavía. Se esperan condiciones de olas muy grandes para el domingo. Cuando venimos ahí en acción al gran Keoni Lasa de backside estrenándose en esta manga de la ronda 32. Bonito bottom ahí para conectar. Ahí le ha metido más vertical. Sigue manteniendo la velocidad. Le vuelve a dar duro bajo el labio. Y una última maniobra. Un fuerte aplauso para Keoni Lasa. Buena forma de romper el hielo, la de este joven surfista que está este año compitiendo en el Challenger Series. Está haciendo el circuito mundial. Junto a Yago Domínguez y a Dura Matriain, los tres máximos representantes de nuestro surfing, compitiendo a nivel mundial a lo largo y ancho del mundo. Let's check the replay now on the biggest screen on the opening ride of this hit number 4 of the round of 32 of the men. That's Keoni Lasa in green. A pretty good start for the Basqueman, Keoni. On standby for the first of green as well as for the very first of red, Saint-Peter. Third prior for red, as we see now red up and riding again. A quick in and out by Sammy Peter. Keoni opening right for you, a 4.33. 4.33, first of green. 4.33. Primera ola de verde, Keoni Lasa, 4.33. Enfrente tenemos al portugués Guilherme Ribeiro en ola. Muy fuerte esa primera maniobra y no le va a dar para más. En cualquier caso, el daño ya está hecho. Le ha pegado duro en la parte más crítica de la ola y, como bien sabéis, aquí se premia, se busca además la calidad sobre la cantidad de las maniobras. Más vale una buena que 4 mediocres para conseguir la puntuación deseada. Let's check it out, the replay now on the last of blue, hitting strongly the lip on the most critical part of the wave. He's loving it. Claiming it, Guilherme Ribeiro on his very first ride. Priority white, second priority red, and red taking off on his backhand, navigating the bumps and going down. Saint-Peter. Bueno, Jupa, querido amigo, ¿cómo lo ves? Quedan todavía 22 minutos.
Las condiciones bien difíciles, bien irregulares, pero bueno, es como una lotería, ¿no? Cada uno apuesta por una estrategia diferente y eso hace que sea más entretenida las mangas. La disparidad de distancia entre ellos, cada uno apuesta un poco por la suerte, porque yo creo que el planteamiento hoy día la manga es difícil, pero vemos que por la distancia que hay entre las olas es más fácil remontar hoy, incluso estando más grande que ayer, es más fácil remontar hoy, ¿no? Y eso pues se gana, para los espectadores se gana. ¿Y dónde está el rojo? Si ven ustedes en mitad de la playa, yo creo que hoy es la mejor ola ahí. En la esquina no están saliendo porque viene el mar como más del sureste, en vez de venir del noroeste como ayer. Y ahí donde está cogiendo el rojo ahora mismo.
Y fíjate, ahí va Sam Peter, el francés. Bonito bottom turn, le va a ir con todo y... enorme, impresionante el ataque del francés que no ha podido finalizar.
Ahí ha podido romper la tabla, ¿eh?
Vamos a ver, let's check it out.
O vacunarla, por lo menos, que llamamos. Haberla marcado en la mitad.
Bueno, de momento parece que la ha cogido y acaba de hacer el pato. Y atención porque viene el score de azul. Opening right of blue, ladies and gentlemen. Guillem Ribeiro, an 8-point right. 8 points. First of blue. First of blue, Guillem. 8 points. So blue takes the lead. What a way to start a hit, ladies and gentlemen, with that excellent range score. Blue in the lead, Guillem Ribeiro. Good on you, buddy. Green second, Keone Lassa with a single score of a 4.33. Third is red, Sam Peter with a 1.07 and a 0.53, and no waves yet, no scores yet for white, who sits in fourth, Enzo Cavallini. Como bien hemos comentado, aquí se premia la calidad sobre la cantidad de maniobras y ese es el caso de esa ola de azul que hemos comentado antes. La ha metido con todo en una ola de serie, en la sección más crítica. Una sola maniobra le ha bastado a Guillem Ribeiro para cosechar una puntuación de 8 puntos.
Está bien ese criterio porque las olas son muy cortas, las grandes, y entonces te la juegas toda una carta, ¿no? Y está bien ese criterio porque hoy mismo con una ola pequeña de 4 maniobras no puede ser superior la puntuación de una sola maniobra fuerte, ¿no?
Priority white, second priority blue. Prior white, second prior blue. Blue in the lead, Guillem with an 8. Keone Green in second with a 4.33. Third is red, Sam Peter, 1.07 and 0.53, your two best. Sam requires a 3.27 as we see now. Green taking off again. That's Keone Lassa. It's blue, sorry, Guillem Ribeiro. My bad. Guillem Ribeiro up and riding. The current hit leader. Solid finish as well on his second ride by Guillem with the blue jersey.
Le ha dejado en un sitio comprometido ahí, en la punta de esas piedras.
Bueno, en mejor sitio no puede estar, ¿no? Porque está prácticamente ahí en el...
Sí, si llega a
en la
más
telesilla.
adelante, pero es que tiene tan poca agua el canal y le está metiendo en la esquina ahí que le va a costar remontar bastante.
Bueno, atención porque Keone parece que sale aquí por la izquierda, está viniéndose a la orilla. Y atrás vemos a Enzo Cavallini, color blanco, en su primerísima ola. Este francés de talla pequeña, pero con un carácter muy fuerte. Enzo Cavallini, señoras y señores, en la primera ola para él. Vamos a ver si podemos disfrutar del replay, de la repetición de esta ola de blanco. Last of Guillem Ribeiro in blue, a 3.5. Last of blue. Mira, fíjate, Jupa, aquí viene la repetición de la ola de blanco.
Buenaza, ese renting buenísimo.
Buenísimo ese giro, ahí arriba,
Por lo menos ahí ha sacado 6 puntos.
Vamos a ver lo que dicen los jueces. El criterio dice que el good surfing empieza en los 6 puntos. A mí, desde luego, me ha parecido good surfing. Ha cogido una ola grande, ha estado paciente en la selección de ola y luego, pues, la ha surfeado muy bien Enzo Cavallini. No ha habido ninguna gota fuera de lugar. Keone amazazpi minutu falta dira, amazazpi, denbora dakazu berriro kanaletikan remontatzeko. Momentuz bigarren zaude, 4.3 olatu bakar batekin. Txuriaren aurreneko nota horren zaigadu eta mentxe dator. First of white, Enzo, 6.5. First of white, a 6.5. White in second now. Blue first, Guillem, with an 8 and a 3.5. Enzo Cavallini, white, in second, with a 6.5. Third is green, Keone, with a 4.33. Keone, you're chasing a 2.18 for second. Keone, bi puntu bat sortziko latua beharko zenuke, bigarren jartzeko. And fourth is red, San Peter, fourth, looking for a 5.44 to advance. Vemos a Keone dándole un trago al carajillo y vuelta para la corriente. Quedan todavía 16 minutos por delante, Jupa. Prioridad para rojo, prio for red, second prio white.
Sí, esta es una de las pocas competiciones que durante la competición se puede tomar elementos líquidos. No sabemos si el padre tiene algún tipo de secreto dentro del bote ese rojo. Supongo que puede tener algún secreto en la manga, ¿no? Porque el asa es de armas tomar.
Ahí está la charrasta.
Yo creo que es agua con arena, agua salada, ¿sabes? Para que le entre un poco de picorcillo y reme con más brío todavía.
Brío no le falta a Keone Lasa, que está en plena forma. Pero sí, no está de más, no está de más. El suplemento vitamínico, ese punch. En las ID Probas también suelen utilizar ahí para poner al buey fino filipino. Bueno, 15 minutos por delante, 15 minutes remaining on the timer. There's still plenty of time. We're just halfway through this hit number 4 of the round of 32 of the men. The Portuguese Reaper in blue leading with an excellent range score, an 8. Backing it up with a 3.5. The Frenchman in white follows up in second with a 6.5 on his opening ride. Third, the Basque surfer in green, Keone Lasa. Keone requires a 2.18 to jump into that second spot. And fourth is the Frenchman in red, San Peter, looking for a 5.44. Está la manga muy abierta todavía. Tenemos a 4 surfistas de grandísimo nivel. Estamos ya en la ronda de los más gallos del corral, los cabezas de serie. Y a partir de ahora, en cualquier manga saltan las chispas. Cualquier manga puede ser una final adelantada. Después de la ronda 32 pasamos a la ronda 16, que son cuartos de 4. 4 mangas de 4 surfistas. Y a partir de allá entramos a los cuartos de final, que ya son de 2, emparejamientos de 2. $13 minutes and a half remaining on the timer. Prio red, second prio white, third prio blue.
Al fondo viene una serie de las que se van a meter en la esquina. Ahí va el blue.
Vamos ahí con el color azul, ¿verdad? Guillem Rivero, el líder de la manga, intentando mejorar su backup de 3,5 puntos. Yo creo que va a seguir intentando surfear esta ola hasta el final. Ahí busca la montadita, se le va a volver a poner vertical. Un bonito snap, jugando seguro y buscando ya la maniobra de cierre, que va a ser vital para asegurarse esos puntos. Fortísima, sacando mucha agua. Esa muy última maniobra, Guillem Ribeiro.
Muy buena ola. Chalo Verba.
Chalo Verba. Chalo pinchalo, chalo tachalo. 12 minutes and 25 seconds remaining on the timer. Prio still on red's hands. Second prio for white. Let's check out the replay on the screen on this last ride on blues. That's Guillem Rivero, the current heat leader, extending the lead with this last ride. Check it out. The finish looked pretty solid. 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the timer. Sorry, Guillem, you are in the lead. Your best score so far, an 8. On a standby for your very last score, buddy. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. The judges are still working on the last score of blue, Guilherme. I wish I had the score in order to give it to you right now as you run through the beach. But we might have to wait a minute or two. The score is cooking for blue. 10.5 minutes remaining on the timer. Quedan 10 minutos y medio. Jupa, y aquí viene la nota. 4,4. 4.4. 4.4 last of blue. Guilherme Ribeiro, 4.4. You're extending the lead again. Guilherme Ribeiro in the top with an 8 and a 4.4. Enzo Cavallini still second, chasing a 5.91 as we see now the Frenchman in white up and riding in a mid-size wave. And he goes down. 10 minutes to go. Blue first, white second. White looking for a 5.91 to win this heat. Third is green, Keoni Lassa. Keoni requires a 3.11 to advance. And fourth is Sam Peter with a red jersey looking for a 6.37. Priority for red, second prior for green, third prior for white. 9 minutes remaining on the timer. Aquí tenemos al encantador de las olas, no sé si podéis escuchar esa agradable melodía de la flauta travesera. Está tocando en riguroso directo el gran Jupa, Jupa Soler. Eight minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the timer. Prior red, second prior green, third prior white. Blue in the lead still. Guilherme Ribeiro in the lead with an 8 and a 4.4. White second, Enzo Cavallini with a 6.5 and a 0.93. White requires a 5.91. Third is green, Keoni Lassa with a single score of a 4.33. Chasing a 3.11 to advance. Keoni Lassa, you require a 3.11. And fourth is red, Sam Peter with pretty low score so far, a 1.07 and a 0.53. Chasing a 6.37 to go straight up to second. 7.5 minutes remaining right now. Quedan 7 minutos de manga en la que el portugués Guilherme Ribeiro domina con un 8 y un 4,4.
Qué bombazo viene ahí.
Y ahí viene el bombazo. Fíjate cómo pega en la roca del zapato, ¿eh?
Sí, señor. Coño, la zapatilla.
La zapatilla la acaba de tapar. Esas rocas que hay allá a la izquierda. 6 minutos 40 segundos. 6 minutes 40 seconds. And the situation remains exactly the same. The Portuguese surfer in blue, Guilherme Ribeiro, with an 8 and a 4.4. White second, Enzo Cavallini with a 6.5 and a 0.93. Third is green, Keoni Lassa. Keoni sitting with a single score so far, a 4.33. He's looking for a 3.11 to advance. And fourth, red, San Peter with a 1.07 and a 0.53, looking for a 6.37. Nos vamos a meter Jupalinchi en los últimos 5 minutos. Como ves, la manga está un poco parado el tema, pero no está para nada el pescado vendido, porque fíjate, el líder va muy líder con un 8 y un 4.40. El segundo, un 6,5 y un 0.93. El tercero tan solo tiene una ola, Keoni Lassa, de 4.33. Necesita un 3,11 para ponerse segundo. Y el cuarto, San Peter, tiene un 1.07 y un 0.53. Por lo tanto...
Pues vemos eso, los 5 últimos minutos y vemos es la primera vez que están todos los competidores muy juntos.
5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes. Blue, Guilherme, you're still in the lead with an 8 and a 4.4. Enzo Cavallini, white is second. White chasing a 5.91 for first. Third is Keoni Lassa in green. Keoni needs a 3.11 for second. And fourth, red, San Peter, looking for a 6.37. ¿Qué decías, Jupa?
Nada, que pensaba que les iba a entrar esa racha, pero como tenemos la marea bastante baja ahora, coge como un doble fondo atrás y son un poco impredecibles las olas.
No, ha sido la serie Tricky, ¿no? Triquitisha, ¿no?
Sí, Triquitisha.
Marcaba atrás y ha roto abajo. Okay, 4 minutes remaining, boys. 4 minutes remaining on the timer. 4 minutes to go. Blue in the lead, Guilherme, with an 8 and a 4.4. White second, Enzo Cavallini with a 6.5 and a 0.93. Now live action happening with Keoni Lassa, looking good. Two beautiful gouching carves by the surfer. In green, he's trying to find the reform in the inside. Vamos a ver, esta puede ser la última oportunidad de Keoni Lassa. Va a exprimir la ola hasta el final. De momento ha hecho lo que tenía que hacer en los primeros compases de la ola. Y ahí está, finalizando. Un fuerte aplauso para él, por favor. Es tercero ahora mismo, necesitando un 3,11 para ponerse segundo. Si bien decíamos que esta mañana hacía sol, ahora resulta que viene el frente, acecha la lluvia y la gente que se empieza a replegar, a buscar refugio. Ahí vemos la repetición de esta última ola de Keoni Lassa con dos carvings buenísimos. Priority has changed, prior white, second prior blue, third prior red. Prior white, blue, red. 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. This is so exciting to watch. On a standby for the last score of green, Keoni Lassa.
Esa la van a tener que coger a uno.
Jupa al loro porque quedan 2 minutos. Estamos esperando a la última de verde y atención porque ahí va blanco, Enzo Cavallini. Señoras y señores, un primer snap que no ha sido demasiado bueno. Ahí va por otro carving. Bonito roundhouse. Ha sido muy técnico ese coletazo, la verdad.
Muy bonito.
Porque la ola se ha quedado tumbadita y el tío ha conseguido no solo carvear, sino que acelerar y luego darle un buen remache a la ola.
Pero yo pienso que ha leído un poquito mal la ola. Si hubiera intentado pasar la primera sección al principio y sacrificar el primer giro que ha hecho, hubiera tenido posibilidades de hacer un segundo giro más fuerte.
Bueno, la verdad que la ola era impredecible, ¿no? Porque nunca sabes, ha ido bastante pocha, la verdad.
Sí, a veces merece la pena navegar un poco la ola antes de empezar a lo que es programar los giros, ¿no? Y él yo creo que ha hecho el primer giro, lo ha hecho demasiado pronto.
Aricha, ¿qué dice? Picha, ¿qué dice? ¿Qué opinas? No sé si se nos estás escuchando. Sarachanda al Maite. A ver, hemos vuelta, Picha. Minutu bat eta 15 segundo, minuto 15 segundos por delante. Seguimos esperando a conocer esa nota de verde. También esperando a conocer la última de blanco porque a falta de un minuto ahí puede estar la manga. Entre blanco y verde. Vamos a ver. Hagan sus apuestas. Cuando quedan menos de un minuto. 50 seconds remaining on the timer. 50 seconds left. Aquí vemos la repetición en pantalla de esa última ola de Keoni. Ha sido muy buena. Esas dos primeras maniobras han sido muy buenas, bien encadenadas. Y aquí vienen las notas poco a poco. 30 seconds remaining on the timer. 30 seconds to go. $20 seconds left, boys. Veíamos ahí a Blanco, a Enzo Cavallini una vez más. 15 seconds on the timer. And getting ready for the final countdown of this exciting hit. Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time is over. The time is over. Still on standby, though, for the last two scores. One crucial score for green, as well as another really important score for white. Están los jueces ahora mismo haciendo los deberes, hilando muy fino para determinar cuál de los dos surfistas va a pasar a la siguiente ronda. Aquí viene la nota de Keoni. Vamos a ver. The score for green is coming. Keoni Laza. Surfer in green. A 4.1. Last of Keoni Laza, 4.1. Keoni moves up to second. Now Enzo Cavallini comes down to third. Enzo chasing a 1.93 for second again. Última ola de Keoni, 4,10, se pone segundo. Enzo viene a ser tercero. Falta la nota de Enzo. Necesita un 1.93 para ponerse segundo otra vez. Vamos a ver. And here comes the score. Last of Enzo, a 3-point ride. So finally, Enzo ending up in second. Congratulations to blue in first. Second, white, Enzo Cavallini. Both of them moving on into the next round. Third, Keoni Laza in green. And fourth, red, Sam Peter. Vamos a dar comienzo ya a la siguiente manga. La manga número 5 de la ronda 32 masculina. Están los jueces preparados. Y atención, que arrancamos. Counting down to start hit number 5 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hit is on. Lástima para Keoni Laza, que ha estado ahí hasta el mismísimo final con esperanzas de pasar a la siguiente ronda. Finalmente se ha llevado el gato al agua el surfista francés Enzo Cavallini. Así es la competición. Incluso Sam Peter, un surfista de gran reputación, ha quedado relegado a la cuarta posición. Vaya shocker hit. La verdad es que podía haber sido una final adelantada. Y ahora bien, nos adentramos en la manga número 5. Hit number 5 in the water. In red, Charlie Quibon. In blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos. White, Markel Vizcarbuénaga. And green, Thiago Carrick. Vamos a ceder el micro, la alcachofa, al gran David Prescott, el príncipe de las Azores.
Pues pasas la alcachofra al príncipe. Vale, gracias. Te quiero un montón también, Mikel. And here we go, hit number 5, round 4. Charlie Quivron wearing the red singlet. Dylan Donegan dos Santos in blue. Mark Alves Carguanaga in white. And Tiago Carrique in green. Hit 5, round 4. ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. Manga número 5 en agua. Ronda de 32. E se nota como ha subido el nivel en agua agora mismo. Pues que por supuesto, si llegas aquí es porque te encanta surfear en este tipo de condiciones. Charlie Quivron de rojo, Dylan Donegan dos Santos de azul, Mark Alves Carguanaga de blanco y Tiago Carrique de verde. Already up and riding on the outside. That looks like white Markel. No, it was blue. I'm sorry about that. It was Dylan. That's the first for blue for Dylan Donegan dos Santos. So already standing by for scores on the first of blue. Already looking like a keeper for Dylan. Heat 5 underway with 27 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Up next, heat number 6. Do get ready, no LED. Francisco Ordonhas, Frederico Moraes, and Renan Granville. You're up next. 27 minutes remaining on heat number 5. Parabéns, Gui. Still on standby for scores on that first one of blue. Vosotros aqui na praia, vos recuerdo que já estamos retransmitindo em vivo nuestro canal oficial de YouTube. And the first of blue, Dylan, 5 points. First of blue, 5 points. 5 puntos para a primeira de azul. Ya estamos en la ronda de 32 y el nivel está subiendo un montón. Muchísimas notas entrando en excelente. Hoy ya seguimos con licra verde. That's green up and riding, Tiago Carrique. Standing by now for scores on the first of green. Pues que, por supuesto, se llegaron aquí esses 32. Le gusta olas de talla, condiciones pesadas. Han tenido 3 días de olas pesadísimas aquí en Playa de Pantin y hoy tampoco está más fácil. Notas excelentes casi en todas las mangas. El nivel está increíble. On standby for scores on the first of green, Tiago. First of blue scored 5 points. And that's the only score on the board so far. Also waiting now for this last of green. First of green. Time call, 24 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. And I do believe Dylan can now hear me. First of blue, Dylan, 5 points. First of blue, 5 points. Primeira de azul, 5 puntos. Y como había anunciado, el mar no está más pequeño. Y la predicción para domingo, mañana puede bajar un poco, pero todos los días vamos anunciando eso. Mañana, un poco más pequeño. Llegamos aquí por la mañana. Verdad que estaba un poco más pequeño por la mañana, pero mira lo que está ahora mismo llegando aquí a Playa de Pantin. Y para domingo nos indicó las previsiones que va a seguir subiendo. Now, first of green, Tiago. 5, 7, 3. First of green, 5, 7, 3. Primeira de verde, 5,73. Priority red. Second priority blue. We have also a wave for white, in and out there for Markel. Red priority, second priority blue. Dylan, first of blue, 5 points. First of blue, 5 points. 5 puntos, primeira de azul. First of green, 5, 7, 3. Thiago still on his way back out. As soon as he reaches the lineup, I will relay the score once again. First of white, 1.43. Everybody checked in already for the next one. Reminding you it's a red priority, second priority blue. Thiago just made it around the corner there into that bay, and now on his way to our left side. He's about to join the rest of the heat, the rest of the crew. And now is time for red to take a look at this one. Priority changes, priority blue, second priority white, third priority red. Câmbio de prioridade. Prioridade agora com azul. Segunda prioridade branco. Terceira rojo. It's a blue priority, second priority white, third priority red. Thiago, first of green, 5, 7, 3. First of green, 5, 7, 3. 19 minutes and 40 seconds on our timer. And although it's still pretty big, it does look like it's a little bit more predictable when it comes to this right-hander. And here we go, up and riding. That's the surfer in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos in La Ola. And he's going to go for a last turn there, getting there in time for a strong re-entry to finish. Re-entry de finalización, pero incompleto para Dylan. Priority white, second priority red, third priority green. Para os outros que nos escuchás aqui na playa, estamos mezclando um pouco com o inglês, já que estamos hoje retransmitindo em vivo para todo o mundo. e utilizando os mesmos comentários que escuchan vosotros. Gracias por vuestra paciencia, principalmente por vuestra generosidad. 18.5 minutes remaining. Last of blue, Dylan, 1.93. E agora a de trás. Oh, it's white priority now. Second priority red. Last of green is 0.2. Time call, surfers, 18 minutes remaining. Dylan again, first of blue, 5 points. Then the first of green, a 5.73. All remaining scores are throwaways. Dylan, primeira de azul, 5 pontos. Primeira de verde, 5,73. E todas as outras são para descartar. Last of blue, 1.93. First of white, 1.43. And second of green is 0.2. 17.5 minutes remaining. Nos queda 17 minutos 30. Priority white, second priority red. We've been going through heats with pretty much at least one excellent score per heat. I have to take my hat off to all of you boys. Well done. Most of those excellent scores coming out of a single turns, which is even more impressive under these conditions. A lot of commitment. And that's a big part of the criteria. Judges putting a big emphasis today on those big turns, on those big sections. And then in between set waves, you can get like a combination of a few turns. It's going to be hard to go into the excellent with that. Now, white's up and riding. Seguimos com Markel Vizcargoenaga. Maniobra incompleta. So, incomplete turn there for Markel. Now, ready's up. Charlie Kivron using his priority. Better wave running really fast for Charlie. It's a green priority, Thiago. Green priority. Last few waves, all of those the throwaways. 0.5 for red. 0.93 on white. So with 15.5 minutes remaining. Thiago, first of green, a 5.73. Then we have the first of blue with a 5. All remaining scores are throwaways, and all scores are in. There's 15 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. It's a green priority. No second priority yet. So only 2 keepers in the heat. A 5.73. That's your keeper, Thiago, the first of green. 5 points on the first of blue. All remaining scores are throwaways. 15 minutes remaining. We're now halfway. And alone at the lineup is Thiago Carrique. Aí fora solo está Thiago Carrique, que agora mesmo me ensinava intentando compreender a classificação da manga. Pois que há uma ola de 5,73, a primeira de verde, e a primeira de azul, 5 pontos de Dylan. São as únicas notas relevantes hasta agora para a história da manga. Todas as outras olas pontuadas a menos de 2 pontos. Priority green, second priority red, third priority white. Now priority is established and white is up and riding. Markel Vizcargoenaga, incomplete on the turn there. Now that's green, taking a look at this one, up and riding. Seguimos com Thiago Carrique, utilizando a prioridade. Ola um pouco mais pequena, todavia seu objetivo era encontrar um segundo parcial, que chamamos de backup. So a smaller wave there for Thiago, but the goal was to go for a backup. We saw also an attempt there by White, scoring 1 point, the last of White. Now red priority. Red priority. 13 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Already way into the second half of the heat. And the last is deck diving now. Last of green, Thiago, 2.5. Last of green, 2.5. That's your backup. And green being the only surfer with a high score and a backup at this stage. That gives the green the lead. Green leads. Blue second, Dylan. Dylan, you want to improve on a 1.93. White third, Markel, needing 5.5. Charlie, red fourth. Red needs 6.43. Markel, Blanco, te quedas terceiro, Markel. 5.5 para segundo posto. Dylan, azul segundo, para mejorar 1.93. Para liderato, 3.24. Verde lidera, 5.73 e 2.5 são os dois melhores. Nos queda 12 minutos 30. Prioridade rojo, segunda prioridade azul. 12.5 minutes remaining. Red priority. Red who's sitting in fourth place. Charlie chasing a 6.43. Now, I believe that's blue taking a look. Seguimos con Dylan, daba una mirada. So, red priority. No second at this stage. 12 minutes. And white is up and riding here on our left side. Aí a nuestra izquierda estava Markel. A saída de la ola sin maniobrar. Last of white, 037, 0.37 para Blanco. Red priority, second priority back to blue. Red priority, second priority blue. Although I've been announcing that Thiago is the only surfer with a backup, if you want to call a 2.5 a backup. At 2.5 at this stage, it's the third best wave of the heat. 5.73 on green, still the high score of the whole heat. Dylan, blue seconds. You want to improve on a 1.93. Charlie, red fourth. Charlie, you need 6.43. Red needs 6.43. Red in fourth place, needing 6.43. Blue is in seconds, and red is up. Nice bottom turn there. Nice hit in the leap there, but coming down. Charlie incomplete on the turn. Now I believe that's blue taking a look. Sí, es Dylan Donegan dos Santos en la ola. Una ola para olvidar, sin maniobras. So both the last of red and last of blue will be throwaways, while that's still counting on a red stop to a 1.13 on the last of red. Last of blue, 0.5. Priority white, priority white. Now second priority green, priority white, second priority green. Third priority blue, last priority red. 9 minutes remaining. Green leads, blue second, white third. White needs 5.5. Red fourth, red needs a 5.8. It's all about fives. Still 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Not far from the 5-minute warning as well. Pues sigue dos olas para guardar em toda a manga. Par de cincos. A white Markel. White thirds. Needing 5.5. Blanco terceiro Markel. Busca 5.5. In and out for green. Charlie, red fourth, needing 5.8. Priority white, second priority blue, third priority red. And this, I'm calling it a nail biter. Because I bet you that even the top two don't feel safe sitting on a 5 and pretty much nothing else, although Thiago has a 2-5 as the second best score. I'm kind of refusing calling a 2-5 a backup. Priority white, second priority blue, and third priority is on Charlie. Your priority is suspended. Red's priority at this stage is suspended. Prioridad blanco, segunda prioridad azul. Habría una tercera para rojo todavía. La última ola la ha colocado un poco más adentro y así se queda con la prioridad suspensa hasta que vuelve al área de takeoff, al pico. Menos de 7 minutos para terminar. E a história continua a mesma. Há dois olas importantes em la manga, um 5 com 73 de verde e um 5 de azul, e nada mais. Vamos a ver agora se cambia algo com esta última de blanco que está agora mesmo surfeando Markel Vizcargoenaga. Sí, essa vai fazer alguma diferença e esta é a primeira maniobra bem executada. Um outro snap por parte de Markel, claramente hasta agora su mejor na manga. Vamos aguardar nota para esta última de blanco. Standing by for scores on white. Markel was chasing a 5-5. There's 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority green. Now, priority blue, second priority green. Red priority still suspended and waiting for scores on last of white, Markel. White was chasing a 5.5. Buscavas 5 Markel. Aguardo nota para a tua última. 5 minutos 40. Judge is still reviewing. Now you can review it too on a big screen and everybody else at home as well. That was kind of a claim there for Markel. I believe that was giving himself a tap on the back. Requirement was a 5.5. Anything better than a 1.43 will bring white closer to second place, where sits Dylan in blue with priority. And that's the green up and right in Thiago Carrique, current hit leader. He's going to try to improve on a 2.5 as we go into the 5 minutes, last 5 minutes. So Thiago, you're still aiming to improve on a 2.5 in the lead. We're down to the last 5 minutes. I'm waiting for scores on white though. And that will be a keeper for white. White was chasing a 5-5. Green in the lead, Thiago. Waiting for scores on green. The goal was to improve on a 2.5, at least. Now white, Markel. Last of white. 4-1-3. White still third, Markel. Needing 2-8-1. White still third, Markel, needing 2-8-1. Last of white, 4-1-3. Time call, 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Now waiting for scores on last of green. Priority blue. Red's priority suspended. 4 minutes. And we have... I believe blue, Dylan, and scores for last of green. Thiago, 2.93. That's your new backup. So that goes into green stop 2, Thiago. 2.93 on the last of green. That's the one you want to improve on. 3 minutes, 40 seconds on our timer. Meanwhile, waiting for scores now on blue. Dylan was aiming to improve on a 1.93, currently second. He will improve, not by much, by tenths of a point, but he will improve. Last of blue, Dylan, 2.3. Last of blue, 2.3. That goes on your top two. Markel, white thirds. White thirds, needing 3.18. Red fourth, Charlie, needing 6.17. 3 minutes remaining. Red priority. Charlie, priority is back with you. No longer suspended. Red prio. Charlie, red fourth, needing 617. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Again, last stop blue, Dylan. 2.3. That's your new backup. If you want to call it backup. So that's the one you want to improve on, Dylan. Última de azul, 2.30, Dylan. É la que quieres mejorar. Azul segundo. Markel, blanco tercero. Necesitas 3.18. Still a red priority. No second priority yet. So that last one of white with the 4-1-3 brought white way closer to second place. Now needing a 3-1-8. 2 minutes. Últimos 2 minutos. Taking a look, there was red, still no second priority. So red stays with priority. One minute and 25 seconds remaining now. Remarding Charlie. Red fourth, needing 617. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Red priority, second priority white. Markel, white third, needing 318. 1 minute, last minute. Dylan, blue second, you want to improve on a 2.3. Green leads to improve a 293. I kind of jinxed this one, huh? By announcing that on every single hit we're having at least an excellent score. It's been a tough one for the four out there. 40 seconds. White is sitting a little bit closer to our left side. Markel está aqui pouco mais em meio de playa. 30 segundos, under 30 seconds. $15 seconds. And with 10 seconds remaining, I'm about to count you down for the end of hit number 5. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I was white up and riding, still in time. Markel was chasing 3.18. He gets a 0.9. And this last of red was already out of time. So results are in with all scores delivered. Green the winner, second place blue, third place white, and fourth place red. Next hit, get ready for the start. Resultados da manga anterior, é vencido verde, segundo azul, Tiago Henrique, vencedor da manga, Dylan Dorga dos Santos azul, segundo posto, Markel Vizcargonaga, Blanco terceiro e Charlie Quivron, rojo quarto. So, congratulations to Tiago. Green, the winner. Next seat, get ready for the start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That signals the start of hit 6. And Charlie Quivron finishing fourth on the last one. So out are white Markel Vizcargonaga and red Charlie Quivron. Now presenting hit in the water in red, no LED, as you can see on your screens. Then Francisco Ordonez and Frederico Moraes. Francisco Ordonez in blue, Frederico Moraes in white. And Renan Granville is wearing the green singlet. Bem-vindo de volta uma vez mais. Welcome back, Carlos Ferrari. Una manga a hit. An interesting one ahead of us. We have Frederico Moraes in the water, wearing the white singlet, most probably. Well, I'm going to take out the most probably, for sure, the surfer in the event with the biggest and most important curriculum resume of all the 112 who showed up here at Pantin.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the introduction, David. Absolutely, Fred. You know, Kikas, ex-city surfer, he will definitely put in a show here, and also the conditions, they also suit him really well, you know. He works a lot on that rails, and he has an aggressive surfing that will definitely suit him here. 1-2 turn maneuvers. That was what we were looking before, and as we said before, David, you know, when you actually claim it was less is more in this contest. So
Yes.
that's what we're looking for. Absolutely, David. So just to summarize a little bit the conditions here, guys, we're still with 6 to 9 foot at 12 seconds. So now the tide is coming out. It will be below at 2:40 p.m. this afternoon. So we can see now a little bit more closeouts out there, David. Still people focusing on the right-hand side of the beach with that like takeoff zone that everybody like it's kind of focusing.
Yeah, you saw less opportunities on the previous hits, and the scores reflecting exactly that with high scores coming on fives. Already a wave on this one.
Here we go on blue. Freddy Cordoñas with a great first turn. Flying out of that turn, unfortunately.
Now,
Couldn't connect with the second one.
now out the back, that's red up and riding. That's an OLED. Kicking out there with no turns. We saw another surfer coming down,
Yeah.
but that's from the previous hit.
Gotcha. I thought it was Renan Grenville. All right. And yeah, as we were saying, conditions pretty much the same sails, swell size. As we can see, the tide is coming out. The wind is getting way stronger. Absolutely. There's not any more those moderate southwest winds. So, here we see the replay for Federico. That was a strong first turn there. How he projects outside from that turn with a lot of speed. Unfortunately for him, the wave didn't deliver as much as he wanted. David, yeah.
Well, but good for Francis. You got to turn out of that one on the first minute, and then these conditions. And now let's go.
And
we
then
have
once again, this is Grenville. There you go. First great 10 with a lot of spray, kicking up with his back foot, holding that rail for the bottom turn, and a second one. What a great power surfing from the Frenchman, finishing that wave with 3 combo turns. Solid performance from him.
on the outside. White is taking a look as well. Federico Moraes, I don't think he's, he thinks he is going to drop on this one. Under the leap, that's going to close out fast, but Federico is a very fast surfer, as you can tell right now. He's going 100 miles an hour, trying to find some open face there to work with for that slash way back of Federico. And one more re-entry to finish this one. And I'll be honest, when I saw Federico paddling for this one, I said, what are you doing, mate? You're like way too late. Even if you make the drop, the wave is going to run out of time for you. It's going to close out for you, but I kind of forgot who I was talking about, and that's Federico Moraes. You got a lot of speed out of it. Huge slash. It was not a big section for that slash, and I believe the score, interesting one, it's going to be most probably the one of green. Scores already coming in for blue too. Let's see how the judges compare this one. It's an interesting start of the heat. Let's see. We have already scores for blue.
Absolutely. There we go, the score for blue.
Francisco, first of blue, 4-3-3. First of blue, 4-3-3. Red priority, second priority blue. And standing by for scores on first of white, Federico, and first of green, Renan. The first of red with no turns for Noé was a 0.5. First of red, 0.5, and now missing white and green.
We see the replay for Renan Grenville. That's a great performance from the Frenchman. And we're waiting for the scores from the judges.
Still no indication regarding scores on white. 25 minutes remaining. So far we have a 4-3-3 on blue. And waiting for scores on green and white. Red priority, second priority blue. Priority blue, second priority red. Priority blue, second priority red.
We cannot... Sorry, yeah, we couldn't see Fred running down the beach, but you could see that ankle is looking pretty well, David.
Yeah, it is, and he's running fast. He's running really fast.
He was flying down that wave and also in the beach running. So good news, Kikas looks on point and on shape.
Renan scores about to come in for green, and it's going to be excellent news.
Absolutely. And let's see again with 24 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Here we go. First of green, Renan, 8.5.
Solid score.
First of green, 8.5. 8.5, primera de verde. Now missing scores still for the first of white, Federico. Still waiting for scores on the first of white. Blue priority, second priority red. Federico runs fast, huh? You can
He's flying down the line. I absolutely agree with you. I didn't think he was going to pass the section, David.
And then running down the beach, he's fast too, huh?
I was impressed, and he just came from an ankle injury, pretty sure.
Exactly.
He was saying yesterday to Goni at the interview, he still got the plate, and sometimes he was getting a little bit like insecure about his ankle. But mate, you could see in that wave that that's not going to be a problem for him.
Scores for white, Federico. First of white, 407. First of white, 407. So surfers, a blue priority, second priority red. I'm going to relay those scores once again once the green and white are out there. So far we have 8-5 on green, a 4-3-3 on blue, and a 4-0-7 on white. For red, a 0-5. Blue priority, second priority red, 23 minutes remaining. Carlos, Federico Moraes comes from a family with a lot of tradition into sports.
Yep.
His father, Nuno, is one of the best physios we have in Portugal. So he couldn't be in better hands.
Absolutely.
Then his uncle, he's the coach of the rugby team of Portugal, who for the first time qualified for the world champs, like the rugby 7. Yep. They call them the Los Lobos, the Wolves. So he comes from a family with a lot of sporting tradition, you know. It made me really sad that Federico was qualified for the Olympics for the first edition at Tokyo, and he got COVID like 1 week before.
That's true,
And it means a lot for a surfer coming from his family to be an Olympic competitor. And he didn't get that chance, you know, which was a sad moment, you know. But my point is, we saw like Federico running here so fast and how fast he recovers from injuries. He has a lot to do with that. The whole family revolves about sports. I remember his father, Federico, got his first national title at the under 21 title at 14 years old. I have a photo. Now, priority red, second priority blue. Priority red, second priority blue. And his father, Nuno, he was not being coached at the time. It was a whole different scenario when it comes to professional surfing. Although there were like professional coaches, and that would happen already at that time, but his father was with him the whole time. Sometimes you could see his father with water up to his waist, like just coaching him and helping him through the whole time. Another curious fact is that Federico was interviewed by a local, now unfortunately the paper magazines are dying the last, they will come back, but they are dying the last few, let's say 6-7 years. And the Surf Portugal, it was like the main magazine in Portugal. Federico was interviewed when he was 10. Just by chance, you know, he wrote a letter to Surf Portugal saying, "Hey, I'm Federico Moraes. I really like surfing, and don't and remember my name. I want to be a pro surfer, and I will deliver." When he was like 10.
No way.
Yeah.
So he was already kind of manifesting. Where is he now? Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a great input. Thank you very much.
He has a huge heart, and he has when I mean a big heart, and he has a lot of strength to come out of tough situations. It's not a lot of surfers who drop from the World Tour and come back to the World Tour. Absolutely. And he did it like 2 times already. So never disregard Federico Moraes. But my point is, when you saw him running really fast, coming from a sports family.
It was actually great seeing him running that fast at the beach.
Now red priority, second priority blue. The first third of the heat is gone. Surfers, 20 minutes remaining. Red priority, second priority blue. We have green in the lead on an 8.5. Blue second on a 4.33. White third on a 4.07. And meanwhile, Carlos, red is up.
Meanwhile, here we go. Nolide up and riding on his backhand, hitting that lip voraciously, putting a lot of pressure on his back foot once again, looking for another section. Solid finish from the Frenchman. That's going to be a score for sure, David. He's in the spot.
He was needing that. He was the only surfer out there still with no keeper. So it's going to bring Noé into the heat as well. Let's see how the judges score this one. I have a feeling that Renan is feeling, well, at least, I'm not going to say safe, but he's feeling like in tune, relaxed.
In the comfort zone, let's say.
On the comfort zone, exactly.
In the comfort zone. Now we get like an excellent score. They were at 8.5. Let's see. I mean, there's still a lot of heat coming, you know, and 19 minutes on the clock. And here we can see the replay. Look at this second turn, how he pushes with his back foot.
Well done by Noé.
Yeah, solid surfing from Noelle there. Well done, mate.
Priority blue, Francisco, priority blue. First of blue, a 4.33. Federico, first of white, a 4.07. Renan, the first of green, 8.5. And now waiting for the second of red, although the first of red was only a 0.5. Priority blue, second priority white, 18.5 minutes remaining. Waiting for scores on red. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority green. Still waiting for scores on that last of reds with 18 minutes remaining. Reminding hit 7. Well, already checked in. I got a message from our beach marshal. Jueces de playa, felicitaciones, buenísimo trabajo, muchísimas gracias por las comunicaciones. 5 estrellas.
Great connection with them, that's for sure.
And now scores for the last of red, Noé, 8.1. Last of red, Noé LD, 8.1. Última de rojo, 8.10. E Carlos, miravas aquele replay e comentavas as manobras de Noé. And you're watching replay and commentating on the Noé's turns, it's 8.1. Excellent.
And we got 2 excellent scores now in this heat, mate. That's absolutely a cracker here for both of them, you know, Renan and Noah Lede, connecting the dots, both of them, and absolutely with those 2 hacks in with his backhand, especially the first one was proper solid, in the pocket, with a lot of spray, and that's what the judges want to see.
Yeah. And now, priority blue, second priority white, third priority green. That puts the red in the lead. 8.1 puts the red in the lead. Red leads, green seconds. So red leads on an 8.1 and a 0.5. Green seconds on an 8.5. Blue thirds sitting on a 4.33, needing 4.18. And white fourth sitting on a 4.07, needing a 4.44. So the 2 surfers coming from, I believe, Leland, taking the top 2 scores of this one. Yep. The 2 surfers coming from the north bank of the River Tejo, close to Lisbon, close the area of Cascais, Guincho. On the back 2, that's Francisco Ordóñez and Frederico Moraes.
You never know, David. There's still 16 minutes on the clock, so a lot of time.
Priority blue, second priority white, third priority green. Yeah, it's far from being a done deal.
Absolutely, and I see now a little bit more rhythm in the waves now. Even if we still got, you can see the 12-second periods, you know, out there. But there's more rhythm, more of the coming, you know. That Karen is a little bit putting men on the spot where we want to see them, catching that right-hander, and it's getting more sucky as soon as the tide is coming out. And here we go again. Kikas up and riding, waiting for the section to build in front of him. Great first turn, a lot of spray. Manages to keep on the board. And a second one. How much good of the rail game he has. Third classic. Trademark Kikas turn. Squeezing it all the way back till the end. Let's see how he's going to finish this wave. But definitely a good answer from the Portuguese.
I know I am Portuguese and I've been announcing for Federico almost for 20 years now, but that gave me the goosebumps.
Absolutely. He's looking at the judges. I think he likes it. We liked it.
That was a really, really cool, beautiful surfing by Federico Moraes.
Absolutely.
I don't even have a favorite turn on that one. All of those felt like beautiful.
Absolutely. Third one, I think it was his trademark kick turn.
Yes, it is.
Opening his arms, how he plays his body. Let's see now here in the replay with that first bottom turn.
It's a double overheader.
Probably, yeah, absolutely. At the beginning, for sure. And let's see here in the second one, compressing and waiting, holding that rail. This is the one I'm talking about. There you go.
Yes.
That's a classic trademark.
That's his money turn.
Beautiful, executed, impeccable technique from the Portuguese.
So, Carlos, we have a good hit in our hands.
Beautiful, mate. Yeah, bring it on. It's getting spicy, and there's more
Yeah.
Waves coming out the back. We still got 40 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock.
And good point, Carlos. On the last 15 minutes, something changed out there on the lineup. It does look way more predictable. 14 minutes remaining. Federico, 14 minutes remaining. Scores for the Last of White is going to come in. Federico, Last of White, 9.57. Wow. Last of White, 9.57. So I didn't get the goosebumps because I'm a Portuguese. I got the goosebumps because I love good surfing.
Beautiful. We all like it. And that was beautiful to watch. Absolutely.
Now, let's go with it. Federico, that puts you in the lead. White in the lead on a 9.57 and a 4.07. The 13 and a half minutes remaining. Red is second, sitting on an 8.1 and a 0.5. Green third, sitting on an 8.5, needing a 0.1. And blue fourth, sitting on a 4.33, needing a 4.28. Previous heat, I announced, on every single heat, we've been having excellent scores. At least one. We got a pair of fives as the top scores on the previous one. So I was thinking I'm kind of jinxing it. Now, on these first 17 minutes, we have already 3 excellent scores, being one of those, the highest score of the whole event, this last 9.57 of Frederico Moraes.
Incredible. What a performance for Fred.
What a performance.
Great heat, eh?
What a great day.
Yeah.
What a great round. It's
absolutely.
Good day to be alive. Good day to be a beach announcer.
Absolutely.
Good day to be a pro surfer too.
With hits like this, for sure. That's absolutely correct. And let's see now here. I think we were getting the replay, but finally not. But yeah, as you were saying, excellent scores in this heat. We got 8.10 from Noah Lede, 9.57 from Fred. Best score of the contest so far.
Yes, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right, you're right.
Absolutely. And then René Grenville with that 8.5 solid surf in here from all of them with 12 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
When with an 8.5, you're sitting in third place. That tells you a lot about the level of the heat right now in the water.
Exactly.
Green, Renan. Green third, needing 0.1 to advance to second. In second is Red, Noé, sitting on an 8.1 and 0.5. So Noé, you want to improve a 0.5. Green third, sitting on an 8.5, needing 0.1. Blue fourth with priority, needing 4.28. But keep in mind that Red in second is sitting on an 8.1 and a 0.5. So if Red improves on a 0.5, you know what's going to happen. Requirements will go higher, both for green and blue. 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priority with blue. Second priority green. Third priority red. 11 minutos 30 para terminar. Porque no había anunciado en castellano, perdona, 9.57 la última de blanco de Federico Moraes, mejor ola de toda la competencia hasta ahora. Surf excelente por parte de Federico.
And things are getting spicy here, David, because we got 11 minutes and all is going to be for the backup scores of the surfers. Because only Fred's got a backup. He's going to look to improve that score, that's for sure. And
exactly.
None of them, they got a backup. And now, again, back to priorities. It's going to be crucial now, David.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial. The battle for second place, that's going to put Federico way more relaxed. And guess what? We're saying, remember when Renan Grenville got that 8.5, what we said? Yeah. He must feel relaxed with that 8.5.
Exactly.
He's no longer relaxed.
Exactly. we have to eat out words. And here you see again, there's a replay of Fred here.
Y ahora replay la gran pantalla de la mejor ola de toda la compe. A vuestra derecha, 9.57 por Federico Moraes.
Absolutely incredible. And yeah, back to those scores. Were you saying that Renan was going to be in his comfort zone? Absolutely not. Now around at this time, because you got Nolade with an 8.10 and Fred with that solid 9.57 in an excellent score range. And let's see, with 10 minutes on the clock.
I'm having so much fun.
Absolutely.
You know?
It's exciting to watch. Yeah.
Like the music goes, I love my occupation. Every single day feels like I'm on vacation.
There you go, David. Bring it on, mate. Bring it on.
Great
I hope
hit.
all you guys enjoyed also at home, as we're enjoying as much as we're enjoying here in Pantin.
Congratulations to our camera crew as well. Well done, boys. Well done.
Absolutely, because it's really hard work out there.
Yeah.
You know, the rain just started now, and actually, I don't know if the people at home can check it, but the peak is pretty far out, mate.
It's
So
almost half a mile away from us.
absolutely, you know, and the tide's getting lower, so it's going to be even farther away. So great job from the guys on the cameras and the production. So
Crucial for the webcast, crucial for the judge team as well, who are using replays to compare. So crucial job by our cameras.
Well done, boys. Well done. Great. Yes, and 9 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. All of them looking for a backup score.
Yeah.
And let's see what we have to deliver here, David.
So still white in the lead on a 9.57 and a 4.07. Red second on an 8.1 and a 0.5. Red needs 5.55 for the lead, Noé. Green third, Rena, sitting on an 8.5, and here we go. Up and riding.
He goes up and riding on his backhand. That's Renan. Grenville looking for another hack to make there with a lot of spray. Strong surfer from France. And a third one there, he likes it. Looking for that score, claims it.
Priority red, second priority blue. While he's already in second place, if not in the lead, he was chasing a 0.1 to advance to second, so that's a no-brainer. Rena will move up on the heat classification. Question mark now is, will he take the lead or will go to second?
That's a very good question, David.
Now, just checking here but this is not the system who's giving me this. Let me see, 13.64 minus 8.5. So he'll be chasing like around the 5 to take the lead, a 0.1 to take second.
That's going to be tight, Maker.
Yes.
I think it's doable for that wave. It was definitely one of the set waves. Connecting the dots with those 3 turns, solid ones, especially the first one. Let's see what the judges have to deliver. But this is going to be tight for Fred also.
Yeah, 8 minutes remaining.
And there's
Yeah.
some bombs at the back.
Federico is not safe yet, huh? With that
Absolutely not.
9.57, because we had an 8.1 on Noé and 8.5 on Rena. And this was a good example, what I just said about Rena chasing second place or maybe advancing to the lead, you know. For second, he will advance for sure. And that tells you a lot how not safe is Federico Moraes at this stage. He has a 4.07 as a backup. He will try to improve on that. He's still making his way back out, Federico, still with the no priority. Priority with red now and second priority blue. And Rena waiting for scores on green. And Rena, you take the lead. Last of green. Last of green, 6.83. Last of green, 6.83. Rena, that puts you in the lead on an 8.5 and a 6.83. White is down to second, Federico, to improve a 4.07. Noé, red priority, and red needs a 5.55 to advance to second. That's why I said Federico not safe yet. And then blue in fourth, Francisco, needing 9.32 to advance to second. Red priority, second priority blue, 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Rena, you took the lead. Last of green, a 6.83. You're sitting on an 8.5 and a 6.83. Rena leads. 6.5 minutes remaining. White second on a 9.57 and a 4.07. Red third on an 8.1 and a 0.5. Red needs a 5.55. And blue, and we have a red up and riding out the back.
Let's see, unfortunately incomplete for him. Let's see, or maybe not. The whitewash is so big that we cannot see it properly from here, David.
No, I'm with you, Carlos. For half a second there, I have second thoughts about that because he disappeared and he kind of appeared in the middle of white water and then he disappeared again.
Tag again, and I thought he was back on his board, but yeah, at the end, not unlucky for him. And then we can see the guys paddling back out again through the lineup to that chairlift.
Now Federico is back at the lineup again. Priority blue, second priority white. Waiting for scores on last of red.
Red's Noé, yeah.
Yeah, it's 1.23, the last of red, Noé. So that does nothing for you. Red still third, needing a 5.55. So no changes with this last one of red.
No change in the situation, and there's a huge set of waves coming. For a moment, you think it's coming down, but not at all, mate. They're still there.
For sure.
The wind is picking up, so rough conditions here today in Pantin, but a lot of action and interesting seats to watch. This is pumping. Interesting. 5 minutes on the clock. You never know you don't know what's going to happen, actually.
You know what's the most fun I'm realizing right now? It's all coming together, you know, like the ocean and the surfers are kind of connecting now, you know, for those excellent scores with these excellent conditions. Well, not excellent conditions, not like a beautiful, pristine day. But for a surfer, for those surfers, that's what they call excellent. They like powerful surfing. They like double overheaders, and they're like matching the power. That's why the sentence I was looking for. They're matching power with power. Exactly. And it's hard to match the power of the ocean throughout this weekend. We're seeing these surfers matching power with power and excellent scores coming in. It's going to be hard for me to leave this seat today.
Yeah. We still got a lot of action here today.
Under 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
lot of action I was saying here at the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro, David, with 4 minutes on the clock. And let's see, because things are not done. Renan Grembin on the lead. Second, Federico Moraes. Third, Noah Lede. And on fourth, with priority, he's definitely going to use it. We've seen it before in previous heats, that some surfers that have turned around the heat from fourth to first in the last minute, David. So
Exactly.
you never know. Don't blink or you'll miss it, guys.
Yeah, that's the thing with these conditions. You can get a 10 with a single turn.
Absolutely, yeah, because that's what they're looking for. And here we see up and riding on blue on his backhand, waiting for the section to build in front of him. Hits the lip voraciously with a crazy drop, unfortunately for Francisco Ordóñez.
Yeah, Francisco,
Wow.
I believe, lost his patience. He was sick of being waiting out there, stuck with
Absolutely.
priority, because this wave has like half the size of a proper set wave. He was chasing a 9.32 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. You can always do it like on the two waves, you know, but with only 3:10 remaining on the timer. If Francisco gets something better than a 4.33, he'll bring his requirement down. Right now it's a 9.32. Federico with priority, white priority, and no second priority. 3 minutes remaining, and waiting for scores. Last of blue.
It's Francisco, yeah, they put that one. Yeah.
So it was incomplete return of Francisco. Francisco, tudo bem? Okay. 2.5 minutes remaining. White priority.
Here we see the recap of the heat. That classic trademark turn.
That could be a surf clip.
Absolutely, yeah. Beautiful executed. And it gave him that 9.57, David.
Yeah, but just the recap and the highlights, you could put that as a mini short movie, a mini short clip.
This hit for sure.
For sure.
That was spicy.
2 minutes remaining. Sorry. Okay, all good with Francisco Ordóñez physically.
Yeah, that was a solid close-up maneuver from the Portuguese.
White, Federico, white priority. Second priority, red. Federico, you want to improve on a 4.07. Red third needs a 5.55. 1 minute and 30 seconds. White priority, second priority, red. Carlos, it's like a man-on-man right now. We're down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. The two surfers battling for second place are out there alone. First priority with white, Federico sitting in second. Second priority with red, Noé sitting in third, needing a 5.55. Federico wants to improve on a 4.07. It's not done yet.
It's not done, mate. Absolutely not. You know, that's getting like tight. And there's a set of waves coming at the back. 3 bombs in a row. Let's see who's in position to get that wave.
1 minute, last minute.
That one's a deliver for sure. Let's see who's getting in position to get that wave. Not easy, the conditions out there.
White's priority suspended. White's priority suspended. Second priority red. 40 seconds. White's priority suspended. So Federico apparently got caught inside, got washed in a little bit, and with that his priority was suspended. 30 seconds. That gives a bit of advantage to Noé.
To know exactly. So you never know what's going to happen here, David.
Now time goes for Federico and against
It's
Noé.
getting tight for them.
20 seconds. That's why we're calling it the classic for the last 38 years.
Yeah, 38 editions of this classic Surf European contest.
10 seconds. And I'll be counting you down to finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is over and all scores are in. Results, first place for green, Renan Granville. Second place for white, Federico Moraes. Finishing third, red, Noé Lede. And in fourth place, he finishes blue, Francisco Ordóñez. Next seat, get ready for the start. What a hit we just saw. Noé Lede, a tough hit for Noé.
Yep.
He got an 8.1. I bet you when he got that one, he was feeling pretty safe, but not even a backup.
Everything was about the backups, David.
Yeah.
You know, that was the game because all of them, like the three guys on the top, they got excellent scores.
Exactly.
And actually interesting to watch because everything was about them for the backups.
Exactly. Although the 957, it's kind of 1 point better than the remaining excellent scores, and that make a huge difference for Federico too.
Absolutely. You never know because with those close backups, but
Yeah.
he managed probably well his heat, and there he goes. On
Now-
to the next one.
Surfing like that, that 957 of Federico is going to do better than, I believe, for his headspace, better than the last 2 weeks of physio.
Absolutely, that's going to build up his confidence.
Yeah.
Also running that fast in the beach, you saw that, and generating that speed in that first wave.
That was amazing.
That delivered, so yeah, good on Kikas, mate.
That left no doubts whatsoever if Federico. I knew he was back already, but it's good to see. I got the goosebumps on that one.
Bring it on, bring it on. Nice to see him, absolutely.
Now, next seat on standby for the start. Next seat on standby for the start. Ah, that's cool to see the kids saluting Federico.
Yeah, for those autographs, yeah.
Yeah. He's well known all around the world as a World Tour surfer.
Absolutely.
Here we go, next seat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the heat is on, heat number 7. Round of 32, ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro, as you can see on your screens. Tristan Guilbault wearing the red, Nicolas Paulet in blue, in white, Andy Crier and Ido Arkin in green. Mikel Urigoitia, you can go away, my friend. I'm not gonna leave my seat, huh? Go. Mikel Urigoitia will be joining Carlos Ferrari to commentate his next one.
Thank you very much, David. That was lovely.
How jealous are you, Mikel? Huh? How jealous are you?
Obrigadísimo, obrigadao, irmão.
Tenemos aquí de vuelta and the one and only Mikel Urigoitia. Well done, Fred. Bring it on. Great performance from the Portuguese.
If you want to give him, se quiere dar un aplauso a Federico, creo que ese es muy merecido.
Un aplauso para Federico Moraes, por favor. Increíble la performance del portugués. Y un placer volver a verle aquí en un altísimo nivel, de vuelta de una seria lesión en el tobillo. Qué grande, Kikas. Fuerte abrazo. And we're back here now with 27 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock in this heat number 7 of round 32. We got in red Tristan Guilbault, in blue Nicolas Paulet, in white Andy Crier, and in green Indo Arkin. Let's see what this heat will bring us. There's a lot of action still out there. Tide is coming out. Wind has picked up a little bit more than before, and there's sun right there, so there's a really rough conditions at the moment in this hit number 7 of round 32, as we said before. Here he goes, up and riding. Andy Crier on his backhand, staying really low and hitting the lead voraciously there, creating a lot of momentum from Andy Crier. All right, there we could see the replay from Andy Crier, and we are back here with the action and with Mikel. ¿Cómo estás, Mikel?
Estamos a gusto, viviendo la vida al límite.
Exacto, a gusto, Lagun.
A gusto. Gusture. Produce.
Ha empezado a llover heavy, ¿eh?
Aquí ya te hemos dicho que hay 4 estaciones en un día.
Sí, 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 es una locura. Chubasquero, abrigo, chamarra, todo, ¿eh?
Chubascos.
Chubascos. All right, guys, so 25 minutes on the clock with Andy Crier. Just got a 3 in that last wave. And got Nicolas Paulet in blue, Tristan Guibault in red, and Ido Arking in green. Let's see, because things are getting interesting here with the tide coming out. The spot is getting more sucky, but also more, it's more regular, the number of waves coming.
That's how we like it, Saki.
Yeah,
you know when it
go.
sucks? Yeah, man. So, first of white, Andy. A 3-point ride, first of white, 3 points. White in the lead. The Olympian, Andy Crier. No waves yet for Nicola in blue, Tristan Guilbaud in red, and Ido Arkin with a green jersey. What a great matchup.
Absolutely, Nicolas Paulet, he got 3rd in Lacanau. He's doing a great year so far, the Frenchman. He's very, very, very cool to see him surfing, very powerful surfing from France, all the way from France.
Yeah, he still has a pretty bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
we're expecting to see him on the bigger leagues. Huh?
Absolutely great style and really focused on his surface and committed. And who we got there
Cool
up
kid.
and riding, that's in white again, Andy.
That's Andy.
Great first carve on the top with a lot of spray and committing to that second turn and blocks it down. Incredible performance from Andy Crier. That's going to be a score for sure.
Beautiful.
That's where the money is, Mikel.
Yeah, everything was on point on that ride by Andy Crier, starting with a beautiful gouching carve and connecting all the dots to seal the deal with a beautiful float of the lip. Solid. Andy Crier extending the lead.
Putting himself in the comfort zone. But we'll see now because still a lot of action to see here with 23 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, guys. And we see now paddling back there, trying to pass that set of waves. Things are moving again, Mikel. We would see people, surfers staying more on the right-hand side of the beach and others staying more in the center. And now we see here the replay. That first turn was solid, and that finish, no words for that, Mikel.
No words for that. Even the wind is cooperating a bit with that offshore breeze.
Exactly.
That's how we love it.
It's still strong, but definitely putting some good ramps and good sections on those waves.
The judges, in the meantime, working on that last ride of Andy Crier. Están los jueces ahora mismo haciendo los deberes, los echecolanas, para otorgar esa nota a Andy Crier. Por cierto, somos más de Andy que de Kelly. En este caso de Andy Crier, y aquí viene el score. Last of white, a 7.5. Last of white, Andy, a well-deserved 7.5. So white extending the lead, a 7.5 and a 3. The top 2 scores for the current hit leader, Andy Crier. No scores yet for green, red, and blue. 22 minutes left. In this hit number 7, the second last hit of this round. Coming up next, the last hit of the round of 32. Thank you, Carlos.
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 Mikel.
Carlos Ferrari.
Bring it on, bring it on.
Bueno, Carlos, ¿qué dice la chuleta? Que ha venido el gran Carlos Ferrari aquí
Bueno,
a
estamos-
trabajar los últimos 4 días y se ha traído los deberes, pero bien hechos.
Sí, hombre, claro que sí, hay que saber de lo que se está hablando uno, ¿no? Mira ahí qué buena ola de Tristan Guibó.
Me encanta el surfing de Tristan Guilbot. Lástima que se ha caído ahí, como dirían en el tenis, error no forzado.
Error no forzado de Tristan Guibó. Pero va a contar unos puntitos seguro para los jueces.
Seguro que sí. Me encanta, la verdad, verle a Tristan surfear, ¿eh? Es uno de los QS Warriors que personalmente más me gusta, sobre todo de caras, porque no deja una gota fuera de lugar. Va linkando perfectamente, manteniendo siempre la velocidad, sin titubear, siempre de rail to rail. Un rail game espectacular el de Tristan.
Surfing muy limpio y muy bonito. Eso está claro, Miquel.
Sí.
Muy guay verle. A ver qué va a hacer en esta manga. Tristan Guibó, el francés, con licra roja. And we still got a lot of time in front of us, guys. 20 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Here comes the score for Red. A 4-point ride. 4 points, last of Red. You won't hear anything right now. A massive set breaking on his face right now as we speak.
La serie acordeón.
La serie acordeón del gran Jupa, que se ve venir y no sabes dónde va a romper. Fíjate esa derecha. Hay unos buenos tramos con estos velos, con el viento terral. Ahora mismo podríamos ver algún que otro tubo, ¿eh?
Un tubito. There may be some cover-ups there. We never know. But the conditions and the wind, they're looking perfect for that, Mikel.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed. That would be sick to watch because last year was actually intense with 3 excellent scores. And we'll see now in this one with 19 minutes and 42 seconds on the clock, guys. And the creator on the lead in white with a 10.5. Tristan Guibó in red with 4 points. Nicolas Paulet on third. No waves yet. And Ido Arkin on the same situation. All of them sticking to the strategy of less is more, catching one bomb of those sets and performing with that 1 or 2 solid turns that will give them those points that the judges want to see. And now we see up and riding in red with a great first turn on the pocket from Tristan Guibó, connecting the dots all the way back to the white was squeezing that wave, got a little bit stuck here at the end. But that first turn of that wave was what the money was, Mikel.
Right
Beautiful
on.
surfing from Tristan.
Yeah, he managed to get that wave right after the previous one on that tricky area, right on the impact zone. He's going to try to paddle back out from there as well.
Yeah, that's going to be hard work. I
Let's
will
see.
definitely go walking and running through the beach all the way to the channel. There you go. Looks that replay perfectly executed from Tristan. Great to see him surfing. And let's see what the judges will deliver to that last wave from the surfer with the red jersey. Tristan Guibó. And this doesn't stop, Mikel. We see more and more sets coming. And conditions are rough, but interesting to watch because you can get an excellent score just with one turn out there. With 17 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock, guys. 17 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock.
16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the timer. Situation, boys. Andy Creer in the lead with a 7-5 and a 3. Tristan Guilbaud red in second. A 4 on his opening ride and a 5.33 on his last ride. Tristan in second, chasing a 5.18 to take the win. No waves yet by blue and green. All right, so just under 15 minutes left. Hemos pasado el Ecuador de la manga, quedan 14 minutos y 10 segundos.
All right, guys, we got 40 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock. Things haven't changed since we last informed you. We still got Andy Crier with the third priority on white. On first there we see the great first turn on the top from the surfer in white, and he claims that one. That was perfectly executed, that first turn, really beautiful. And actually it was interesting that he found that left-hander when everybody's looking for that right-hander. So you never know when the opportunity will come, Mikel, because waves are shifting heavy time right now, and we can see now the effect of the low tide, which is around the corner to be there, getting way more sucky, and waves are shifting. Also a little bit, let's say, wobbly on the faces, so not easy to define those sections to hit. And here who we got on red, Tristan. That's the replay of his last wave. Unfortunately incomplete for him.
Ido Arkin in green, 13 minutes remaining. Okay, buddy, 13 minutes. You still have some time on the timer. Andy Creer in the lead. 2 waves ridden by white, 2 waves ridden by red. White in first with a 7.5 and a 3. Red second with a 5.33 and a 4. A single score by blue, Nicolas, a 0.3, and no waves yet by the surfer in green, who's running through the beach right now.
We could see there before, that was Nicolas Paulet catching his first wave of the heat, but he kicked out as soon as he got it because it was a big closeout. That was a monster set of waves that just came. So you have to be really tricky, really picky to get those good ones that will deliver at least 2 maneuvers to get those excellent scores that we've seen so far right now in this 38th edition of the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. Conditions are still really solid here in Pantin, with those winds picking up now and some little bit of rain there too. But we'll see, Because you see a lot of action coming in these 11 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, guys. 11 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Okay, prior blue, prior white, second prior blue, third prior red. Prior white, blue, red.
All right, guys, and we see some action coming back there with another set of waves coming. Let's see who's in position, because conditions are getting really tricky out there with the low tide. Difficult to stay in the spot to get those right-handers that are delivering the good scores that the judges want to see. So let's see who's out there. And priority is back on track to Andy Crier in white, leading the heat with a 10.5. Second, Tristan Guibault with a 9.33. And third, Nicolas Paulet with only one wave catch with a 0.3. And Ido Arkin, that we saw that he got out from the water and is getting back on the lineup through that channel. Things are getting a little bit slow to the conditions here, because there are a lot of close-out sets there, and it's not easy to be in position. So the surfers have to be really picky to paddle to the good ones. As time is counting down with 7 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock, guys. 7 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock.
Right on. Surfers in the water. Time called 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining right now. The situation remains the same, boys. White in the lead, Andy. Red second. Third is blue, Nicolas Paulet. You're chasing a 9.03 to take that second spot. And fourth is green, Ido Arkin, requiring a 9.33 for second. Tristan Guibault, you are in second. Red in second. Chasing a 5.18 for first. Third is blue, Nicolas. Blue needs a 9.03 for second. And fourth is green, Ido Arkin, looking for a 9.33. No creo que nos hayan escuchado nada los surfistas, estaban pidiendo situación.
Muy complicado. Están
Pero han entrado.
además, Miquel.
Así es, están lejísimos, no paran de entrar series.
Es una barbaridad.
Y claro, cada ola que rompe genera un ruido que... El ruido blanco que quieren los bebés para dormir, pues por toneladas lo tienes.
Relajante, ¿eh?
Sí, sí.
Relajante.
El burbujeo incesante de la playa de Pantin con estas losas que no cesan.
Series acordeón por doquier. Pero bueno, tenemos cositas. Quedan 6 minutos y 10 segundos. And here we go. Up and riding again. Tristan Guibault with a deep bottom turn and a grand. Fortunately for him, that was looking sharp for the Frenchman. But unfortunately fall down from that wave. Looked like the lip hit himself and throwing all the way down to the bottom of the wave. Tristan Guibault with a 9.33 on second position, needing a 5.18 to first. And we see another massive set coming out the back. Rough time he's in Pantin, and here he goes again. Nicolas Paulet in blue, answering Tristan. Great first turn there, kind of like a floater turn.
What the fuck?
Flying down the line. Again, looking for the closeout turn from Nicolas Paulet. Great performance from the Frenchman. Good applause for him. Let's see, he's going to deliver the score. Needed a 9.03 to advance. With 5 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, guys. Things are getting really tight here in this heat. Heat number 7 of round 32
Yeah,
in
this
Pantin.
5 minutes remaining, boys. 5 to go. On a standby now for the last score of blue. He's going to definitely climb up the ladder. Chasing a 9.03 to move up straight to second. Won't be the case, but he will be a step closer into that top 2. The Frenchman in blue. As we said, on a standby for the scores of blue and white. Last of red, Tristan, a throwaway score for you, a 1-point ride. And last of blue is about to show up on the screen right now. Priority white, second prior red. Prior white, second prior red.
Here he comes on his backhand. That's Andy. Kicks out from that wave. Unfortunately for him, even though he's on the lead in this heat, number 7 of round 32, Andy Kirei with a 10.5 was looking to increase his backup score. That is a 3.0. Followed by Tristan Guibault in second position, 9.33, and Ido Arking on third with Nicolas Paulet waiting for his scores of his last wave. Very committed to his surfing from the Frenchman. You can see him surfing in Osgore and Seignos in that beautiful area of the world.
That's where you live, huh?
Exactly, there we go. Nailed it.
Carlos, Carlos, Carlos.
All right.
Well, 3 minutes to go. Still waiting to know the last of blue. Nicolas, the score is still in the oven. Slowly roasting. Let's see. And here comes a 5.07. Last of blue, 5.07. Now blue requires a 4.27 to make things change. 2.5 minutes remaining on the timer. White in the lead still, as well as red, who's still in second. Tristan. Blue, a bit closer from that top 2. Nicolas Paulet requires a 4.27 to advance. And fourth is green, Ido Arkin. Still looking for a pretty high score, an 8.83. Priority red, second prior green, third prior blue, fourth prior white.
All right, guys, 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Situation still the same with Andy Kier on first, second Tristan Guibault, third Nicolas Paulet, looking for the backup score that will push him to first, needing a 4.27 to advance.
Watch out for red. Tristan taking
Tristan.
off. What a drop. Holy moly.
Solid drop from Tristan Guibault.
Look at
Staying
that
super
freight
busy
train.
this heat. Absolutely.
Wow.
And there's another clear out set there. With 15 seconds on the clock, guys.
45 seconds remaining, boys. 45 seconds remaining. Prayo, green, white, blue. Prayo, green, white, blue. 40 seconds to go. Surfer in white, Andy. How you feeling? Andy Creer, are you feeling good? 10 seconds. Counting down to finish this hit in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, the hit is over. Looks like white is doing all right. He's already coming in. Vemos a blanco remando y saliendo. Parece que está bien. Estaban los jueces preocupados por su integridad física.
Eso es, hay condiciones duras ahí fuera, Miquel. Así que tenemos que tener seguridad de que todo el mundo está bien.
We're ready for the start of the last hit of this round. Counting down to start, boys. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit is on. In red, Thomas Lede. With the blue jersey, Eli Boken. White, Uriuziel. And with the green, Adur Vladimitrian.
Bring it on, Mikel. Let's see. It will be interesting to see Adur what board is he gonna serve, because unfortunately he broke that magic board in the previous heat. So interesting conditions to use different boards that they normally don't use it in these corners of Pantin, but you never know, because one day can be 3 foot, then the next day 9 foot like today. So there we go with 29 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, guys. This last hit, hit number 8 of this round of 32 at the ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro.
Official results of the previous hit ending up in first, Andy Creer in white, moving on into the next round along with red, Tristan Guilbault. In third, the Frenchman with the blue jersey, Nicolas Paulet, and fourth in green, Ido Arkin. A big round of applause to these two youngsters, Nicolas and Ido. And well done, congrats to Andy and Tristan. Andy, ¿qué tal te encuentras? ¿Puedes levantar la mano, por favor? Andy Creer, ¿necesitas ayuda para salir? No sé si nos escucha desde la orilla.
Parece que no, es que está muy lejos, Miquel. Así que...
Pues imagínate, los surfistas en el agua.
Ya, no tiene que ir casi nada. Complicado. Pero bueno, there we go. Up and riding in blue. Committing to that wave and releasing and drifting those fins.
Wow.
From Eli Boshan. Great start for the surfer in blue.
True that, adding a bit of flair, drifting the fins in that beautiful ending turn.
Absolutely, and managing to control that maneuver.
Yeah,
That
pretty
was
good.
He's definitely got good abs there. Here he goes in the replay with that bottom turn, looking and attacking that section. That's what actually the judges want to see, and now we see a monster of a wave of sets coming out the back.
Check that out.
I think that's the biggest we saw this day by far.
Holy smokes.
So that's gonna make absolute clear out the lineup at the back.
Impresionante la marejada que estamos teniendo en este campeonato. Va a ser histórico.
De locos. Y encima no baja, Mikel.
No creo porque
Te baja algún día un poquito menos, tal. Es que no da tregua. Es
tal,
increíble.
tal cual, ayer comentábamos justo eso, ¿no?
Sí.
Goni creo que comentaba
Sí,
también en
eso
la
es.
cena cuando estuvimos,
En
de
la
hecho.
cena, efectivamente, que
Que
estuvimos con
quizás hay días en los que, bueno, puntualmente tienes 1 o 2 días con un mar desfasado como el que estamos teniendo, pero es que ha sido imposible posponer el evento porque cada día las predicciones están siendo como las que vemos hoy.
Sí, desfasado. O sea, 3 metros, 12 segundos, vientazo, bueno, viento suroeste, pero el mar de noroeste no para. Parecía que para el domingo se relajaba un poco, pero nanay.
El domingo, de hecho, hay otro pico de mar muy fuerte
Eso es una barbaridad.
y es probable que incluso intentemos acabar el evento mañana. No sé, vamos día a día, pero bueno,
Eso es, pasito a pasito.
aviso a navegantes.
Pasito a pasito, eso es, a ver lo que pasa. Y ya te digo, es que aquí Pantin está muy expuesto, Mikel. Estamos justo ahí en el piquito, en la esquina de Galicia, y todos los mares que entran, todo el viento que entra, se lo come todo aquí. Así que, bueno, eso también, el quiver de los surfistas, ¿no? Es muy variado aquí. Desde olas de medio metro, al día siguiente tienes 2 metros, o sea, tienes que traer de todo. Estar preparado para todo. Y también lo del tiempo.
Bueno, y atención que tenemos, perdona que te interrumpa, la primera nota de azul que se la tenemos que comunicar. Eli, in blue, your opening ride, a 7.5. First of blue. Eli, what a way to start. A 7.5. And look again to that monster set.
It's again pumping, mate. Look at
Another
the rock
one.
at the right-hand side of the beach. Look at how he's breaking against those rocks. The white horse is pretty much climbing up the hill. So yeah, and let's see, because after this, the girls will be out there. Let's see what the judges will have to say.
The ladies would go.
The ladies will go for sure, mate. Absolutely, bring it on. They're monsters, maniacs.
Well, just so you all know, we're going to have a 25 minutes break right after this hit in the water.
Yep, okay, sounds good.
Just to
Have a quick
regroup a
lunch.
bit.
Yeah, exactly. And let's see what the judges will say and the contest director, if we will be running the girls or not.
Fijaos bien, aquí vemos al surfista de color rojo, Thomas Ledé, el francés, que ha conseguido obviamente entrar hasta el fondo y tras esta sucesión de series, las olas la han traído hasta la orilla sin haber cogido ni una sola ola. Han transcurrido ya 6 minutos y medio y aquí le vemos corriendo por la playa para volver a entrar. Heads up, Thomas. Heads up, 23 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 23 minutes, 20 seconds left.
Situation still the same in this heat number 8 of run of 32 with really solid and rough conditions here in Pantin. As far as the tide is coming out, the current it's picking up too, moving those surfers to the left-hand side of the beach, as that happened to Thomas Ledé. As Mikel said, he didn't even catch one wave, and the whitewash literally put him back on the beach. So yeah, and we still got here Eli Beauchamp with that 7.5 leading the heat. Second Isadora Matriain. Third Thomas Ledé. And third we got Uri Uciel. Let's see, guys, because there's still a lot of time out there. 22 minutes and 36 seconds on the clock.
Right, boys, the situation remains the same. Let's make the best of this lull. Let's communicate the surfers the situation. 21 minutes left. Blue in the lead with a 7-5 on his opening ride. And no scores yet for green, red, and white. Only one wave ridden so far in this hit number 8 of the round of 32 by the surfer in blue, Eli, posting a 7-5 on his very first ride. So blue in the lead. And no waves ridden yet by green, red, and white.
We have seen a lot of waves coming, but not much action due to the standards of the conditions today, which is definitely not easy to be placed out there and looks for those open ones, especially with that. There's a lot of water moving there, but who we got there?
That's blue again.
Blue
Wow.
on his backhand. Look how bumpy's got the wave.
Solid.
Turn from
Unbelievable.
Pantin. Incredible turn.
Ha.
Let's see what the judges will say, but that was a solid one, Mikel.
Holy smokes. Eli Bokan is on a roll.
Absolutely.
Great timing, great mojo. Eli Bokan with the blue jersey already with a 7-5 under his belt. And now ready to improve his previous score, I guess, as we see now Uriel Ciel.
Incredible turn from Uriel Ciel, mate. There's something out going on there, because...
What a great exchange.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great exchange between these two homies, Eli and Uri. Good on you, boys. Good on you.
Bring it on. That's what we want to see. That's what the judges, they want to see. Probably will be up to the excellent scores. We'll see what we'll deliver. With 19 minutes on the clock, it's still plenty of time, but this will definitely put a standard on this course, Mikel.
I mean, it's been one of the biggest and steepest waves we've seen in the whole event.
Absolutely, absolutely. That was solid.
The wave from blue.
Here, let's see the replay. Also that carve.
That was white.
That was wide. Uri controlling that rail. And it will be great to see the wave.
And at the back, green taking off. Adura Matrian starting things off with a nice carve. And now let's see how he finishes the wave. A nice save. A drop wallet hack to finish. Well done, Ador. Smart surfing by the young surfer.
Absolutely, Mikel. I agree with you, mate. Smart surfing from Ador that got 13th in that last US Open in Huntington. So completely different conditions they had over there than the ones they have in here. And on top of that, surfing, a board is not from him. And here we see the replay from that solid backside turn with a lot of spray and a huge finish from Eli Bochan.
Así es, impresionante la actuación del surfista de color azul, Eli Bochan. Un 7,5 ha conseguido en su primera ola. Y con la última prioridad, diría yo, ha conseguido coger ese olón. Ha sido una de las olas más grandes, más verticales y más críticas que hemos visto en todo el evento.
Brutal.
Ha sido enorme, no ha titubeado, ha ido con todo a meterle lo más vertical posible y luego, claro, asumiendo las consecuencias del aterrizaje, ¿no? Porque
Total.
nunca sabes cómo puede romper el labio y bueno, ha tenido suerte, ha ido con todo, le ha salido muy bien la jugada a Eli Bochan, que bueno, merecidísima la primera posición, al menos por el momento, la de este joven surfista.
Sin duda, también cómo ejecuta maniobra, ambas manos en la tabla después de ese giro backside, controlando en todo momento la velocidad, cómo sale de la ola y lo que tú dices, Mikel, se la juega al final, ¿eh? Porque no sabes si te puede venir para atrás la ola y te puedes caer en cualquier momento y con estas condiciones fácil lesionarse.
No, el tío además no ha ido ahí a segurolas, a hacer un carving, a tocar, ha ido con todo, a girar lo más fuerte que sabe hacerlo y le ha salido de una forma excepcional. Aquí vienen las notas y atención porque superan los 9 puntos. Last of blue, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, a 9.5 for the surfer in blue, Eli Bochan. Extending the lead with a 9-5 and a 7-5. The surfer in blue, Eli, now on standby for the scores of white, Uri, and green, Adura Matrian.
Beautiful performance that we're seeing right here, right now in Pantin. Because you never know, it looks a little bit slow out there because it's hard to be in the good ones, hard to be in the ones that they're opening. But as you can see, There's also some gems out there that surfers are aware of them and catching them. You have to be in the right spot, right position, right timing. And now we go see there. You can see, guys, the replay for Madura Matriane with a good first carve and a second one finishing that wave. Smart surfing from Madur, connecting the dots and assuring the points.
Yeah, he played a bit safe, I would say, in the last wrapping maneuver. Instead of pushing the limits, he said, hey, I'm going to try to lock some valuable points instead of, you know, letting things go.
Exactly. There's not many of those opportunities out there, Mikel, so I agree with you, mate. Get that one, secure it, lock it, and then let's see now with the backups, but having Eli Boshan with a 9.5 and a 7.5, that's going to be hard to beat in this hit number 8 of round of 32 with 15 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, guys.
Vamos a ver ahora lo que opinan los jueces con respecto a las dos olas, una de blanco y una de verde. La de blanco ha sido una ola de serie bastante crítica y levantada, le ha generado muchísima velocidad y ha podido hacer como un down carve, layback down carve con mucha velocidad, luego la ola le ha cerrado. Y la de Adura ha sido una ola pues un poco más noble, ha podido meterle un buen carving, que no hay que quitarle ningún mérito, ningún valor al carving que le ha metido, con una extensión espectacular a Durcho. Y al final ha conseguido también meterle una segunda maniobra de cierre, un bonito snap de layback. Así que bueno, ahí estará. No sé yo bien cuál es el criterio que impera en la cabina de jueces, pero bueno, esa ha sido mi lectura. Las dos olas han estado muy bien, las dos olas han tenido un tamaño considerable y han sido de una calidad surfística similar. Así que vamos a ver.
Los jueces dirán, pero la verdad es que la performance ha sido increíble de todos ellos.
Priority for red, second prior white, third prior green. Green on a standby for its scores. On a standby for its score. The score is coming for green as a 3.17, a 3.17.
3.17 for that last wave of Adur Amatriain that put him second in this heat with no backup scores. And let's see, we're still waiting for Tomalede and Uri Utsil, what's going to happen for them. But as far as we know, guys, we got Adur Amatriain with a 3.17, and here's the score of Uri Utsil.
And first of white, Uri Utsil, a 5.17. So first of white, a 5.17. First of green, a 3.17. Green up and riding on his backhand. Adur Amatriain starting things off with a setup snap and going for a broke.
That was solid, Mikel. That was a very good engaged first turn and going with everything he had to that closeout section, answering back to that 3.17, and there you got the score with a 1.67 for that last solid wave of Adur Amatriain. And we see that little by little more people is coming here to Pantin to watch this show, even though it is a little bit of rain. But the fans, they love this place, and they love all the action we have in front of us with 12 minutes and 42 seconds on the clock, guys. Tomalede with second priority. No waves for the moment. But let's see, because there's still plenty of time for him to deliver a score and a performance. All right, who we got there up and riding. Tomalede on his first wave, a solid one. Unfortunately for him, had to kick out. And now we got, correct me if I'm wrong, that's in white Uriutzel in a bomb, driving down the line, looks for some shade, pulls in, and let's see, comes out. There we see the first barrel of the
Hey.
cones, Mikel.
Wow, that's what we want to see. Some tube time. Hopefully they find some solid double up, thicker waves. But
That was sick. Where he found that tube there on that right-hander, he was flying down the line and perfectly pulled in. Uriutzel, bring it on, mate.
warming up the soul, trying to find the shade. Uriutzel. Well, Prayo blue, second Prayo green. 10.5 minutes remaining and on standby now for the last score of white.
Here we see the replay of that first barrel of this ABANCA Pantin Classic. There he goes. This is a proper one, guys. Yeah, absolutely. Unreal. So you guys, you see, you never know what can happen in these conditions, Mikel, because we can see 9.7s, 9.5s, and then a barrel. Bring it on.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been like a thick barrel at all, so I won't expect like really high scores, but I still like a really, really nice, yeah, beautiful ride and wave by Uriutzel. It's always exciting to see the guys getting pitted. And here comes the score. Last of white, a 6-7-3. Last of white, 6-7-3. So white holding firmly into that second position as we see now live action from red. Starting things off with a beautiful carve. Another turn and he kicks out. That was Thomas Lede, the Frenchman in red. At the back, that might be white again.
So that's Uri again with another answer to that last wave of Thomas Lede. He pulls out from that wave. It was a clear close-up. Maybe he was looking for another barrel. You never know, Mikel, because, yeah, he definitely needs a backup score to go in first. And there's another massive set of waves coming, mate. It's not stopping.
Once you get one, you get so engaged to that, feeling, huh?
Absolutely, mate. There's no joke. Here we can see the replay. That was Thomas. As you said, there's a beautiful car, very well executed, using all his arms and his body position, squeezing it and kicking out in the right moment, right time.
8.5 minutes remaining, boys. Priority for blue, the current heat leader. Second prior for green, Adura Matriane. Eli Bock and blue in the lead with a 9.5 and a 7.5. White Uriutzel in second with a 6.73 and a 5.17. Third is green, Adura Matriane with a 3.17 and a 1.67. Adur is chasing an 8.73. As we see now, green taking off. Adura Matriane, let's see, racing down the line, starting things off with that carve. And that will be all.
That was a heavy
For
one,
Adur.
Mikel, yeah. That was a solid one there from Adur, answering back to his competitors, looking for the steep section to get that long straight carve there. But unfortunately for him, the wave closed out and couldn't connect the dots. But a lot of engagement, committed to his surf and the wave. That's for sure, Adura Matriane, with a 4.84 running on third position at the moment.
Priority for blue, second prior for white. 7 minutes, 10 seconds left. Y voy a aprovechar para mandar saludos a los colegas que me están vacilando desde el móvil, están siguiendo las mangas. Gontán de Triángulo desde Morocco, diciéndome que el inglés es muy bueno. Yo es que aprendo del gran Muti, Gonti. Aprendo del gran Muti, you know. Situation, boys, situation. Just under 7 minutes. Blue in the lead. White second, Uriutzel. Your two best scores, 6.73 and a 5.17. You are comboed in order to be first, looking for a total score of 17 points. Green in third, Ador. Green needs an 8.73 for second. And fourth is red, Thomas Lede, the Frenchman, looking for an 8.67 to advance. So the two homies, blue and white, Eli and Uri, doing pretty good so far.
Absolutely, that's good to see them. Man and man for that first and second position in this hit number 8 of round 32 with 6 minutes on the clock, Mikel. And let's see if we're going to see more action. We should, because there's still plenty of time and a lot of waves coming. How to be in the spot, how to choose the right ones. Rough conditions, but plenty of action in front of us.
Bueno, pues estamos llegando ya a la recta final de la ronda 32 de los chicos. Vamos con la situación de manga. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, boys. Blue in the lead, Eli. 9.5 and 7.5, your top two scores. White second, Uriuziel, with a 6.73 and a 5.17. Third is green, Ador. 3.17 and 2.73, your top two scores. Adur requires an 8.73 to advance. And fourth is red, Thomas Lede, the Frenchman, also looking for an 8.67 for second. We're going to get into the last 5 minutes right now. 5 minutes remaining.
There he comes once again. Try to pull in. Still driving in the tube. That was Uri. He's connected, mate. He's on point.
He's having a hell of a time out there.
That's absolutely for sure. Because I think that's pretty much the most fun thing you can do right now at the moment there, Mikel. Trying to get in the tube.
Yeah, it's one of those surfers that you really enjoy watching him surf when the conditions are like firing.
Yep. That's beautiful to see that he's having a great of a time here. And here he goes in blue. Eli up and riding. Wow, looking for that section to hit and pretty much fall down all the way from the top to the bottom. But it's sure that the two homies are putting a show out there.
Priority for red, second prior green. Prior red, second prior green. 4 minutes left, boys. A couple of throwaway scores for blue and white. The situation remains the same at the back. Up and riding. Starting things off with a beautiful roundhouse. Adura Matria, and let's see. Wow.
That was incredible. Very perfectly executed that roundhouse cutty there. Not easy. Put it on the top, Mikel.
We can't underestimate what these guys are doing out there. Conditions are like really, really, really challenging.
It's heavy, yeah.
And it's pretty hard to surf at the level that these guys are doing it. So much respect to you guys.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Yeah. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. Prior for red.
We're waiting for scores there. And here we can see the replay. Here we go. Adur. Oh, he holds that rail and wraps it up with that carve. That's the one from his layback. That's from this first wave. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mikel.
That's a three-pointer. I'm like
yeah, that's a three-pointer.
a bit in shock.
Exactly. And look at that roundy.
Look at the quality of that roundhouse.
Absolutely.
Such a big wave.
Tapping on the whitewash all the way back. Great performance in that last wave of Adura Matriain. We're waiting for the scores for the surfer from Zarauz.
2.5 minutes remaining. Here comes the score for Green Adur, a 3.23. 3.23. You're still third, looking for an 8.67. Priority red, second prior white.
Two minutes on the clock, guys. 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. And we see how many conditions here in Pantin. The surface in this heat number 8 of round of 32. Paddling back out to the lineup is going to take them a little while, because it's definitely not easy out there. But it's incredible the performance they're putting on a show. Maximum respect to these guys here today. With 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock, guys. We'll be announcing soon if we'll be running the women's after this one or not. We'll give you information very soon, guys.
Uriuziel, you're still in second. The situation remains the same. 1 minute to go. Blue first, white second, green third. Green needs an 8.67 to advance. Fourth is red, looking as well for an 8-pointer, an 8.67. 50 seconds to go. Prior red, second prior white, third prior blue, fourth prior green. Espectacular lo que estamos presenciando en esta 38ª edición de la banca Pantin Classic Galicia Pro. La verdad que las condiciones son históricas, la verdad.
Brutal. El Pantin Challenge, dicen por aquí.
Creo que de este evento también se va a coronar al mejor tamañero de Europa.
Sin duda, sin duda, sin duda, sin duda. Porque la cosa no está fácil, Mick.
Bueno, estamos finalizando ya la recta final, 15 segundos y esto se acaba, señoras y señores. 10 seconds remaining. And counting down to finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, so the time is over. All the scores are in. Non-official results. Ending up in first with the blue jersey and an exceptional performance. Congrats to you, buddy. Eli Bojan backing it up and moving on into the round of 16 as well. In white, Uriuziel. Unfortunately for green, Adura Matrian will end up in third and fourth with the red jersey, the Frenchman, Tom Alede. Now we're going to go for a 25 minutes break before the next call. Vamos a dar paso ahora a un pequeño break de 25 minutos antes de retomar la competición. Vamos a ver, porque vamos a tener que tomar una decisión importante en cuanto a la continuidad del campeonato.
Muchas gracias, Mikel. As you said, mate, we're going to wait for the decision of the contest director to see if we're going to call the next round of women. So we'll have a quick break, or a break actually. I think it's 25 minutes, and we'll be back, or not, with more action. Stay tuned, guys. Thank you very much.
Amantes de Estrella Galicia, os lo hemos puesto a huevo. Huevox, el nuevo formato de Estrella Galicia que mola un huevo. Tira, inclina y corónate desde el sofá. Disfruta de una experiencia redonda en casa en huevox.es.
Yeah. Hey, I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me and fight the good fight. You should all join me until we see the light. Hey, I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, yeah, we see the light. Down the street, yeah, I'm feeling kinda sad. A city mine, yeah, it's taken from my hand. I never rest till I got my power back. I never rest till I get my power back. Yeah. How you feel when the man got you down? How you feel when you lost a couple pounds? How you feel when he's taken from your plate? Mess with me, yeah, it's a massive mistake. Hey. I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, yeah, we see the light. I believe in the power of the mass. Join up, unite, take out the upper class. We all feeling strong, yeah, we been feeling hard. You better watch out, take it back, what is ours? How you feel when the man got you down?
It's the sharp focus that turns doubt into action, transforming every second into fuel for greatness. It's the inner voice, reminding you that you are designed to win. Tag Heuer.
Amantes de Estrella Galicia, os lo hemos puesto a huevo. Huevox, el nuevo formato de Estrella Galicia que mola un huevo. Tira, inclina y corónate desde el sofá. Disfruta de una experiencia redonda en casa en huevox.es.
It's what sets you apart. In the moment of truth. It's the unstoppable force that carries you forward. The clarity in the chaos. The will to push through. The drive that never stops. It's the sharp focus that turns doubt into action. Transforming every second into fuel for greatness. It's the inner voice, reminding you that you are designed to win. Tag Heuer.
Amantes de Estrella Galicia, os lo hemos puesto a huevo. Huevox, el nuevo formato de Estrella Galicia que mola un huevo. Tira, inclina y corónate desde el sofá. Disfruta de una experiencia redonda en casa en huevox.es.
Yeah. Hey, I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me and fight the good fight. You should all join me until we see the light. Hey, I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, shall we see the light? Down the street, yeah, I'm feeling kinda sad. A city mind, yeah, it's taken from my hand. I never rest till I got my power back. I never rest till I get my power back. Hey. How you feel when the man got you down? How you felt when you lost a couple pounds? How you felt when you taken from your plate? That's with me, yeah, it's a massive mistake. Hey. I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, shall we see the light? I believe in the power of the mass. Join up, unite, take out the upper class. We all feeling strong, yeah, we been feeling hard. You better watch out, take it back, what is ours? How you feel when the man got you down? How you felt when you lost a couple pounds? How you felt when you taken from your plate? That's with me, yeah, it's a massive mistake. Hey. I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, shall we see the light? I got no money, but I'm feeling alright. I'm on my own, but baby, yeah, I see the light. You should all join me in the good fight. You should all join me, yeah, we see the light.
Counting to start in 5, 4, 3, 2. Stand by, stand by, stand by, stand by. Going up. Under 1 minute to start. 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 So get ready for the start of the heat. Stand by for the start. Stand by for the start. Surfers in the heat. Surfers in the heat. At this stage, back to the beach, please. We will not start the heat right now due to poor visibility. Surfers in the heat, back to the beach at this stage. We will not start the heat due to poor visibility. We're on hold at this stage. We are on hold. Event is on hold. Event is on hold. Surfers in the heat. Back to the beach, please. Event is on hold. We're on hold. Heat will not start. Heat will not start. We're on hold. Event is on hold. Event is on hold. Heat will not start due to poor visibility. Surfers in the heat, back to the beach. Event is on hold. Heat will not start due to bad visibility. Back to the beach, surfers. El jet ski me escucha. Porque las chicas a regresar a la playa. Surfers, some more info. We are off due to lack of visibility. We are off due to lack of visibility. We are not able to see colors. There is limited sound and visibility of the LEDs as well. Stand by for tomorrow's call. So we're off for today. We're off for today due to poor visibility. I'll say this again. We're off due to lack of visibility. We are not able to see colors. There is limited sound and the visibility for the LEDs as well. So stand by for tomorrow's call. We are off for today. Querido público aquí en la playa, porque vamos a terminar el día por aquí. Intentamos, pero não se consegue julgar de aquí. Não conseguimos mirar as competidoras, las colores. Hay también un problema con el sonido para llegar allá y para las competidoras poderem se enterarse de lo que pasa con los LEDs, pues que así terminamos la compe para hoy. Y por favor, quedarse conectados con los canales oficiales de este ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro, donde anunciaremos la próxima llamada para mañana. So again, we are off for today due to lack of visibility. Again, we are not able to see colors from up here from the tower. Also the sound, it's pretty hard with this wind blowing from Marnella towards us for the sound to reach the girls, and they can't see the LEDs regarding priority as well. So be off for today, and they'll be standby for tomorrow's call. Thank you. Pues que nos vemos mañana y queda conectados en los canales oficiales del evento de este ABANCA Pantin Classic Galicia Pro para quedarmos informados a qué horas volveremos mañana. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Thank you.